Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Everyone thinks I'm useless. Using 100 meters Susanoo. 1W. Chapter 1 The confession was rejected. I just played Madara Uchiha. Leng Qingqing, I like you. Ye Xuan felt dizzy and didn't have time to react. This sentence came out of his mouth. What's the situation? Ye Xuan was a little confused. He was obviously watching the Hokage just now. Just saw the Dance King of Konoha getting ready to dance, and traveled through time. The next moment, a burst of memories poured into Ye Xuan's mind. He finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. Ye Xuan noticed the situation around him. He was on a playground with many students around. Standing in front of Ye Xuan was a tall girl wearing school uniform. She had her hands folded across her chest. She looked young and beautiful. Even though she was wearing a loose school uniform, her graceful figure could still be vaguely seen. The look she looked at Ye Xuan revealed a hint of disgust. Ye Xuan, let me tell you, don't think about it anymore. The two of us are not suitable at all. I am indifferent and only like strong people. Even if you are very handsome, you can only carry my shoes. Ye Xuan was a little confused. Did the world not care about his face? Are you so careless just looking at strength? Then wouldn't my advantage be gone? Ye Xuan remembered that the world in his memory was very dangerous. There are ferocious beasts and legendary ghosts. Humans, on the other hand, awaken to become superpowers and fight against them. Seeing Ye Xuan, he seemed not to give up, and more people gathered around him on the playground. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, as if she wanted to see Ye Xuan's embarrassment, and mocked. The person I Leng Qingqing likes is Chen Ming, the S-level superpower from Qingqiang No. 2 Middle School, not your E-level superpower, Ye Xuan. You E-class trash. There was a burst of boos immediately from the side. Leng Qingqing looked at Ye Xuan who was still confused, feeling very happy in his heart. What's the use of being good-looking, here it's all about strength. Your superpower is just E-level trash. When Chen Ming sees my behavior like this, he should agree to be my boyfriend, right? Ye Xuan also reacted. Was he still a licking dog? In this world called Blue Star, the abilities awakened by superpowers are graded. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, awakened the E-level physical strengthening ability a few days ago. Is this the start of a collapse of heaven? Ye Xuan was a little confused, but he looked at Leng Qingqing expressionlessly. This is what you said. Leng Qingqing was slightly stunned when asked this question, and then snorted coldly. You are a person with only E-level powers. I will not talk to you unless I am blind. After hearing this, Ye Xuan laughed and said, I still don't like you. You useless piece of shit who doesn't have superpowers yet. Hearing this, Leng Qingqing opened her eyes wide and looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. She didn't expect that he would say this about herself. At this time, Ye Xuan reached out and grabbed a girl out of the crowd. Tall, elegant, and even somewhat mature. There is a hint of light makeup on her face, but the bare makeup she shows is enough to make her look stunning. Ye Xuan shouted to her, Senior Sister Ji Qingqiang, I like you. Just now when Ye Xuan was paying attention to his surroundings, he saw her. She possesses SS-level superpowers, and with her absolute strength, she was admitted to the Magic City University of Superpowers at Qingqiang No. 2 Middle School. Since you are lonely, choose to run towards someone better. Then can I do it too? Ji Qingqiang was a little confused by the sudden confession. I obviously came here to eat melon. How come they have gone from being a crowd to being the ones being taken advantage of? She looked at Ye Xuan's face in front of her, and she would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. But she has never considered love, and she is a little embarrassed at this moment. I wanted to come to my alma mater today to see if there are any strong juniors or anything like that. But being confessed suddenly, who can bear it? Do you have to agree with him? Ji Qingqiang was filled with thoughts, and her fair face was also stained with a hint of crimson. The people eating melon on the side were dumbfounded. It seems that Ji Qingqiang seems to be hesitant. Is this okay? Leng Qingqing's eyes widened even more. She was a little angry and wanted to call Ye Xuan a scumbag. Ye Xuan was overjoyed in his heart. As long as I have a thick skin, even the beginning of Tianbang can't stop me. It is no longer a dream to be with a strong SS-level superwoman, become the man behind her, and reach the pinnacle of life. He was just about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Suddenly, the ground shook, causing everyone to panic. The next second, the alarm sounded from Qingcheng 2 Middle School. This was the siren sound of the approaching beast, and several teachers poured out of the teaching building, shouting to retreat. Boom! In just a short moment, the teaching building collapsed, and countless students fled frantically. But some are still buried under the rocks. Gu Qingcheng's eyes were sharp at this time. She looked at the people in danger without stopping. She rushed out at extremely fast speed, wanting to rescue more people. Ye Xuan looked at her back and stretched out his hand. Senior sister, it won't be long until I finish what I say before you go to rescue people. He was a little helpless. Without this opportunity, it would be difficult next time. After Gu Qingcheng joined there, many students were rescued. There seemed to be cracks in the earth, and a terrifying abyss appeared. Cracks also appeared in the sky, and it seemed that terrifying creatures were about to emerge from them. A scarlet eye suddenly appeared in the crack in the sky. Why did the ferocious beast appear here? This is the Qingcheng where human beings live. Everyone, run, the beast is about to appear. The teachers and students who escaped here were not happy to survive the disaster, but some were still terrified inside. Gu Qingcheng came back. She shook her head. I can't run away, this place is blocked. It will take some time for outsiders with supernatural powers to enter. As her words fell, everyone fell into despair. There are very few people with superpowers here, and even if there are people with superpowers, they have just awakened their superpowers. Dingtian is a first-level superpower. Some people are even not yet proficient in their own abilities. Leng Qingqing found an opportunity at this time and looked at Ye Xuan. Seeing him frozen in place, he immediately mocked. Ye Xuan, you're not so scared, are you? I just saw Brother Chen Ming and saved many people. It's not like you are a loser who just stands there in a daze. If you kneel down and beg for mercy from me and Chen Ming right now, I might be able to help you and let Chen Ming protect you. As he spoke, Leng Qingqing laughed. Many people frowned and glanced at the deserted scene, but did not dare to say anything. Because Chen Ming's power was obvious to all. Gu Qingcheng, on the other hand, glared at Leng Qingqing and said, "Shut up." Then, she looked at Ye Xuan, still dumbfounded. She felt a little disappointed in her heart. The man she cares about Qingcheng should face the beast. At this time, Ye Xuan was very excited and nervous. The moment the big scarlet eye appeared in the sky, Ye Xuan obtained the system. Play the system. Ding. It is detected that a ferocious beast is about to appear, and the host obtains the role-playing system. The person who plays the role can obtain the strength and ability of the person playing the role. The higher the role, the more strength and ability the stronger. Ask the host to draw a playing character. Playing characters. Playing characters come from all over the world. Ye Xuan's excited heart and trembling hands said tremblingly in his heart, "Extract." As the golden light suddenly appeared, a dazzling light emerged. A pleasant voice sounded in Ye Xuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the character, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 2 Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, the vicious beast is attacking. Uchiha Madara, wearing a black combat uniform and red armor, holding a sickle and a fan in both hands, with blood-red eyes of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Such an image emerged in Ye Xuan's mind. He crossed his arms across his chest, and those eyes alone were filled with a shocking sense of oppression. Konoha Dance King Uchiha Madara. Ye Xuan's fingers were trembling a little. The first character drawn turned out to be Madara Uchiha. In this blue star with ferocious beasts and strange gods, others rely on their own abilities to survive. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, was driving a 200-meter-high blue Gundam, Susanoo. Hold a 60-meter-long sword and fight. Just thinking about it made Ye Xuan very excited. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the character, Uchiha Madara. The current role level is 5%. The host obtains Uchiha Madara's peak physical skills, ninjutsu, fire release and great fire extinguishing, and eye technique, Susanoo. Looking at the system prompts, Ye Xuan calmed down at this time. Uchiha Madara never gets extremely excited about things before they are accomplished. After obtaining Madara Uchiha's peak physical skills, countless battle scenes flooded into Ye Xuan's mind. It's like being there. Back then, Uchiha Madara relied on his own physical skills to face an army of 100,000 ninjas without any fear. A powerful force poured into Ye Xuan's body, allowing him to support Uchiha Madara's peak physical skills. At the same time, he felt chakra surge like a tsunami in his body. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Fire extinguishing. The skills of using this ninjutsu poured into Ye Xuan's mind, and he became extremely proficient in it within a few seconds. The attack like a sea of fire frightened everyone. Ye Xuan felt something strange coming from his eyes at this time. If others observed Ye Xuan, you will find that when he is like this, Ye Xuan's eyes are vaguely blood red. The shape of Magatama appears in that eye. This is the Sharingan that can see everything. Or the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eye technique. Susanoo. In his mind, Susanoo, who terrified the ninja army, appeared. Is this a low-end version of Gundam? The Susanoo that Ye Xuan can use now is not a powerful weapon, let alone a complete Susanoo. It seems that you need to improve your performance in order to get more things. Ye Xuan thought to himself that these three things were now completely enough to deal with special situations. Ever since a crack appeared in the sky and the Scarlet Eye appeared, all the students and teachers present were in panic. This kind of disaster is rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. But now, it appears in the territory, and it appears in a school. Something fell through the cracks. Suddenly someone shouted. As everyone looked, a black shadow gradually enlarged and enlarged. It landed on the ground, and the ground trembled. Everyone looked at the creature in horror. A scarlet dog head, with fangs exposed, and its body was scarlet and mixed with dark and terrifying lines. Cerberus, B-level ferocious beast. How is this possible? If a B-level ferocious beast appears, it will be a major disaster. There's only one of them. We, senior sister Gu, are here, as well as Chen Ming, who has the S-power of our generation, plus all of us, we can definitely defeat it. After hearing this, many people nodded heavily. Chen Ming, who was standing next to Leng Qingqing, frowned and looked at the Hell Dog. Facing B-level ferocious beasts, although he has S-level powers, there is a huge gap in power between ferocious beasts and humans. He was a little frightened. Gu Qingqing stared at the Cerberus, feeling its level, and shouted, "It is only level 2, we can kill it together." When everyone listened to Gu Qingqing's words, their originally worried hearts dropped a bit. The hellhound roared like a wolf among sheep. Roar. He rushed towards countless students and teachers. An ice wall suddenly rose up, and everyone looked at it in surprise. This was Gu Qingqing's superpower. This wall of ice gave Cerberus a wall. The dog's head showed human anger, and it roared and smashed into the ice wall. It was greeted by a ball of fire. Its entire body was like a kite that was out of line, flying upside down and crashing into the teaching building. Everyone looked at Chen Ming in surprise. The big fireball just now was his superpower. Leng Qingqing looked at Chen Ming with gleaming eyes. She glanced at Ye Xuan, who was still stunned. Infinite contempt arose in my heart. But she was surprised to find that Ye Xuan seemed to have changed a little, which she couldn't explain. Hurry up and kill it while it's sick. One person roared, and countless people picked up weapons or used their own powers to attack the Cerberus. Several minutes passed. Gu Qingqing looked at the dead hell dog panting, took a deep breath, and then said, "The crisis is over. We just need them to smash the things that shield this place from the outside, and we can be rescued." Everyone was relieved when they heard this. But suddenly Leng Qingqing discovered that dozens of black spots were pouring out of the crack in the sky. Those black spots quickly approached and fell to the ground, causing a huge uproar. Dozens of hellhounds looked at the crowd with a terrifying aura. They feel infinite fear in their hearts. Gu Qingqing was even more stunned on the spot, a sense of despair welling up in his heart. Killing that hellhound just now took all her energy. Now dozens more have appeared. Chen Ming looked at everything in front of him with a look of disbelief, and Leng Qingqing hurriedly came closer. But the truly terrifying creature has just appeared. The terrifying crack in the ground was like an abyss. A dark hand mixed with blood stretched out. Boom, boom, boom. A sound like a beating heart sounded from the abyss, and a black shadow jumped out of it. Everyone looked at it and saw a humanoid creature with jet black horns on its head. Just by looking at it, people felt an ominous aura. Behind him is a pair of broad wings, covering the sky and the sun, like a demon. His appearance was extremely ugly, and his eyes were dark and vertical. This is the legendary S-class beast, the ugly demon. One person recognized it and shouted in disbelief. Ye Xuan looked at the ugly demon with disbelief. She could clearly feel that the ugly demon's power had reached the 3rd level. There is simply no existence that they can fight against. Are we going to die? No, we have to hold off. People outside must have discovered it. It just takes a little time, just hold on. One person shouted this, but everyone's eyes were full of despair. Someone started to run away. The ugly demon stretched out his hand to grab the person, and the body of the person was sucked into the hands of the ugly demon. The man was as big as a toy in its hands, and he grabbed it lightly. Countless blood stimulated the nerves of everyone present. Ye Xuan's expression was cold, and she was ready to fight with all her strength. Chen Ming collapsed to the ground. It was impossible to defeat this force. Leng Qingqing, who was beside him, looked at Chen Ming in disbelief. Seeing Chen Ming like this, she felt despair in her heart. Ha ha ha. A sudden burst of laughter instantly broke the frozen atmosphere, and Ye Xuan stood up. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes were filled with madness. He looked at the ugly demon and the hellhounds, laughed and shouted. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 3 Uchiha Madara's terrifying ninjutsu, Fire Release, Fire Release. Looking at Ye Xuan who suddenly appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. He is obviously an E-level, 1st level superpower. Now, are you standing in front of a ferocious beast and acting like a chariot? What does he want to do? Does he want to face an S-class ugly demon alone? What can an E-level superpower do? I'm afraid the death will be even worse than that person's death just now. Didn't he see how powerful the Cerberus was? How the ugly demon killed people? They were puzzled by Ye Xuan's sudden appearance. Thinking that Ye Xuan is looking for death. Leng Qingqing looked at her coldly. Ye Xuan, I know you can't do it. There's no need to pretend. If you go up alone now, I'm afraid it will only take a second or two. You might as well come to me and die for me. Leng Qingqing's voice was very sincere, but the words she said made the people on the side shudder. Chen Mingzhe also stood up, knowing the current situation and despair was useless. Hearing what Leng Qingqing said, he looked at Ye Xuan and said in a sincere voice, Ye Xuan, die for me once. Perhaps we can hold on until the powerful outsiders arrive, and we will all be saved. As Chen Ming's words fell, people who originally thought Leng Qingqing was crazy. A trace of madness flashed across their eyes, and they all echoed Chen Ming's words. They want to live, they don't want to die here. Ye Xuan, just die for Chen Ming. That's right, it's just a life. We will collect the body for you. Ye Xuan, as long as you delay Chen Ming for a while, we can survive. Brother Yi, as long as you die, maybe all of us can survive. Countless people warned and wanted Ye Xuan to die for Chen Ming. They wanted to delay time by relying on Chen Ming's superpowers and the terrifying beasts. Let Ye Xuan die for Chen Ming to increase the delay so that he can wait for outside rescuers. In their eyes, Ye Xuan is just a tool to delay time. Ye Xuan's beautiful brows were furrowed tightly. Hearing everyone's disgusting words, he angrily shouted, That's enough. Stop talking. As Ye Xuan shouted, everyone looked at her angrily. Why do you say that? Senior sister, can you guarantee our survival? Even if you have SS level powers, won't you still die when facing so many ferocious beasts? You say that, are you going to die for us? In just a short moment, their target was Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan looked embarrassed at this time. She never thought that a group of people would be so unreasonable. Isn't Ye Xuan's life fate? Although she was a little disappointed with Ye Xuan just now even she feels fear in her heart. But Ye Xuan stood alone in front of everyone. Ye Xuan sincerely admired Ye Xuan. Feeling that there was internal strife here, the ugly demon's body began to shake and he laughed shockingly. Ha 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 ha. The sound, like sharp teeth scratching marks on the ground, escaped from its mouth. Countless people just find it very jarring. It stretched out its hand and waved slightly forward. Dozens of hellhounds rushed towards Ye Xuan and everyone. Seeing the Cerberus approaching, everyone's hearts were in their throats. As if they had predicted the outcome, they began to flee in all directions. Many people even looked at Ye Xuan angrily, wanting him to die for them. But when Ye Xuan saw so many hellhounds rushing towards him, excitement flashed in his Sharingan eyes. Then let's dance together. He put one hand in a seal to his mouth and shouted in a deep voice, "Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes." Chakra instantly gathered in his mouth, and Ye Xuan spat it out violently. A shocking heat wave suddenly emerged, and terrifying flames instantly invaded all the hellhounds present. The people who had been fleeing felt the heat wave and were instantly confused. They turned around and saw overwhelming flames coming out of Ye Xuan's mouth. Chen Ming was dumbfounded at this time. His superpower was an S-level fireball. It is simply impossible for him to cause such a huge amount of flames. Leng Qingqing was even more dumbfounded. Isn't Ye Xuan an E-level superpower? Did I see it wrong? Leng Qingqing fell into self-doubt. She suddenly looked at Chen Ming and asked, "Chen Ming, how does your superpower compare with his flame?" As Leng Qingqing asked the question, the other people around them also listened nervously. Chen Ming shook his head and hesitated. "There is no comparability at all. No, his flames are so scattered, he definitely doesn't have enough power." "I'm afraid none of those hellhounds were injured," Chen Ming said quickly, seeming to have discovered Ye Xuan's problem. He became confident again. There is really no comparison at all, because his flames do no harm at all. Everyone watched attentively, and Ji Qingcheng was extremely shocked. The power of this superpower is simply not comparable to that of second-level superpowers. As for how powerful she is, she doesn't know, because she is currently only at the second level and cannot sense more powerful existences. As the fire escape dissipated, Ye Xuan took a breath and gently exhaled the feeling of comfort in his heart. He had never felt so powerful. The flames gradually dissipated, and a dozen hellhounds stood there motionless. Chen Ming laughed out loud when he saw this. "It's really just a show. The flames are so big, but they still can't compare to my S-level fireball." Ha ha ha. Several people around him also laughed and mocked Ye Xuan. But the wind blew from nowhere and hit those hellhounds. Their bodies are like powder, scattered by the wind. The laughter of Chen Ming and the people around him also stopped abruptly. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The playground also fell into silence, and everyone looked at all this with disbelief. Ji Qingcheng was even more shocked. She thought that Ye Xuan's move just now was very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. A hellhound that took them several minutes to deal with. In front of Ye Xuan's fire, he turned into powder. Chen Ming kept wiping his eyes and whispering, "It's impossible. This is simply impossible. He is obviously an E-level superpower. How could he have such a powerful power?" There was a hint of resentment in his eyes, a flash of jealousy. "Obviously it should be me. I am the one who has awakened the S-class power." Leng Qingqing was even more dumbfounded. Recalling what he had just said and wanted to say, he gritted his teeth and said, "How could he gain such great power? I clearly saw with my own eyes that what he obtained was an E-level superpower, a physically powerful one." A girl who was not used to seeing the deserted people took the opportunity to come to her side and laughed. "Is this the Ye Xuan you look down on? I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I just don't know if he has a girlfriend. I really want to be with a strong man." She chuckled, making Leng Qingqing's teeth itch with anger. Chapter 4: The Horror of Peak Physical Skills. The Defeat of the Ugly Devil. Roar. The ugly demon roared when he saw that all the hellhounds were dead. Those dark vertical pupils were staring at Ye Xuan, wanting to tear Ye Xuan into pieces. Its thin and withered arms stretched out towards Ye Xuan, reaching out to grab Ye Xuan in his hand. Everyone stared at this scene. This is how the ugly demon killed people just now. But Ye Xuan's body didn't move at all, and he looked at the ugly demon. "Is this all you have?" The ugly demon seemed to be ridiculed, and the dark wings behind it suddenly expanded, covering the sky and the sun. The extremely dark shadow shrouded the entire playground, and its body gradually hung in the air, attacking Ye Xuan the next second. It was extremely fast and arrived in front of Ye Xuan in just an instant. The sharp nails on his palms stabbed straight towards Ye Xuan. This scene, in Ye Xuan's Sharingan eyes, was extremely slow. He didn't even bother to look at those scarlet eyes. Ye Xuan, who possessed Madara Uchiha's peak physical skills, easily dodged this attack. The next moment, he turned around and landed on the ugly demon's back. Ugly, disgusting. A trace of disgust flashed across Ye Xuan's expression, and he exerted force on his legs, causing the ugly demon's entire body to sink into the ground. A roar. Ye Xuan jumped back and looked at Chomo as if playing, and Chomo slowly got up. Its appearance has been imprinted on the ground. Everyone stared at this scene. In their eyes, it was an extremely terrifying S-class beast. Like a toy in Ye Xuan's hands. Chen Ming collapsed on the ground and looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. There are thousands of thoughts inside. Even though he is an S-class superpower, why is Ye Xuan so powerful? Leng Qingqing was even more regretful. Just now Ye Xuan confessed why she refused. But she was a little happy inside. Ye Xuan must still like me, I just need to wait and accept his confession. If I agree to be his girlfriend, he will definitely thank me very much. Thinking of this, Leng Qingqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly and slowly looked at Ye Xuan. As if he was already looking at his boyfriend. At this time, Ye Xuan only felt an inexplicable irritability in his heart. Obviously when the group of people mocked me just now, I wasn't upset at all. He didn't care at all about the ridicule just now. Why should you care? Which adult would be serious with children? Ding! Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 7%. Ye Xuan was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. After reaching 10%, Uchiha Madara's other ninjutsu and pupil techniques will inevitably be unlocked. Until the final complete body Susanoo is unlocked. Ye Xuan no longer thought about it. Looking at the ugly demon in front of him, it slowly got up. Like a zombie, the body twisted in strange postures and disappeared in the next second. It was as fast as a ghost, spinning around Ye Xuan. The next second, he rushed over from Ye Xuan's side, opening his bloody mouth with countless sharp teeth in his mouth. It's terrifying. Are you ready to dance? Ye Xuan reached out and grabbed the ugly demon's neck. A hint of human panic appeared on the ugly demon's face, and the next second its body flew backwards. He hit the wall of the teaching building violently, breaking countless walls, and lay straight on the ground, looking miserable. Ye Xuan didn't stop and ran quickly, before the ugly demon could react. He grabbed the ugly demon's head again and threw it towards the sky. He formed a seal with one hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes." In the shocked sight of everyone, the terrifying flames instantly invaded the ugly demon's body. Its body stood out in the firelight, and ear-splitting screams and roars erupted from the firelight. When the firelight dissipated, the ugly demon's body had been roasted and fell suddenly to the ground. It caused countless dust, and when the dust dissipated, the corpse of the ugly demon was still lying there. Only then did everyone believe that the ugly demon was completely dead. They watched Ye Xuan slowly approach, feeling a sense of fear in their hearts. They just said that Ye Xuan should die for Chen Ming. At this time, Chen Ming was slumped on the ground, trembling all over and unable to move at all. Because he knew that running was of no use to Ye Xuan. Anyone who can kill the ugly devil can kill him with just one finger. Leng Qingqing came forward with a happy face. The girl who had just mocked her had a look of astonishment on her face. Then the corners of his mouth raised slightly and he whispered, "Leng Qingqing, how arrogant you are. Ye Xuan, I agree to you being my boyfriend, please be grateful to me." Leng Qingqing stood in front of Ye Xuan and said loudly with her hands on her hips. He spoke loudly as if he was afraid that the teachers and students behind him might not hear him. It's like declaring sovereignty. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, walked over coldly and passed by Leng Qingqing. He came to Ye Qingqing's side and asked, "Senior, are you okay?" Ye Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Faced with Ye Xuan's concern, she shook her head. "Fortunately, I'm just a little tired, but not injured." Leng Qingqing couldn't hold back at all at this moment. She didn't expect that Ye Xuan would directly ignore her. She pointed at Ye Xuan and shouted, "I said I agreed to be your boyfriend. Don't you understand? You're actually asking other women for their welfare." Everything she said made Ye Qingqing frown frequently. She wanted to retaliate, but was stopped by Ye Xuan. He shook his head, feeling that the desertion was a bit funny. Ye Xuan said. You agree. I didn't agree. I see you are beautiful. I happen to be missing a maid to carry shoes. I think you are pretty good. Hearing this, Lang Qingqing's face turned red, but he couldn't hold back a word. This is clearly what she said to Ye Xuan just now. Ye Xuan obviously confessed to himself, but now he said that he liked someone else. She yelled angrily. Scumbag. If you can't get it, destroy it. Is this how we feel deserted? The girl who originally mocked her then said. This sentence made Lang Qingqing's head full of black lines. She looked at Chen Ming, who lowered his head and didn't look at her at all. In just a short moment, she changed from a noble princess to a clown that no one cared about. Seeing that Ji Qingcheng was fine, Ye Xuan stopped taking care of her. The lives of other people have nothing to do with him. Ji Qingcheng stood up and comforted everyone. The ugly devil is dead, it just needs a little time. The strong men in Qingcheng will find out what's going on here and save us. As she said this, everyone's emotions calmed down. But what happened suddenly next made everyone's eyes widen. The originally dead ugly demon got up at this time. The originally dark vertical pupils now turned extremely scarlet. The charred body seemed to be slowly recovering, and there was a hint of interest on the corner of its mouth. Then the withered arm slowly swung, and the two palms clapped together. Snapped, snapped, snapped. With every beat of applause, everyone's hearts beat. It was as if the applause stopped and their hearts stopped. The hoarse sound like a tractor came out of its mouth. Don't you welcome me? Welcome, I, the fallen angel Lucifer, come to the world. The corners of Lucifer's mouth gradually widened, revealing a crazy smile. Chapter 5 Fallen Angel Lucifer. Do you want to experience the power of God? Everyone watched the ugly demon change crazily. His body, which was originally like charcoal, completely changed. The body is covered with a layer of pitch-black armor, giving off a ray of light under the sun. There is a pair of soaring horns on its head, which are 1 meter long. With a click sound, a pair of 6-winged wings appeared behind him. It was extremely dark and even bigger than the ugly demon just now. His scarlet pupils looked at the people in front of him, and a terrifying aura filled everyone present. With a soft click, the barrier shielding this place instantly shattered. The cracks in the sky gradually dissipated like bubbles. With such a small force, can this barrier not even be able to withstand this? Lucifer looked at his palm. The dark armor made each of his fingers look like a sharp weapon. But he looked at the teachers and students in front of him with bloodthirsty eyes. I will kill all of you to summon my true form to come. Everyone felt dizzy as they listened to his words. Fallen angel Lucifer. Is he a god? He is a real god. We can't defeat him at all. They felt a little desperate in their hearts. As powerful as those creatures were just now, they were just ferocious beasts. What stood before them now was the real god. Don't be afraid. He is not here in his true form. I'm not late, am I? Such a thing happened in Qingcheng. Lucifer, you are so arrogant. 3 groups of black shadows rushed towards here since the barrier was broken. When everyone saw their appearance clearly, they immediately showed a hint of joy. It's Wei Rufei, the deputy director of the Qingcheng Demon Slayer Department. He is a 4th-level superpower. It turns out to be Ji Weiyang, the vice president of Qingcheng University of Superpowers. He is also a 4th-level powerhouse. Ji Qingcheng's father, Ji Shibiao, the father of the Ji group, is said to have become a 5th-level powerhouse. Seeing the 3 people arriving, everyone felt relieved instantly. There's help. Ji Shibiao glanced at Ji Qingcheng and saw that she was fine, and then he felt relieved. Your ancestor, Lucifer, didn't you see my daughter here? You still dare to come? Lao Ji, stop talking nonsense with him and deal with him quickly. Wei Rufei said quickly. Qingcheng no. Chu Middle School was invaded by ferocious beasts. This was a big event, and their Demon Slayer division didn't arrive at the scene right away. He would not feel comfortable causing the death of a student. You claim to be a god, what should you do if you are caught? Ji Weiyang smiled. The teachers and students behind the 3 people evacuated quickly, trying to get away from here. The 3 of them looked at Lucifer with burning eyes, but Lucifer did not move. With his hands folded across his chest, his scarlet eyes looked at everyone, and he was slightly startled when he saw Ye Xuan. I saw an interesting guy. What nonsense, FK him. Ji Weiyang rushed over impatiently. Ji Shibiao and Wei Rufei followed closely. The originally desperate situation was reversed with the appearance of Lucifer and the shattering of the barrier. Chen Ming, who was in the crowd, glanced at Ye Xuan and looked at Ji Qingcheng beside him. There was a flash of anger in his eyes as the two were so close. Leng Qingcheng approached Chen Ming, wanting to climb up. But he was pushed away ruthlessly by Chen Ming. Get out of here, UBCH. Leng Qingcheng froze in place, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't understand. Didn't she just want to find a strong person to protect herself in this world? Why did it develop like this? In just a short moment, countless roars erupted from the battlefield on the other side. Terrifying flames, extremely cold ice, and countless dust suddenly flew into the air, attacking Lucifer violently. The 6 wings behind Lucifer suddenly opened up, surrounding his body into a ball. The 3 people's attacks hit the dark wings without causing any damage. The 3 of them looked at each other and wanted to make a quick decision. They can feel that Lucifer is currently not strong. At most the 3rd level of peak strength. But his abilities are unpredictable, including the pair of 6-winged wings and the pitch-black armor on his body. But it can defend against their attacks. The 3 people stood in front of Lucifer, they raised their hands, and 3 long dragons of different colors gathered above their heads. A fire dragon whose body is made up of nameless fire, or a lifelike ice sculpture dragon. Or maybe the earth fissured and an earth dragon emerged from under Ji Weiyang's feet. Countless teachers and students watching the battle stared wide-eyed. This is their trick. I remember it. I remember that I saw Ji Shibiao's ice dragon, but he killed a 5th level beast. He was only 4th level at that time, and he had exceeded the level. That Lucifer, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand this move. The 3 big guys have given this god a lot of face. They talked a lot, and the 3 long dragons roared and attacked Lucifer. Hold head high. The wings behind Lucifer no longer wrapped around him, but suddenly opened up. The wings that covered the sky and the sun were 5 or 6 meters high, and the 2 of them felt shuddering just looking at them. His legs were directly lowered into the earth at 3 points, and the sharp teeth of the armor in his hands were facing the dragon. I want to rely on my own strength to resist these 3 fierce attacks. Boom! A huge roar sounded from here, and a terrifying shock wave directly knocked the 3 people away. Hitting the wall hard, a trace of blood spurted out from the 3 of them. Everyone looked nervously at the situation in the field, trying to see whether Lucifer was dead or not. It was such a strong blow, but it was still a close call. Lucifer laughed. It's just a little bit worse, ha ha ha. Those scarlet pupils suddenly lit up in the dust, and countless dust dissipated instantly. His entire body was like a black shadow, and he rushed towards the nearest person. After a short touch, the man turned into a mummy. And Lucifer's broken body recovered a little instantly. His slaughter did not cease. Wei Rufei watched this scene with splitting eyes. He roared with all his strength. Run! Ah! How so? Countless sounds of panic rang out. They fled in all directions, but could not escape Lucifer's massacre. Ye Xuan watched all this coldly, and he led Ji Qingcheng to walk among the panicked crowd. Take a leisurely stroll. Ji Qingcheng behind her wanted to help, but she was powerless against Lucifer. And the words they just said kept ringing in her mind. Use Ye Xuan's life in exchange for a little delay. It was as if his life was no longer alive. Thinking of this, Ji Qingcheng had no mercy for them. Seeing Ye Xuan like this, Leng Qingcheng crawled towards Ye Xuan crazily, trying to seek help. When Chen Ming saw Leng Qingcheng leaving, he instantly saw Ye Xuan, and a flash of anger flashed in his heart. But there is more jealousy in the anger. Why? Why can he do this? Lucifer was about to pounce towards him. Chen Ming shouted at the top of his lungs. Why? The one who kills the Cerberus, the one who kills the ugly demon, is not me. It's that person. It's that person. He pointed at Ye Xuan and roared. Lucifer was stunned, stopped in place, looked in the direction he pointed, and saw Ye Xuan. Thinking of Ye Xuan's eyes just now, he became a little interested and suddenly said, interesting. At the same time, more people who were afraid of death echoed what Chen Ming said. This has nothing to do with us at all. If you want to kill, just kill Ye Xuan. Yes, It was the hell dog he killed and the ugly demon he killed. Ye Xuan was extremely shocked, having clearly killed the Cerberus and the ugly demon. It's equivalent to protecting them, but now they are beating them up. Ye Shibiao and the others didn't know the situation, but they knew people's hearts. The three of them looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. They now have no strength, and even Ye Xuan was seriously injured. Ye Xuan didn't care at all about the accusations from others. He only felt the creepy aura, staring straight at him. He looked at Lucifer, a pair of Sharingan moving crazily. He said one word at a time, "Do you want to see the power of God?" Chapter 6 Susanoo appears. The defeated fallen angel, Lucifer was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a burst of laughter burst out of his hoarse voice. Ha ha ha. He looked up to the sky and laughed so hard that it seemed like tears came out of his eyes. Everyone felt incredible when they heard what Ye Xuan said. Wasn't he afraid in the face of such a god? Those strong men of the 4th and 5th levels just now were defeated. He, a high school student, wanted to kill the god in front of him. But they didn't see any fear in Ye Xuan's expression. Those strange eyes seemed to be full of fighting spirit and were turning crazily. The three people in the ruins felt that they could not move. The shock wave just now was too powerful. They were so close and their bodies suffered different injuries. The three of them faced a god who was not a complete body, but a god who came in the body of a ferocious beast. He didn't even have the slightest ability to fight back. They also have some despair inside. But now, seeing a high school student standing in front of everyone, the three of them wanted to scream. Let him retreat. But he found that he had no strength to shout at this time. They were also shocked inside that a high school student dared to face a demon god. Ye Xuan stared at Ye Xuan and Lucifer in front of him. She was mentally prepared at this time. If she finds that Ye Xuan is even slightly less powerful than Lucifer, she will use all her strength to save Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan saved everyone here, he shouldn't die here. After hearing Ye Xuan's words, Leng Qingqing looked up suddenly. She was slumped on the ground, looking a little crazy, and looked at Ye Xuan with a somewhat hollow look in her eyes. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Did I really make a mistake? Ye Xuan is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity. She didn't think that Ye Xuan could defeat this terrifying god. Seeing that Lucifer's attack target had changed, Chen Ming felt a flash of joy in his heart. He doesn't have to die. Chen Ming looked at Ye Xuan with a sinister look in his eyes. In his eyes, Ye Xuan has long been a dead soul under Lucifer's claws. All the teachers and students present stared at Lucifer and Ye Xuan nervously. Lucifer's wild laughter stimulated the nerves of everyone present. It seems like the next second, he will go on a killing spree. They had a great fear of Lucifer in their hearts. Several people beside Chen Ming shouted in horror. How about we escape? None of this has anything to do with me, it's all Ye Xuan's fault. Following Lucifer, the hoarse voice resounded through the sky like thunder, and the place fell into silence for an instant. I admit your courage. He stared at Ye Xuan, his voice sounding like the roar of an evil ghost. The 6 wings behind him suddenly opened up, covering the sky and the sun. This is the power of God. Lucifer roared, and the 6 wings behind him instantly spread out, and the dark and shiny feathers on them turned into countless extremely sharp blades. Attack Ye Xuan. 3 strong men, Ye Xuan, and many others. Watching this scene nervously, just when they thought Ye Xuan was directly using the terrifying flames, or using his own physical skills to resist. Ye Xuan's eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, burst into blood red, and a terrifying aura filled the air from his body. Violent chakra spurted out from Ye Xuan's body. A burst of dazzling light blue blinded everyone present. Rumble, a huge roar suddenly sounded. Everyone quickly opened their eyes to see how Ye Xuan was doing. Ye Xuan's heart sank even more, and she seemed to have some bad premonitions. But from the endless dust, countless jet black feathers scattered, like fireworks blooming in the sky. Lucifer's eyes widened and he looked at this scene in disbelief, with a hint of anger on his face. Ant, how dare you destroy my 6 wings? Lucifer growled. Everyone looked at the sky in shock as the dark feathers gradually descended. Some even fell into their hands, and when they touched the feathers, they were extremely hard. There was an ominous atmosphere in their hearts. Ye Xuan, who was originally worried about Ye Xuan, collapsed on the ground, and the tight string in his heart completely relaxed. So, has he always been so strong? In the distance, the three strong men who were slowly getting up in the ruins also looked over in confusion. The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw the unbelievable emotion in each other's eyes. Leng Qingqing even opened her mouth. It turned out that she was totally wrong. Ye Xuan will not die, he may kill this god. Chen Ming stared at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Why? Why is this happening? Why is he so strong? The jealousy and resentment in my heart kept fermenting. He stared at Ye Xuan, wishing that he would die here immediately. When the dust gradually dispersed, Ye Xuan's condition was revealed. He was wrapped in a light blue behemoth, which looked like a god of war. Is this Susanoo? Ye Xuan looked at his whole body wrapped in light blue chakra, staring at Lucifer with his eyes, and stretched out 4 hands on Susanoo's body. There is a sharp weapon in each hand. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, the sense of oppression that Susanoo brought to them. Even more than Lucifer, Lucifer looked at Susanoo with a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't understand that as a god, he could be afraid. He roared and rushed towards Ye Xuan, his dark armor bursting out with dark light. It seems to be able to swallow everything. But the moment he touched Ye Xuan Susanoo, a huge roar suddenly sounded. Lucifer's expression changed drastically, and there was a hint of panic on his face. His sharp claws did not hurt Ye Xuan at all. Even Susanoo didn't break through. Those 4 hands held sharp chakra weapons and stabbed towards Lucifer at extremely fast speeds. Seeing that the attack failed, Lucifer wanted to retreat. Unable to dodge, his body was directly penetrated by a sharp weapon, and he let out a muffled groan. The whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing through countless walls with a bang. He was afraid. He wanted to run away and ignored the wound that penetrated his abdomen. He turned around and wanted to escape from here. But he saw Ye Xuan appearing in the sky. Ye Xuan looked at him calmly at this time. Have you felt it? The power of God. No. You can't kill me. Lucifer roared, his hoarse voice growling. I'm a devil, Seraph. If you kill me, I won't let you go. I will crawl out of hell and tear your body apart piece by piece. There were only 2 words in response to him. Noisy. Ye Xuan whispered 2 words, and the 4 light blue chakra blades in his hand stabbed downwards. It penetrated Lucifer's whole body. Lucifer's pupils widened and gradually became blurry, before he died. He stared at Ye Xuan, as if he wanted to remember Ye Xuan's appearance. His body turned into black smoke, drifting away bit by bit. Until it completely dissipates. The released chakra was slowly withdrawn, and Susanoo also returned to Ye Xuan's body. The flashing Sharingan also calmed down. If you don't look carefully, you can't even notice the 3 Magatama in Ye Xuan's eyes. Just when everyone thought they had calmed down, Chen Ming stood up suddenly, pointed at Ye Xuan and shouted angrily. Ye Xuan, why didn't you help us from the beginning? Didn't you see that so many of us died? Chapter 7 Improvement in Role Play. New Ninjutsu. Everyone looked at Chen Ming in shock. They looked at Ye Xuan silently, and then at the other students who were dying beside him. There was an indescribable emotion in my heart. They seemed to feel that Chen Ming was right and couldn't find any point to refute. Some people even became very angry because of the death of their close relatives and friends, and pointed fingers at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, why didn't you stand up earlier? My friend died because of this. Damn it, it's you who should die, not my girlfriend. My brother is dead, will you compensate me? Ji Qingcheng's eyes widened and he looked at them in disbelief. Obviously Ye Xuan saved them once and twice. She couldn't believe it. How on earth did they say such a thing? The 3 strong men who finally stood up also heard the words here. They looked at each other and saw a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. They would think that human nature is ugly, but they would not expect it to be so ugly. When Chen Ming saw the effect, he felt happy. Looking at the jealousy and resentment in Ye Xuan's heart, it instantly turned into a murderous intention. If it weren't for him, I would probably still be the proud son of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School. It is he who will take away all the glory from him. You can't blame me. A huge fireball suddenly appeared in Chen Ming's hand and attacked Ye Xuan. This sudden attack made the 3 strong men widen their eyes, feel shocked and even more furious. Unexpectedly, someone unexpectedly attacked Ye Xuan, and they quickly shouted, "Be careful." Seeing the fireball attacking Ye Xuan rapidly, Chen Ming smiled. His plan had succeeded. He didn't believe that Ye Xuan could summon the terrifying thing just now twice in a short period of time. The battle just now must have consumed his physical strength, and he must be at the end of his strength now. But the next second, the terrifying Susanoo emerged from Ye Xuan's body again. He stared hard at Chen Ming and some people around him. He seemed to be looking at a dead person. The huge fireball was attacking fiercely. The fireball fell into pieces without causing any waves when it landed on Susanoo. Ye Xuan slowly opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Fire escape, the great fire extinguishes. The huge Susanoo formed seals with his hands and spit out fierce flames. At the same time, the sound of the system sounded in his ears. Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 10%. Acquire ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. Fire release. Dragon flame singing technique. Fire release. Great fire whirlwind. The flames that covered the sky and the sun invaded Chen Ming and others. Chen Ming burst into a horrified roar. He looked at the approaching flames with great fear in his heart. The threat of death irritated his nerves. Ye Xuan, you can't kill me. Kill me, my father. The Dragon Kingdom's Superpower Bureau will not let you go. Around him, the people who had just joined him in telling Ye Xuan to die looked at the approaching flames with widened pupils. Before he could speak, he turned into a pile of ashes. Only Chen Ming, who became a superpower, persisted for a while longer. But in front of Huo Dun, it still turned into a coke. From the beginning to the end, Ye Xuan's face was calm, without any emotional fluctuations caused by the murder. Which adult would be serious with a child? So, I killed him directly. Ye Xuan's Sharingan flashed with a red light. The other teachers and students around him only felt shuddering. Feeling a heat wave coming, Ji Qingcheng only felt a little uncomfortable regarding Chen Ming's death. She had no regrets. She could die no matter how many times a person like that died. Leng Qingqing looked at Chen Ming, who died in front of her at such a close distance, as well as others. She trembled and collapsed to the ground, looking horrified. When Ye Xuan passed by her, she was trembling all over. Always lowering his head, not daring to look at Ye Xuan. She also knew how terrible she was just now. Is this a counterattack? That is a superpower who has awakened the S superpower. The three strong men of the 4th and 5th levels looked at each other, and they all saw incredible emotions in each other's eyes. Such killing without mercy. They looked at Ye Xuan, with a lot of thoughts in their hearts. This is a good seedling. The three of them said in unison, which made the three of them stunned. Unexpectedly, the other party had the idea of including Ye Xuan. They immediately had an idea in their hearts, and the first to get the moon is the one closest to the water and the tower. If people in the Demon City and Imperial City knew about it, they would not be able to compete at all. They ignored their injuries, and Vice Principal Ji Weiyong limped towards Ye Xuan. Seeing the three strong men approaching, Ye Xuan didn't pay attention. He could kill Lucifer, who came with the help of the body of an S-level 3rd level ferocious beast, and he could also kill the three seriously injured people in front of him. Although, it will be a little troublesome. Seeing his father and two powerful men approaching, Ji Qingcheng immediately panicked. She stood in front of the three of them, not wanting them to get close to Ye Xuan. Get out of the way. Ji Shibiao raised his eyebrows and said, "No, the people Ye Xuan killed all deserve to be killed. Those people cannot be called human beings at all." Ji Qingcheng was a little excited. Those people were obviously protected by Ye Xuan, but they were still so unreasonable. The teachers and students around him immediately looked over, and the tension and panic in their hearts gradually eased. They looked at the unexpected situation. Although Ye Xuan had protected them just now, they did not dare to say anything. Those three people are all famous people in Qingcheng. What's more, some people even started to gloat over the misfortune. Get out of the way. Ji Shibiao said again. Ye Xuan sighed, came to Ji Qingcheng's side, and covered Ji Qingcheng behind him. He said in a calm voice, "If you want a lesson, I'm also willing to stretch my muscles." The three of them looked at each other and felt each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Arrogant, arrogant. But he did have arrogance, and they suddenly felt a little uneasy. Originally, I just wanted to scare the young man and deceive him at the same time. It doesn't look like that's going to work these days. You killed someone. Deputy Director Wei Rufei paused and said calmly. But after he said this, his whole body tensed up. Then get ready to be beaten. Ye Xuan nodded and admitted, I don't mind killing a few more. Wei Rufei, Jiyu Weiyang and Jiyu Shibiao suddenly started sweating profusely. But with so many teachers and students around, you still have to put on some pretense. The Dragon Kingdom Superpower Bureau will want you and will not let you go. Jiyu Weiyang said that Jiyu Shibiao was afraid that Ye Xuan would become impatient and kill them. He quickly said, but we can help you. Originally, Jiyu Qingcheng was ready to help Ye Xuan delay his escape, but she heard what her father said. Somewhat confused. Why is it different than expected? Not to mention the other people on the side who were gloating and preparing to watch the show. Oh, how can I help? The corners of Ye Xuan's mouth raised slightly, and he knew the purpose of the three of them. I want to take myself under my wing. The three of them swallowed and looked at each other. Unexpectedly, their thoughts were directly seen through by Ye Xuan, and they were not going to pretend anymore. A robbery battle is about to begin. Chapter 8. Three people with evil intentions, holy water. Ye Xuan, as the Vice President of Qingcheng University of Superpowers, I can guarantee that if you enter our school, the Dragon Country Superpower Bureau will not hold you accountable. Jiyu Weiyang took the lead in attacking. And, as long as you agree, I can personally give you 10 million to improve your own strength. You are qualified to enter every new secret realm that appears in Qingcheng. Jiyu Weiyang threw out a bunch of resources. The teachers and students of Qingcheng know. Two middle school were all dumbfounded. Thinking that he heard wrong, he rubbed his ears, but saw Jiyu Weiyang looking at Ye Xuan sincerely. I really hope Ye Xuan can agree. Ye Xuan, the Demon Slayer Department welcomes you to enter. I can give you whatever Principal Jiyu asks for, and the Qingcheng Demon Slayer Department. Having the first right to enter the secret realm, their qualifications to enter are issued by our Demon Slayer Department. Wei Rufeng glanced at Jiyu Weiyang, who suddenly had black lines all over his head. He would have known better not to reveal his conditions. Completely outclassed, Jiyu Weiyang just wanted to supplement his qualifications, but was directly overshadowed by Jiyu Shibiao's loud voice. I don't know if you have heard that money can make all the difference. Jiyu Shibiao grinned. I can also buy you 50 million resources and the qualifications for the secret realm. As long as you join our GU group, the Dragon Kingdom Superpower Bureau will have to think carefully if it wants to find you. He felt two resentful glances and immediately raised his face. Their GU group may not be a Dragon Kingdom organization, but they have a lot of money. The teachers and students on the side listened to the olive branch extended by the three of them to Ye Xuan. Their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. Qingcheng University of Superpowers, that is the dream university of many students in Qingcheng. Ye Xuan was directly invited. The Demon Slayer Department is an organization with countless rare treasures. Every time a secret realm appears, they will be the first to enter it, so there are many, many resources. The GU group, which is one of the top forces in the Dragon Kingdom, actually directly invited Ye Xuan to join. They were all dumbfounded. Qingcheng University of Superpowers, Qingcheng Demon Slayer Division, GU Group. All of them were well-known organizations and institutions, and they actually extended an olive branch to Ye Xuan at the same time. And their conditions are very exciting. They looked at Ye Xuan with envy. Those who gloated about the misfortune were overwhelmed and couldn't figure out why this happened. They were very envious and jealous of Ye Xuan, and even more hated that the person invited was not them. Jiyu Qingcheng, who was behind Ye Xuan, was also dumbfounded. When he first awakened his SS-level powers, neither his father, Qingcheng University of Superpowers, extended such a generous olive branch. Not to mention the deputy director of the Demon Slayer Department came to invite her. She finally chose the Magic City University for superpowers, although the conditions offered there were not as generous as here. But there are many resources and rare treasures that can be obtained by relying on their own abilities. Ye Xuan fell into deep thought as he listened to the olive branches extended by the three people. Seeing Ye Xuan's contemplation, the three of them looked at each other, feeling very excited. I very much look forward to Ye Xuan agreeing. The people eating melon on the side gradually became nervous. It seems that he also wants to know which force Ye Xuan will choose. Ye Xuan opened his mouth and said softly, "The conditions for the three of you are very good. But not enough. I need a bottle of sacred water to cure my sister's condition." Perhaps his original self would agree that the resources of the three people were not important to him. One's own strength will gradually increase as the performance level increases. Those are not the things he needs most now. But a bottle of sacred water. In his memory, he had a sister. He has suffered from an extremely rare alienation syndrome since birth. With such a disease, when the person reaches the age of 18, the body will undergo alienation and become something terrifying, until it self-destructs. There are only a few cases in the entire Blue Star, but without exception, no one has lived beyond the age of 18. Only the sacred water, which is said to be able to heal everything, can possibly cure this disease. Therefore, Ye Xuan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the sacred water. Everyone on the side looked shocked when they heard this. Holy water. This is a sacred object in the secret realm of the Holy Gate. When a 7th level expert went in, he fought to the death to bring back 9 bottles. Ye Xuan actually wants 1 bottle. It is said that after this strong man drank it, his powers evolved and he became an 8th level strong man. This thing was instantly sought after by all those with powers. Isn't this funny? Ye Xuan really thinks he has such a great reputation. The people on the side were suddenly shocked, and they didn't expect Ye Xuan to open his mouth. Some people couldn't help but sneered. Ye Xuan would definitely embarrass the 3 strong men and make them enemies. After listening to Ye Xuan's words, the 3 of them looked at each other and saw a hint of worry. The conditions they offered were not even a little bit better than the sacred water. A sense of shame came over me. But the 3 of them didn't say anything, but nodded. We know, and we will do everything possible to find this kind of sacred object for you. The 3 said sincerely. The people who were originally prepared to see Ye Xuan's joke suddenly couldn't hold it any longer. They actually agreed. Ye Xuan is still a senior high school student. As a big boss, are you really so humble? Ye Xuan nodded when he heard this and stopped staying any longer. He wanted to go back and see his sister. His sister's time was running out, so he wanted to improve her strength as soon as possible. No one gave him the sacred water, so he broke in and got it himself. When the 3 of them saw Ye Xuan leaving, they immediately took out their phones and began to explain the situation. They did not give up on winning Ye Xuan's heart. Now that he has just awakened his powers, he has such strength, as long as he can befriend him when he is weak. When he becomes stronger, you can follow him to enjoy the world. Hurry up and call the director back, something big is happening. A unique genius has appeared in Xinjiang. A truly unique genius. Where did the principal die? Something big happened in Xinjiang. Old man, listen to me, we must succeed this time. The 3 of them spoke loudly and looked at each other. They all seemed to see the raging fire in each other's eyes, and they were bound to succeed this time. The tower near the water gets the moon first. Listening to the words of the 3 strong men, the eyes of the people around them gradually widened. The mouth is also opened wide. I can't believe that the 3 people in front of me are actually the vice principal, deputy director, and the boss of the GU group. They actually fought to death for a person of their own age. GU Xinjiang was also slightly dazed. She had never seen or even imagined that her father would be so excited. GU Shibiao suddenly looked at GU Xinjiang and asked about what happened just now. GU Shibiao clapped his hands and shouted, "Hello." Then he said to GU Xinjiang seriously, "Xinjiang, keep up the good work. Get Ye Xuan directly." GU Xinjiang was confused. "Did you send your daughter like this? But I haven't agreed yet." "What?" GU Shibiao shouted. "No, you go to Ye Xuan's house immediately, and you agree to it immediately." The 2 people on the side, GU Weiyong and Wei Rufei, looked at them faintly. I was thinking in my heart whether my daughter should go there too. But thinking about sending the daughter who was still nursing to be a child bride. Thinking of this, the 2 of them shook their heads. The deserted people in the crowd have been watching this scene. His eyes gradually fell into loneliness, and he recalled that an hour ago, it was clear that Ye Xuan had confessed to him. There was a wry smile on her face. Obviously he was a loser an hour ago, but now he has become someone she can't reach. Thinking of this, she felt even more lonely. If I had agreed to him then, what would have happened next? Chapter 9 Brother Ye, do you want a wife or not? Ye Xuan's home is not far from Xingcheng No. 2 Middle School, although it is not in the city center. But here, it is also a small 2-story villa. This is all the inheritance left to him by Ye Xuan's parents. There is only his sister Ye Lingyan at home. After thinking about it, Ye Xuan came to the door and knocked twice. Bang, bang. No one opened the door immediately. Ye Xuan looked through the peephole and did not see Ye Lingyan. He paused and shouted. Under the bridge in front of the gate, a group of ducks passed by under the bridge in front of the gate. A few seconds later, a sound came from the door, and a clear and sweet female voice slowly sounded. Come on, count them. How many are there? I want to eat them tonight. 1. Ye Xuan replied slowly. This is the secret code between Ye Xuan and Ye Lingyan. She is a girl at home alone, and Ye Xuan is a little worried. This code was formulated. 1. Is the representative, only Ye Xuan. The door suddenly opened, and a sweet-looking girl wearing pajamas and a pair of ponytails appeared in front of Ye Xuan. She has fair skin and is as cute as a porcelain doll. She rushed over and hugged Ye Xuan. Brother Ye, why are you back so early? Ye Xuan lowered his head and rubbed it. Only Ye Lingyan, who had high breasts, said, there is something going on at school. I will come back by myself first. Don't I miss you? Hate. Ye Lingyan was a little shy. She let go of Ye Xuan, stepped back slightly and showed a sweet smile, with a pair of cute dimples appearing on her face. Ye Xuan couldn't help but squeeze it, which made Ye Lingyan angry. She chased Ye Xuan and hit him with her pair of light pink fists. Ha ha ha. Ye Xuan closed the door and ran away quickly. The two went crazy for a while, then sat on the sofa. Ye Xuan looked at Ye Lingyan and asked worriedly, how are you feeling lately? Ye Lingyan immediately puffed up her chest and patted her chest. Brother Ye, don't worry. I'm fine. Ye Xuan smiled, but did not believe what Ye Lingyan said. Alienation syndrome becomes more severe with age. According to Ye Lingyan's parents, she had it since she was born. Therefore, she has never left this home since she was a child. She didn't even go to school. Ye Xuan taught her how to read. Her parents also passed away due to an accident a few years ago, and the two began to depend on each other. Ye Xuan and Ye Lingyan are about the same age, and men and women avoid suspicion, so Ye Xuan has never seen those cases of alienation syndrome. Seeing that Ye Xuan didn't speak, Ye Lingyan immediately said with a smile, Brother Ye, don't worry. My parents have written suicide notes long ago, and I will not live to be 18. There is still half a year left. Brother Ye, although you were adopted by my parents. But the assets in the suicide note are all yours, and you will not have to worry about this money for the rest of your life. She said with a smile, then raised her eyebrows, raised her head high, and said proudly, Ye Xuan. Thank you for your sister, she is a rich little girl. In half a year, she will leave everything to you. Hee hee. Looking at Ye Lingyan's smile, her fair skin is exposed to the sun, and her pair of sweet dimples are intoxicating. As she said, Ye Xuan and Ye Lingyan are not biological siblings. Ye Lingyan's parents adopted Ye Xuan after being unable to conceive, but then they were accidentally pregnant and gave birth to Ye Lingyan. Ye Xuan looked at Ye Lingyan at this time and made up his mind to cure Ye Lingyan's alienation syndrome. Find the sacred water, give all the money to me, and you won't be afraid that I will give it to other girls. Ye Xuan said with a smile. Ye Lingyan heard this and puffed up her mouth angrily. Then you must find someone who treats you well. Otherwise I won't give it to you. Ye Lingyan turned her head away, her eyes seemed a little red, and she didn't want Ye Xuan to see them. The doorbell suddenly rang at this time. Ye Lingyan sniffed and ran away. I'll open the door. Ye Lingyan stood in front of the door and rubbed her eyes. Sure enough, I didn't sleep well, my eyes are so sore. She slowly opened the door and asked, who is it? A tall woman stood at the door, elegant, with a somewhat mature charm. There is a trace of light makeup on her face, which embellishes her beautiful face. But even without makeup is enough to make people call her stunning. Ye Lingyan glanced at it, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Ye Xuan was a little surprised to see Ye Lingyan. She heard that Ye Xuan had a sister, but she didn't expect that she would be so cute. But she had no intention of looking. She was very uneasy and even a little ashamed. Facing Ye Lingyan's pressing steps, she pretended to be calm and said, "I am Ye Xuan's girlfriend." As soon as Ye Xuan finished speaking, he felt so ashamed inside. He also had a good impression of Ye Xuan, admiration for his strength, and even more love for him as a handsome guy. Hearing this, Ye Lingyan slowly took a few steps back, her eyes glazed over. But she adjusted her mind in the next second. She glanced at Ye Xuan and seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. She shouted to Ye Xuan in the room, "Brother Ye, your wife is here to find you." Her eyes were a little lonely. But there is also some joy. Because her brother Ye Lingyan cannot live without a girlfriend. If there is one, it must be as beautiful as her. And Ye Xuan fits the bill perfectly. Ye Xuan, who was sitting on the sofa, looked confused. "Wife, where is my wife?" He was lost in thought and self-doubt. "Is there something wrong with my memory? Or have you forgotten that?" It wasn't until Ye Lingyan came in with Ye Xuan that Ye Xuan finally woke up. But he was still a little confused. When Ye Xuan saw Ye Xuan at this moment, his face turned red with embarrassment. She didn't expect Ye Lingyan to be so bold as to directly call her Ye Xuan's wife. But recalling my father's teachings, grab it early and enjoy it. What? Ye Xuan was so panicked that her eyes were spinning. She felt like she was dreaming now. I. After 3 eyes in a row, Ye Xuan didn't say a complete sentence. Ye Lingyan was smiling on the side, as if her plot had succeeded. When she opened the door and saw Ye Xuan saying those words with a blushing face, she knew she was a little girl she hadn't talked to yet. I'm here to agree with your confession." Ye Xuan immediately lowered her head. Her face was as beautiful as a red apple, and she wanted to be taken a bite of it. "Please take good care of me." When Ye Lingyan heard this, her eyes gleamed, and she pulled Ye Xuan to stand up. The two shook hands together. Feeling the soft touch, a warmth came to him. Ye Xuan raised his head and saw Ye Lingyan's cunning eyes. At the same time, what happened in Xingqiang No. 2 middle school was quickly reported to the senior officials of Longguo. A mysterious god came to Xingqiang and was defeated by a high school student. All the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's top universities, the Superpower Bureau, and even the Dragon Kingdom's Chief Demon Slayer Department were shocked. It is necessary to discover this talent and bring it to yourself. Chapter 10: The competition between various forces, Ye Xuan's conditions. Xingqiang Demon Slayer Division. After the director heard the news about Wei Rufeng, he returned to Xingqiang regardless. When the director saw Wei Rufeng, he asked excitedly, "Where are the others? Have you joined other forces? Are you staying in Xingqiang?" Wei Rufeng shook his head. "Director, he is still in Xingqiang and has not joined other forces." Director Chai Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Does he really want the sacred water? Wei Rufei nodded, and Chai Ji fell into deep thought. There are only 3 bottles of sacred water in the world now. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us. But the alienation syndrome can be delayed using other rare treasures, each of which is valuable. Deputy Secretary Wei, is he really worth it? Chai Ji raised his head and looked at Wei Rufeng with deep eyes. When Wei Rufeng heard this, he recalled the terrifying Susanoo and nodded. It's worth it. He has just awakened his powers and has such strength. It's worth it. Chai Ji looked at the information on hand with some confusion, but what he awakened was only E-level physical enhancement. Wei Rufeng shook his head. His physical skills are also very good. I'm afraid it was a misjudgment by the machine. When the SSS level superpower appeared, the machine misjudged it as D level. Before Chai Ji could speak, other people's words rang out from the side. Director Chai, you are as cautious as ever. Ji Weiyong said with a smile. Chai Ji glanced at Ji Weiyong and then looked at the person behind him. There were 4 people behind him, 3 men and 1 woman, and each of them shocked Chai Ji to the core. They are all famous people in the Dragon Kingdom. Wei Rufeng also looked over and his heart stopped. Did Ye Xuan's news spread so fast? People from the Magic City University of Superpowers, the Imperial City University of Superpowers, the Chief Demon Slayer Department, and the Superpower Bureau are all here. And here are the Vice Principal, Deputy Director, and Deputy Bureau Chief. All of them are high-level figures, and their strength is much stronger than that of a 4th-level superpower. His fingers were trembling a little. Although he was the Deputy Director of the Demon Slayer Department, he was also the Demon Slayer Department of a city. It can't be compared with the Deputy Director of the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Department. Long time no see, Director Chai. A middle-aged man with a Huxia character and an upright face walked up and said hello. Long time no see, Vice Principal Shu. Chai Ji replied, nodding to the people beside him. Shu Da, the Vice President of the Imperial University of Superpowers. The remaining middle-aged man is Zhao Jian, the Deputy Director of the Superpower Bureau, and the young man is Yu Yifei, the Deputy Director of the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Department. He became the Deputy Director of the Demon Slayer Department at a young age, and his strength is extremely terrifying. The last young woman is Lu Fengxia, the Honorary Vice President of the Magic City University of Superpowers. Because of his strong strength, he once encountered the god Hell's 3-headed dog in the secret realm, Gate of Hell, and escaped unharmed after fighting with him. Chai Ji and Wei Rufeng did not expect that the people who came were actually powerful and high-status people. They were a little frightened because it became very difficult to win over Ye Xuan. When several people arrived in the conference room, the air seemed to freeze, and they fell into a deathly silence. Where is Ye Xuan? Take me to see him. Shu Da looked at Chai Ji. Shu Da's sudden question made Chai Ji feel a little uneasy. He was in trouble at this time. He didn't want to say it, but in the face of strong oppression, he didn't dare not say it. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Yifei grinned and said, Uncle Shu, isn't this bad? Pearls are valuable only when they are viewed. Do you want to keep them for yourself? Lu Fengxia and Zhao Jian also looked at Shu Da. Shu Da said unhurriedly, I have arranged the treasures and people for cultivating the pearl. Why not monopolize it? A chilling air burst out from Shu Da's body. At the same time, a murderous aura emerged from Yu Yifei's body, and for a moment, the originally peaceful conference room seemed to be on fire. It seemed that the next moment, the war was about to break out. Okay, you two, turn off the flames. Lu Fengxia raised her eyebrows and said, her tone full of unkindness, and the two of them gradually calmed down. This is Qingcheng. Let's hear what our host has to say, and what do you think of Ye Xuan himself? Only then did several people look at Chai Ji and Wei Rufeng, who were trembling under the strong pressure of the two men just now. Chai Ji said forcefully, Ye Xuan's request, he wants sacred water to treat alienation syndrome. After hearing this, several people frowned. It's not the sacred water, it's the alienation syndrome. There are only a handful of patients with alienation syndrome on Blue Star. It is said that those with this disease will self-destruct after being alienated at the age of 18. But they knew very well that they would not blow themselves up and die. But he will be killed by them. Because alienation syndrome can turn people into extremely terrifying beasts. As for whether the sacred water can heal, they don't know. No one has ever done this. Seeing several people lost in thought, Chai Ji spread his hands and said, everyone, let's compete based on our abilities. I also explained the conditions. After hearing this, several people looked at each other and gradually left here. Chai Ji looked at Wei Rufeng. Go and contact Jiyu Shibiao and Jiyu Weiyong. Qingcheng needs such unique talents to stay here. They come too fast, and we need to work together to keep people like this. Wei Rufeng nodded after hearing this. He took out his phone and started to contact the other two people. In Ye Xuan's house, since Jiyu Qingcheng arrived, Yi Lingyan seemed to be attached to her. Brother Yi, just agree. Give me your wife for one night, and I'll sleep with her. Yi Lingyan looked at Ye Xuan pitifully. When Jiyu Qingcheng on the side heard this, his face turned red with embarrassment and he did not dare to look directly at Ye Xuan. Although her father Jiyu Shibiao told him to get it early and enjoy it early. But she was not mentally prepared for this at all. Ye Xuan nodded with a dark face and looked at Jiyu Qingcheng. Jiyu Qingcheng felt Ye Xuan's gaze and muttered softly, Ye Xuan, I am your girlfriend, and I will definitely sleep with you in the future. Seeing that Ye Xuan agreed, Yi Lingyan rolled her eyes, pulled Ye Xuan and ran upstairs. Sister Ye, let's go to bed first. Looking at the two people, Ye Xuan suddenly regretted confessing to Ye Xuan this morning. But in retrospect, Ye Xuan's shy look just now was completely different from the way she saved people this morning. Does the senior sister also be so shy? Ye Xuan said to himself. At the same time, he remembered what Ye Xuan said just now and recalled Ye Xuan's figure. She is a stunning figure with curved front and back. She is also a goddess, and she was even the school beauty of Qingcheng. To middle school. This made Ye Xuan feel a little distraught. He shook his head and walked upstairs to rest. For 3 days, Ye Xuan and the others were in the house. Since that night, Ye Xuan and Ye Lingyan have been getting closer and closer. Ye Xuan suddenly felt that he seemed a little redundant in this home. However, in 3 days, the performance level also slowly improved. Almost, it increases by 1% every day, and now the performance level has reached 13%. Today, several uninvited guests came outside Ye Xuan's house. Only Ji Shibiao, the representative from Qingcheng, came here. There are 5 others left, 2 middle-aged people and 2 young people. A young woman. Chapter 11. All forces are present. Zhao Jian wants to intercept Ye Xuan's resources. Ji Shibiao felt very uneasy when he was caught in front of a group of big guys. But I remembered that my baby girl was already here, and maybe even already. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The few of them looked at each other and then knocked gently on the door. After a while, Ji Xuan opened the door. She looked at Ji Shibiao outside the door and blinked. Ji Shibiao couldn't help but feel a little happy when he saw Ji Xuan wearing an apron and even holding a spatula. Stable. Everything is stable. Seeing the confusion of the others, Ji Shibiao quickly introduced, "This is my precious daughter. Now she is Ye Xuan's girlfriend." Everyone nodded and then walked in one by one. One of the young men was passing by Ji Xuan. He glanced at Ji Xuan's figure. Blinked. The meaning seemed to be flirting, which made Ji Xuan feel disgusted in his heart. When Lu Fengsha passed by, Ji Xuan said respectfully, "Principal Lu." Lu Fengsha looked at Ji Xuan and nodded, "I remember you. You are an SS level superpower and very strong." Lu Fengsha's words made Shu Da, who had just entered the house, turn his head and look sideways. Unexpectedly, there was a genius with SS level superpowers as soon as he walked in. "Hey, Uncle Shu, I think you are very envious." Yu Yifei, who was still outside, joked. Shu Da snorted coldly and did not answer. Seeing that he had succeeded, Yu Yifei walked in laughing. As Ji Shibiao entered, everyone crowded into the room. Ji Xuan fulfilled her responsibilities as the hostess here and led them to the living room to sit down. Ye Lingyan walked downstairs with her eyes wide open. She was a little surprised to see so many people coming. She also knew that her brother would be invited to enter college early. "I didn't expect so many people to come." Seeing Ye Lingyan approaching, everyone just glanced at her and lost interest after sensing that she was an ordinary person. But Yu Yifei looked at such a cute little girl and waved to her. Ye Lingyan looked at Ji Xuan, saw her nodding, and then walked over. Yu Yifei asked softly, "Are you Ye Xuan's sister?" Ye Lingyan nodded sharply. "What do you think of Ye Xuan?" Ye Lingyan shook her head and thought for a while, then said seriously, "Brother Yi, he is a super, invincible, good person." Yu Yifei was a little stunned. Looking at the little girl with starry eyes in front of him, he felt a little surprised. "Ye Xuan, this kid, be careful with orthopedics." Yu Yifei also wanted to ask Ye Lingyan for information about Ye Xuan, but seeing how much she admired his brother, he gave up. As time passed, Ye Lingyan and Ji Xuan were whispering there. Shu Da and Lu Fengsha looked calm, while Yu Yifei yawned boredly. Zhao Jian, the deputy director of the Superpower Bureau, was a little unable to sit still. Originally, because Ye Xuan killed an S-level superpower, he touched the bottom line of the Superpower Bureau. But because of his great strength, he defeated a 3rd-level S-level ferocious beast as soon as he awakened, and even possessed a god. That's why I was entrusted with the important task and came here to win over Ye Xuan. But now Ye Xuan has not appeared for a long time, which makes him a little impatient. A young man sitting next to Zhao Jian was even more agitated. He glanced at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian nodded and said bluntly, I think Ye Xuan just has all the airs. There is no strength at all, otherwise why wouldn't it show up all the time? Following Zhao Jian's words, the other three looked at Zhao Jian with somewhat unkind expressions. Because they wanted Ye Xuan to join their forces. If Zhao Jian finds fault here, then they will draw a clear line with Zhao Jian. Before they could speak, the young man next to Zhao Jian spoke impatiently. What big name is Ye Xuan playing? Why hasn't he shown up yet? He really thinks he's invincible, right? With so many of us waiting for him here, who does he think he is? These few words caused the other people to frown. Yu Yifei said in a bad tone. Deputy Director Zhao, if your people are impatient, you can leave here. Instead, let him be equated with us here. He is not worthy. He. Zhao Jian showed a smile and said, you can't say things so early. Allow him to introduce himself. After hearing this, the young man stood up and straightened his collar, glanced at Ji Yu Qingcheng and then said, I, Lin Shengwen, am only 19 years old. I have awakened the S-level superpower Fiery Burning Heaven. My current strength is at the late 3rd level. Ye Xuan was able to kill the ugly demon and defeat the possessed god entirely because I was not present. Lin Shengwen said confidently. That ugly demon is just an S-level beast, at the early stage of the 3rd level. As Lin Shengwen finished speaking, several people who were originally not interested in him became a little more interested. 19 years old, late 3rd level, and still an S-level psychic. Either way, it's definitely genius. Yu Yifei's disgust disappeared and he looked at Lin Shengwen carefully. He was only at the 2nd level of peak at the age of 19. Is it possible that this guy is taller than me? Thinking of this, Yu Yifei had the idea to win over. Looking at the gazes of several people, Lin Shengwen raised his head, while Zhao Jian was secretly happy. He didn't like Ye Xuan at all. He brought Lin Shengwen here just to cut off Ye Xuan's resources. Wanting sacred water is really a big deal. Ji Yu Shibiao was slightly shocked. He looked at Lin Shengwen with some hesitation. He didn't know whether Lin Shengwen could defeat Lucifer, but Lucifer was definitely injured under the combined efforts of the three of them. So he was not sure about Ye Xuan's strength. Ji Yu Qingcheng's pupils dilated slightly as he listened to Lin Shengwen's words. At the same age of 19, he was actually in the late 3rd level. However, the abilities of the two are very different. She had SS-level powers, which gave her some comfort. Yi Lingyan watched from the side and immediately knew what Zhao Jian and the others were thinking. She stared, pointed at Lin Shengwen and Zhao Jian and shouted, you two are not allowed to say that about my brother. My brother is very, very strong. Yi Lingyan's words immediately made Lin Shengwen burst into laughter. Very strong. Are you kidding? You haven't come out for so long. I don't think you are hiding in fear. I am a 19-year-old late-stage S-level 3rd level superpower. In what way am I inferior to him? He is not even worthy of carrying my shoes. His resources should all be mine. You, an ordinary person, don't deserve it and you are pointing fingers at me. Lin Shengwen looked at Yi Lingyan with a cold expression. The surrounding air immediately filled with a fiery breath. Several big guys on the side frowned. Maybe they didn't like Lin Shengwen's character. But he is an absolute genius. If it is true that Ye Xuan is a showman as Lin Shengwen said, then they will start competing for Lin Shengwen's talent. The heat in the air seemed to be materializing. Yi Lingyan was sweating profusely and even started to pant, as if she couldn't breathe. Ji Yu Qingcheng looked at Lin Shengwen with a cold face, her cold breath confronting him. Seeing this, Ji Yu Shibiao wanted to angrily scold Lin Shengwen and end this farce. Before he could shout, a sharp scolding sounded from the 2nd floor. You wanna die? Chapter 12 Awakening Stone. Just gravel, not half as good as me. Everyone looked up suddenly and saw Ye Xuan wearing pajamas, staring at Lin Shengwen. The dark pupils gradually turned red, and a pair of scarlet magatama shone with scarlet light. The breath of terror surged out of Ye Xuan's body. The violent chakra, like substance, filled every corner of the place. Even the vase in the corner and the table in the hall began to vibrate irregularly. Several bosses felt this terrifying aura and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Ji Yu Shibiao looked at Ye Xuan in shock. He hadn't seen him for several days. Has he become stronger again? What did he eat growing up? Becoming stronger is like drinking water. The heat of the air was instantly dissipated by the huge chakra, and a substantial aura approached Lin Shengwen. Lin Shengwen was startled. He couldn't believe that he could actually feel scared. Angry emotions spread in his heart, and the supernatural powers in his body were ready to activate. It seems that in the next second, the flames that burn the sky will invade everything here. We are here to negotiate. Shu Da scolded with a heavy face, and an even more terrifying aura hit him, causing the two of them to extinguish their fire instantly. Lin Shengwen glared at Ye Xuan dissatisfied, turned around and sat down. Ye Xuan jumped down from the second floor and looked at Ye Lingyan, who was cowering in Ji Qingcheng's arms in fear. A trace of distress flashed in his eyes. Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, he sat across from several people. He looked at the people in front of him one by one, and Ye Xuan knew their identities very well. As early as a few days ago, Deputy Director Wei Rufeng explained everything to him. I said straight to the point, wherever you want me to join, I can go. Ye Xuan said slowly. I don't need any conditions, the only condition is the sacred water. Cure my sister's alienation disorder. As Ye Xuan finished speaking, several people remained unmoved. Ye Xuan's original strength was inevitable, but now with Lin Shengwen joining, most of it has disappeared. A smile appeared on Zhao Jian's lips, and he said slowly, we don't have sacred water. We don't lack a genius like you. Lin Shengwen next to me is also a genius who is unique among 10,000. He is now a member of the middle team of our Supernatural Power Bureau. Soon, he will become the captain of the middle team. After Zhao Jian finished speaking, Lin Shengwen raised his head and seemed very proud. Shu Da and Yu Yifei looked at Lin Shengwen in surprise. It was very difficult to become an intern team member at the beginning of the Superpower Bureau and become the lowest junior team member. Not to mention the members of the mid-level team, or even the captain. Although he is a member of our Superpower Bureau, he should still go to school at the age of 19, so. Zhao Jian looked at Shu Da and Lu Fengshe with a smile, both representatives of the university, you can consider him. Shu Da nodded secretly, feeling very satisfied with Lin Shengwen. Lu Fengshe, on the other hand, remained unmoved, with a cold look on her face that made it difficult to guess what she was thinking. TCH. Yu Yifei curled his lips. After joining the Superpower Bureau, he could no longer join their Demon Slayer division. Ye Lingyan felt a little distressed when she saw Ye Xuan being ignored, and she knew it. It was like this because the thing Ye Xuan wanted just now was very valuable. Obviously Ye Xuan could ignore it and directly make some better requests. It's okay, your brother is very strong. Ji Qingcheng comforted her in her ear. Ye Lingyan nodded sharply when she heard the words, and her big eyes became a little moist. Ji Shibiao was overjoyed when he saw that everyone seemed to have no intention of competing for Ye Xuan. He looked at Ye Xuan and said sincerely, Ye Xuan, we in Qingcheng very much hope that you can stay here. We may not be able to get sacred water, but we can alleviate the alienation syndrome. My GU group has an awakening stone that even the old man is reluctant to use. It can help people awaken their abilities and even enhance their evolutionary abilities. On behalf of the GU group, and even the entire Qingcheng, I can give you the awakening stone. Ye Xuan fell into deep thought after hearing this. There is another way to fight alienation syndrome. It is to become a superpower. However, there are only a handful of people with alienation syndrome in the entire Blue Star who have awakened to become superpowers. Because they do not have the ability to become superpowers and need external stimulation, such as awakening stones. Several people on the side were a little surprised. They originally thought that Ji Shibiao would be as interested in Lin Shengwen as they were. Unexpectedly, he threw such a valuable treasure directly at Ye Xuan. Although the awakening stone is not as good as the sacred water, in the eyes of those without awakening powers, this thing is a holy object. Priceless treasure. Ji Qingcheng's mouth trembled slightly when he heard this, and he was extremely shocked inside. When she first awakened her SS-level powers, her old man wanted to give them to her. Then her father Ji Shibiao tried his best to stop her, saying that it was a waste of natural resources. SS-level powers are completely sufficient. Now Ye Xuan is given to Ye Xuan, and one person represents the entire GU group in Qingcheng. The rest of the people had some changes in their hearts. They knew that Ye Xuan was present at the beginning, and now he gave the treasure, Awakening Stone. They must be very aware of Ye Xuan's true situation, they thought in their hearts. Shuda glanced at Ye Xuan, and then at Lin Shengwen, lowering his head as if thinking about something. Hey, so grand. Yu Yifei was also a little surprised. He looked at Ye Xuan, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little serious. Lin Shengwen was a little anxious when he saw this. The situation was obviously moving in the direction he expected, so how could there be a problem now? Lin Shengwen also wanted the Awakening Stone. He looked at Ye Xuan with a hint of provocation. Awakening Stone. Ye Xuan, how do you deserve to have such a treasure? I think you are just a vain person. Lin Shengwen glanced at Zhao Jian, and when Zhao Jian nodded, he continued. Ye Xuan, do you dare to compete with me? I'll let you know what true strength is. When several people heard Lin Shengwen's words, they looked at Ye Xuan, wanting to see how Ye Xuan responded. To fight or not to fight? Inside them, an idea arose. After the two decide the winner, there is no rush to make a choice. Ha! Ye Xuan sneered. Ever since he saw this Lin Shengwen, he had long wanted to beat him. Now that he came to the door, why wouldn't Ye Xuan answer the call? It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Received. Listening to Ye Xuan's answer, they put a label on Ye Xuan in their hearts. Mad, arrogant, very arrogant. Lu Fengshu looked at Ye Xuan with twinkling eyes. She had never looked directly at anyone since entering the room. Now it was her first time to see a person. Lin Shengwen almost exploded when he heard Ye Xuan's answer. Comparing him to gravel, he is not even a bit inferior to Ye Xuan. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said through gritted teeth, then you will know who is the gravel and who is the boulder later. Lin Shengwen's eyes flickered with a crazy light. The sword has no eyes on the field, but later it will lose an arm and a leg. Don't blame me. The only response he received was Ye Xuan's indifferent sneer. Ah! Lin Shengwen only felt that he had been greatly insulted. Chapter 13: A Devastating Battle. The difference between man and God. Everyone came outside the venue. There was a small garden behind the villa. There are not many flowers planted here, only grass all over the ground and a swimming pool. Battles between superpowers can cause great damage, so unless there are unexpected circumstances, battles between superpowers generally cannot occur in the city. Originally, everyone was going to a special battleground. But Shu Da's superpower can create an energy field. So everyone decided to compete in the back garden. A light blue energy shield surged out of Shu Da's body until it covered the entire back garden. Everyone stood outside, looking at the two people wrapped in the energy shield, and they were a little curious about their strength. One is a person who killed an S-class ugly demon right after awakening and defeated a possessed god. The other is a 19-year-old with S-level powers, a late-level third-level power user. Yi Lingyan looked nervously at Ye Xuan inside. Ji Yu Qingcheng, who was standing beside her, hugged her. I felt her body tremble a little, as if she was afraid. She whispered in Yi Lingyan's ear, Lingyan, Ye Xuan is invincible. Yeah, Yi Lingyan nodded heavily. The two people in the light blue energy shield looked at each other. Lin Shengwen's eyes were filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, the sword has no eyes. If my flames hurt you later, I will apologize to you in advance. Ye Xuan did not answer, but looked at Lin Shengwen calmly. Seeing Ye Xuan so calm, Lin Shengwen's anger immediately surged into his heart. He felt cruel in his heart and glanced at the people outside the energy shield. He wanted to kill Ye Xuan. Fire burns the sky, Lin Shengwen roared in a low voice. A monstrous flame emerged from behind him, and even several people outside the energy shield felt this heat wave. Shu Da stared blankly at the flames behind Lin Shengwen. He was a 6th-level superpower. This flame can actually penetrate his energy shield. A genius is so terrifying. There are two big differences. Not to mention, a small level difference is a huge difference. Such a flame actually wants to burn the sky. Ye Xuan looked at the flame and shouted coldly. One hand seal. Fire escape. The great fire extinguishes. The chakra in Ye Xuan's body surged out crazily, and terrifying flames spurted out of his mouth. In just a short moment, it collided with Lin Shengwen's fire-burning sky. The aura of terror invades every corner of the energy shield. When Lin Shengwen saw the flames canceling each other out, he burst out laughing, "Your flames aren't that good either. I haven't used my full strength yet." The flames behind him spurted out again, as if they had the potential to burn the sky. Seeing that the flame was about to disappear, Ye Xuan gently flicked his sleeves and shouted in a deep voice, "Fire escape, fire whirlwind." The terrifying chakra was thrown out from the sleeves, forming 4 tornadoes in the air, touching the moment of fire escape. The flames that were about to go out became violent, and they were suddenly sucked into the tornado. The flame is gradually compressed. This power even caused Shu Da's energy shield to tremble. People outside can't feel the horror because they are separated by the energy shield. But Lin Shengwen, who was inside the energy shield, stared at the 4 fire tornadoes with wide eyes and disbelief. His own power, fire burning the sky, instantly became shattered in front of this fire tornado. It's like a small flame. The next second, the fire tornado invaded his body, and the pain of the burning fire made him miserable. He used all his strength to resist the blow. In the end, the fire tornado gradually dissipated, and Lin Shengwen collapsed on the ground, staring at Ye Xuan with eyes that wanted to kill Ye Xuan 1,000 or 10,000 times. He didn't believe that Ye Xuan could use this move and still have the strength to deal with him. Now he must be at the end of his strength. Lin Shengwen slowly spat out, "Next, it's my turn to fight back." He stood up like a demon, his whole body wrapped in flames. The whole person is floating in the air. "This is my strongest move, burning sky. Just wait and find death." A suffocating breath surged out of Lin Shengwen's body. The expressions of the people outside the energy shield changed drastically. Lin Shengwen seemed to really want to kill Ye Xuan with this move. They wanted to rush in and stop Lin Shengwen, but were stopped by Shu Da and Lu Fengxia. "This is my energy shield, you can't rush in. The outcome has not yet been determined, so you cannot interfere," the two said in tandem. Ji Shibiao was anxious at this time, but he remembered Ye Xuan's terrifying light blue shield. The worry has faded a bit, but he still frowned. Hey, this is a human life." Yu Yifei was puzzled. In his opinion, Ye Xuan just used the terrifying power twice in succession, and now he must have no remaining power. Facing Lin Shengwen's counterattack, he was bound to lose. Even into death, couldn't they have imagined it? But the next second, he was wrong. He looked at Ye Xuan with wide eyes and disbelief. Ye Xuan looked at Lin Shengwen, who was like a burning man, and didn't pay attention, but used the third ninjutsu. Fire escape. Fire is extinguished. This move is not like being dispersed like a giant fire, but it is a precise strike with countless fire spears. Countless flames exuding a terrifying aura attacked Lin Shengwen. The flames on Lin Shengwen's body suddenly expanded, and he roared, "Fengxian." The next second, a terrifying energy fluctuation emerged within the energy shield. A dazzling light lit up, and everyone looked nervously into the energy shield, eager to know the outcome. Yi Lingyan's nervous lips kept trembling slightly, and she whispered in a low voice, "Brother Yi, nothing can happen to you." "Ah!" Lin Shengwen's ear-piercing scream sounded within the energy shield. When the light gradually dissipated, Lin Shengwen hugged his right arm and roared. The entire right arm was completely gone. His whole body was dripping with blood and he looked very miserable. On Ye Xuan's side, he was still wearing pajamas, looking calm and calm. Not even injured at all. Everyone present felt a sense of absurdity. Lin Shengwen is an extremely talented person, but he failed completely. Ye Xuan was not even injured at all. Ye Xuan slowly came to Lin Shengwen. Seeing that something was wrong, Zhao Jian suddenly shouted, "What are you going to do?" A terrifying aura spurted out from his body, and his body rushed towards Ye Xuan quickly. But Zhao Jian's figure suddenly flew backwards towards the sky while he was in midair. Lu Fengxia stood there and said in a cold voice, "The outcome is still unclear, you can't interfere." Zhao Jian looked furious. "Lin Shengwen is injured, are you going to watch Ye Xuan kill him? Fighting with swords has no eyes," that's what he said himself. What responded to him was Yu Yifei's cold voice. These are the words that everyone present heard. What if Ye Xuan loses this battle? Was it Ye Xuan who died? Zhao Jian stared at Ye Xuan inside the energy shield, with a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ye Xuan looked at Lin Shengwen quietly, his Sharingan eyes flashing with scarlet light. Lin Shengwen felt a strong insult. He endured the pain, stared at Ye Xuan, and roared. I am going to kill you. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, showed an arrogant expression and said calmly. I'm not gravel or a boulder. I am the mountain you need to look up to. I am God. Chapter 14 Sacred Water, Lu Fengshu's Conditions. Lin Shengwen looked at Ye Xuan's expression. His expression gradually fell into despair, and he felt crushed by absolute strength. Lin Shengwen seemed to know that Ye Xuan could kill him at any time. He was extremely confused in his heart. Could it be that the battle just now was to Ye Xuan? Is it all a small fight? And is it all a farce to him? I give up. Lin Shengwen lowered his head and shouted through gritted teeth. These few times seemed to be a huge insult to him, which completely shattered his original pride as a genius. The whole figure was like a deflated balloon, looking a little decadent. Ding! Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 15%. Acquire eye technique. Heavenly obstacle shock star. Ye Xuan was a little shocked when he heard the voice in his ears. Uchiha Madara's destructive ability, Tensai Junxing, can definitely be ranked among the top. Extremely lethal and extremely destructive. However, Ye Xuan felt a little uneasy in his heart. Now he didn't know how many times he could use the Tianjun Junxing to release how many meteorites. As Lin Shengwen surrendered, the energy shield was removed. The few people outside watched the battle and couldn't calm down for a long time. This is a completely crushing battle. The expressions they looked at Ye Xuan changed slightly. His eyes flashed with determination to win. Zhao Jian was the first to come to the two of them, pulled Lin Shengwen up and looked at his destroyed right arm. Moreover, his physical injuries were very serious. The resentment towards Ye Xuan in his heart became even stronger. It was clear that Hu's resources were about to be cut off, but he suddenly jumped out. Zhao Jian looked at Ye Xuan and said first, Ye Xuan, you probably caused serious injuries. And if you intentionally killed someone a few days ago, our Supernatural Power Bureau has the right to take you away to the Magic City headquarters for interrogation. As he spoke, Zhao Jian walked forward and seemed to want to take action. But I felt a huge resistance. A light blue energy shield appeared between Zhao Jian and Ye Xuan. Shu Da looked at Ye Xuan with a sincere expression. Ye Xuan, as long as you join the Imperial Capital Academy, I can guarantee that the Superpower Bureau will not cause you any trouble. And you will also get the most luxurious resources in the entire Imperial Capital. I will personally invest another 50 million to cultivate resources for you. As long as there is a new secret realm, you are eligible to enter in advance. Awakening Stone, I personally promise to provide it to you as much as possible. Shu Da made such a generous offer because he was determined. Ji Yu Qingcheng was shocked. Such a generous offer was many times what she had received before. And she saw that the other people looked normal, and they didn't seem to be surprised at all. As Shu Da finished speaking, Zhao Jian's expression gradually became gloomy. If Ye Xuan really entered the Imperial Capital Academy, their headquarters is in the Magic City, and they are far apart, so they really can't cause trouble to Ye Xuan. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Yifei stepped forward and put his arm around Ye Xuan's shoulders, looking very friendly. He smiled and said, Ye Xuan, don't listen to Uncle Shu's bragging. What new secret realms do you have the qualifications to enter in advance? Those secret realms are still under the jurisdiction of our Demon Slayer department. His eyes narrowed slightly and became very sharp. If, on behalf of the Demon Slayer division, I don't give you the qualification to enter the secret realm in the Imperial Capital, what should you do, Uncle Shu? Shu Da frowned when he heard this. His expression was a little heavy, and he said solemnly, you are not qualified to represent the entire Demon Slayer department. Yu Yifei smiled and did not answer Shu Da's words. Instead, he turned to Ye Xuan and whispered, Ye Xuan, you come to our Dragon Kingdom's chief Demon Slayer department, which is also in the Imperial Capital. The Demon Slayer department will use the Imperial Capital's most luxurious resources to cultivate you. And our chief Demon Slayer department has the right to enjoy the secret realms in every city, and the right to be the first to enter new secret realms. For example, if the sacred door opens again, you can go in directly and maybe find the sacred water. Yu Yifei's words made Ye Xuan a little moved. His purpose from beginning to end was sacred water. To obtain the sacred water, You need to enter the secret realm, Sacred Gate. According to the information he recently obtained online, more than half a year has passed since the Holy Gate was last opened. I don't know when it will be turned on next time, but Ye Lingyan simply can't afford to wait. Seeing that Ye Xuan didn't answer and Yu Yifei didn't stalk him, he added. Let Ye Xuan think about it for himself. Ye Xuan looked at Lu Fengxia in confusion. As for Zhao Jian, he skipped directly. Entering the Dragon Kingdom's Superpower Bureau was almost like throwing himself into a trap. This woman didn't seem to be in a hurry from beginning to end, unlike others who were eager to put forward the conditions they could provide. Feeling Ye Xuan's confused gaze, Lu Fengxia slowly opened her beautiful eyes, lightly opened her red lips and said slowly. I have sacred water. As Lu Fengxia finished speaking, everyone present stared at her closely. Shu Da's eyes widened. He had never thought that Lu Fengxia had such a thing. This was found by a 7th-level powerhouse from the Sacred Gate, and she was only a late 6th-level person. A flash of panic flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. He looked at Ye Lingyan, and his eyes gradually became firm. He must obtain this sacred water. Ye Lingyan shook her head. She didn't want Ye Xuan to give up his own resources because of herself. She knew that this sacred water would not provide much for Ye Xuan today. The only function is to cure her alienation disorder. The help that the other people can provide is obviously even greater for Ye Xuan. Seeing Ye Lingyan shaking his head, Ye Xuan didn't care. He had already made up his mind. He didn't even ask about other conditions Lu Fengxia could provide, so he said directly. I'm joining the Magic City University of Superpowers. As Ye Xuan finished speaking, Yu Yifei, who was originally worried, finally gave up. Shu Da frowned deeply. Sacred water is of no use to you now. When you reach the 6th or 7th level, there will be better resources waiting for you. Why are you doing this? Ye Xuan shook his head and said, even if you were at the 6th or 7th level, so what if you are invincible? The person you want to protect is no longer here, so what's the point? Ye Xuan looked at Shu Da with deep eyes, while Shu Da was stunned for a moment, seemingly lost in some memories, and his expression was lost in thought. Lin Shengwen on the side did not expect that Lu Fengxia could provide sacred water, and his eyes were a little fanatical. If he could get this sacred water, his broken arm would be cured, but he remembered the infinite fear he had when facing Ye Xuan just now. His heart sank, and his body trembled involuntarily. Zhao Jian looked at Ye Xuan with a gloomy face and glanced at Lin Shengwen, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Lu Fengxia shook her head when she heard this, and then she slowly raised 3 green jade fingers, her red lips slightly opened and said. As long as you complete the 3 conditions, I will personally hand over the sacred water to you. Chapter 15 Dark Night, Body Fluid. Ji Yu Qingchang's Dowry. First, you need to take the Qingchang Grand Examination and enter the Magic City Academy as the first in the exam. Second, participate in the Fighters Conference in the Demon City Academy and finish in the top 3, qualifying to enter the National Fighters Conference. Third, enter the secret realm of the Gate of Hell, and help me find something. As Lu Fengxia stated the 3 conditions, other people on the side had different expressions. Lu Fengxia saw that Ye Xuan was deep in thought, and she added, you don't need to go deep into the secret realm of the Gate of Hell, you only need to be at the shallow level. If all 3 conditions are met, I will personally deliver the sacred water to your hands. Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. He can agree to all 3 conditions. But time is a problem. The Qingcheng University examination will start in a week. As for the combatants, conference at the Demon City Academy, I don't know how long it will take. What's more, the 3rd condition, the Gate of Hell's secret realm, is a highly dangerous secret realm. I don't know how long it will take after entering. Lu Fengxia seemed to understand Ye Xuan's difficulties. She took a step back and said, it can be completed in 3 months. If you are afraid of entering the secret realm of Hell's Gate and I don't know how long it will take, I can give the sacred water to your sister after you enter. Ye Xuan heard the words and agreed directly. This was the only chance to get the sacred water. 3 conditions, I will fulfill them. Ye Xuan didn't have much objection to these 3 conditions. Ye Xuan might have been able to do these 3 things, but Lu Fengxia just brought them up. As for the conditions put forward by the others, if Ye Xuan does not have strong strength as support, the resources will naturally not be tilted towards the individual. In other words, if you are powerful, many resources will be tilted towards the individual. Seeing that Ye Xuan agreed, Shuda did not stay longer and left directly. For the Imperial Academy, it is undoubtedly a bit stressful for the Magic Academy to add such a genius. Both are the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, and they have a competitive relationship with each other. Zhao Jian originally wanted to say something to Ye Xuan, but when he saw Lu Fengxia present, he looked at Ye Xuan sadly, turned around and left directly. Looking at Lin Shengwen limping behind him, Zhao Jian thought to himself. The Superpower Bureau, or me, Zhao Jian, will not let you go. Yu Yifei sighed and put his hand on Ye Xuan's shoulders, acting like brothers with him. Although you have joined the Demon City Academy, our Chief Demon Slayer department still welcomes you. If you are interested in coming to the Imperial capital, I look forward to us fighting side by side in the future. Yu Yifei blinked and disappeared directly. Seeing that everyone was almost gone, Lu Fengxia thought about it and something appeared in her hand. Since you agreed to come to the Magic City Academy, it's unreasonable not to give you any resources. Seeing that you lack weapons, I'll give you this. It's a weapon made from the body of an S-level 4th level peak shadow man. It's called Dark Knight. Also, I can feel that your physical skills are very powerful, but your body's physical ability cannot keep up with your own physical skills. Please digest the 5 bottles of body marrow fluid slowly. As he spoke, he threw a few things in his hand to Ye Xuan, and Ye Xuan took them. 5 bottles of blood-red liquid and a ball of pitch-black mud were in Ye Xuan's hands. Seeing Ye Xuan take Lu Fengxia and jump up, cracks slowly appeared on the ground. She turned around in the air and disappeared into the air. The mud ball in Ye Xuan's hand slowly grew larger, forming the shape of a gourd fan in Ye Xuan's hand, clearly black and white. Ye Xuan flicked it lightly, and the terrifying power naturally emerged. Ji Shibiao on the side took a small step back. He was extremely shocked. Among the S-class ferocious beasts, Shadow Man was the most difficult to kill and find. And it was a weapon made from a 4th level peak strength Shadow Man. Such a big gesture, just give it to me. As for the other 5 bottles of body marrow fluid, they are resources that many people with superpowers covet. Just 1 bottle can improve a person's physical fitness several times. If an ordinary person uses it, even if he has not practiced, he can beat Tyson with 1 punch. Just give it to me, and it's still 5 bottles. Ji Qingcheng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lu Fengxia is the most eccentric vice principal of the Magic City Academy, and now she takes the initiative to give Ye Xuan these things she dreams of. Ye Xuan was very satisfied with the power of Dark Knight. Holding it in his hand, Ye Xuan thought about it, and the black mud gradually shrank until it formed a belt wrapped around Ye Xuan's abdomen. As for the 5 bottles of body marrow fluid in his hand, Ye Xuan felt a powerful flow of energy and blood before he opened them. If he drinks it forcefully, Ye Xuan can clearly feel that his body may not be able to bear it. Brother Yi, Yi Lingyan suddenly shouted. She rushed towards Ye Xuan and hugged Ye Xuan. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was choked and trembling. Brother Yi, why are you doing this? Obviously, we agreed that I will support you. After I leave, I will put everything. As he spoke, tears welled up in Yi Lingyan's eyes and flowed out. It was me who hindered Brother Yi. If it weren't for me, Brother Yi would have entered a school directly. You will get a lot of resources. And will also be favored by many beautiful sisters. Yi Lingyan buried her head deeply in Ye Xuan's arms. Ye Xuan had a gentle look on his face. What did you say? What are you thinking about? Here, raise your face and let me see if you cried like a little cat. Hate. Yi Lingyan gently hit Ye Xuan. She raised her head obediently, staring at Ye Xuan with her big red eyes. Ye Xuan rubbed her soft head and said softly, don't think so much. As long as you are my Ye Xuan's sister, Yi Lingyan, I won't give up, even if you are the enemy of the whole world. Ye Xuan's voice was very soft and gentle, but it was deeply imprinted on Yi Lingyan's heart. She felt a little heartbroken, but she still showed a happy smile, wiped the tears from her face, nodded heavily, and replied. Ji Qingcheng and Ji Shibiao on the side looked at the deep love between brother and sister, and couldn't help but feel a little moved in their hearts. Ji Shibiao handed something to Ji Qingcheng, whispered a few words in her ear, and left in a hurry. But when he left, he glanced at Ji Qingcheng, and his eyes seemed to be conveying some kind of message. Finish it as soon as possible. When Ji Qingcheng heard his words, she felt the urging eyes of her father Ji Shibiao. Ji Qingcheng lowered her head and quickly took Ji Shibiao's things. A blush slowly appeared on her face hidden underneath. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Ye Xuan. Feeling that the time was almost up, she raised her head and wanted to give Ye Xuan something. But suddenly she saw Yi Lingyan's big eyes, looking at her closely. Ah! Ji Qingcheng retreated suddenly, and Yi Lingyan burst into giggles. Kiki, Sister Ji Yu is so cute. Did Sister Ji Yu think of something just now? Yi Lingyan's eyes turned into crescent moons, and she said slyly, did Sister Ji Yu think that something bad happened to Brother Yi? No. Ji Qingcheng waved her hands quickly. The more she explained, the paler she became, and the more she explained, the redder her face became. Seeing this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that he couldn't explain it, Ji Qingcheng rushed to Ye Xuan with his head lowered and handed him something. She ran into the villa without looking back, and shouted loudly on the way. This is my father's awakening stone. He asked me to give it to you. It's used as a dowry. Chapter 16 The Use of Tianjun Junxing. Register for Qingcheng University examination. Yi Lingyan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ye Xuan with a smile on her face. Sister Ji Yu is shy again. Looking at the direction in which Ji Qingcheng was escaping, Ye Xuan smiled and looked at a stone in his hand. Awakening stone. The stone was dim, but Ye Xuan could clearly feel the mysterious power contained within it. He did not choose to stay in Qingcheng, but Ji Shibiao gave him such a valuable thing. Maybe he wanted him to take care of Ji Qingcheng, or maybe he wanted him not to forget Qingcheng. But these are not important anymore. Qingcheng is where he lives in his home. Ji Qingcheng is also a good friend of Yi Lingyan, and maybe the relationship will get closer in the future. Ye Xuan looked at Yi Lingyan with a happy smile on her face, her two dimples shining brightly under the caress of the sun. She ran, chasing Ji Qingcheng. Ye Xuan smiled and shouted, slow down. These are enough. He will protect these, but first he must cure Yi Lingyan's alienation syndrome. There is still 1 week left before the Qingcheng University examination. Of the 5 bottles of body marrow liquid, Ye Xuan kept 3 bottles for himself and gave 1 bottle to Yi Lingyan and Ji Qingcheng respectively. Ji Qingcheng was very grateful for this. In the Demon City Academy, body marrow fluid is a very rare thing, and it is extremely precious to her at the 2nd level. At night, Ye Xuan poured a bottle of blood-red body marrow liquid into the bathtub, and a surge of energy and blood rushed to his face. Ye Xuan slowly put his palm into it. The whole hand seemed to be moisturized, and a stream of blood flowed into the palm. Ye Xuan only felt that his internal organs were much relieved. He slowly soaked in. The blood-red water wrapped around his whole body, and his head felt hot the next moment. A heartbreaking pain arose throughout the body, and every cell in the body seemed to be in intense activity, rejecting excess things in the body. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xuan stood up slowly, and the blood-red bath became extremely turbid. Looking at myself in the mirror, my bronzed skin is smooth and delicate, and my originally handsome face has become a bit refreshed. He suddenly recalled Ji Qingcheng's graceful figure and originally fair and smooth skin. What should I do after using the bone marrow fluid? Feeling a surge of anger, Ye Xuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Yi Lingyan's room. The bathtub is placed in her bedroom. Her clothes slowly slipped off under the moonlight, and her smooth white legs slowly spread into the light red water. The moonlight shone on her body, and she looked sideways at the back behind her. A line of clear tears slowly fell from her eyes and fell into the water. Her back was covered with blue scales, which even spread to her neck. She hugged her legs and huddled in the water, whimpering silently. Brother Ye Xuan. All 3 of them used body marrow fluid tonight, but Yi Lingyan was just an ordinary person and only used 1/3 of a bottle. In the other room, Ji Qingcheng used half the bottle. Looking down at the red bath water, he stretched out his long ivory white legs and slid into it. The proud body slowly spread until its mouth fell into the water, spitting bubbles. Heat waves billowed into the sky. It was as if she was still thinking about what she said that day, a heat wave generated by the heat in her brain. Her face was as red as a red apple, making people want to take a bite. In the past few days, Ye Xuan has been feeling hot and dry since he last used body marrow liquid. Very early in the morning, I came to the suburbs of Qingcheng to show off my physical skills. His figure flipped and moved among the trees, and every move he made was extremely destructive. In the past few days, he has also figured out his own strength, which is the peak of the second level. The last time I used body marrow fluid, I broke through to the early stage of the third level. Looking at the empty land in front of him, Ye Xuan had an idea, and light blue chakra emerged around him. The Sharingan in his eyes flashed scarlet. Heaven hinders the earthquake star. Forming seals with both hands, the huge Susanoo appeared, and the double-faced Susanoo instantly formed seals with its 4 hands. 100-meter-long black shadow covered the sky, and its terrifying aura caused all the animals in the area to flee in all directions. Ye Xuan gasped suddenly and looked up. The sky-impeding earthquake star with a diameter of 100 meters was terrifying. He wanted to try to summon a second Tianju Junxing to crush the meteorite. Just like in Naruto, the second one is several times larger than the first one. But he found that he couldn't do it at all. At this time, Ye Xuan was sweating profusely. The terrifying meteorite crashed straight into the ground, and countless shock waves shattered the trees. Boom! It was enough to make a crash sound that resounded throughout Qingcheng. Countless gravel fell on the Susanoo, causing considerable damage to Ye Xuan, but it never broke through the Susanoo. If it were not for Susanoo, I would probably kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Ye Xuan looked at the deep pit on the ground, which was more than 100 meters in diameter and tens of meters high, and said to himself. His figure shuttled through the woods and quickly left this place. But everything that happened here has always stayed here, attracting the Qingcheng Demon Slayer Division and a group of powerful people from Qingcheng Academy. People are panicking. I thought some powerful beast appeared here. Ye Xuan took the awakening stone and wanted to use it for Yi Lingyan, but he had no clue. Is it possible to feed it to her directly? Ye Xuan glanced at Yi Lingyan, who was lying on the sofa in pajamas. He felt Ye Xuan's eyes looking back and smiled sweetly. Ji Qingcheng seemed to see what Ye Xuan was thinking, and she thought, I remember that the use of the awakening stone requires the preparation of awakening liquid. Or someone with strong strength can absorb it directly. Ye Xuan shook his head and asked, how to prepare the awakening liquid? Ji Qingcheng looked at the dull stone and said, we need to find a pharmacist. And there happens to be a master pharmacist in Qingcheng, she can prepare it. How can we find her? Ye Xuan frowned. I didn't expect that it wouldn't work with the awakening stone. Ji Qingcheng looked strange. The first place in the Qingcheng exam this time has a quota. You can obtain a request from the Qingcheng pharmacy master. You can prepare any pharmaceutical as long as you have the resources. Ye Xuan also looked weird. He didn't expect such a coincidence. But he didn't want to delay. Can we find her now? After hearing this, Ji Qingcheng fiddled with her phone, then shook her head and said, she is not in Qingcheng now. Ye Xuan nodded. In the next few days, Ye Xuan didn't stop either. Except for the pupil technique of Tianyu Junxing, which is not trained, other ninjutsu and taijutsu are being trained. The main reason is that the Tianjun Junxing is too powerful. After letting him go once, Wei Rufeng, Ji Shibiao and Ji Weiyong all called him. He talked about the situation in the suburbs of Qingcheng and that there might be powerful beasts and asked him to pay attention. Ye Xuan did not explain. Because, judging from their tone, they really care about themselves. He couldn't tell them that he was the one who destroyed the suburbs of Qingcheng, that powerful beast, right? On the 6th day, Ye Xuan came to the center of Qingcheng and prepared to register for the Qingcheng examination. As for the original college entrance examination, Ye Xuan had long forgotten about it. Chapter 17 Wu Kixing's close friend, the person who made a contract with the devil from hell. Ye Xuan was originally a student of Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School. After awakening his powers, he was supposed to take the college entrance examination. But now something unexpected happened and he took part in the Qingcheng examination. Big exams are available in every city. It is an examination for famous universities or organizations in Dragon Kingdom to recruit talents. The college entrance examination faces students who are still 17 or 18 years old. The big exam is for people from society. The strength of the participants can only be below the 4th level, and the age cannot be more than 30 years old. Only the top 5 will have the opportunity to enter schools and organizations. Only by entering top universities and strong organizations can you have the opportunity to further obtain resources and improve your own strength. Moreover, members of the Qingcheng community, as long as they are under 30 years old or have not exceeded the 4th level, have the opportunity to sign up every year. It is conceivable that the difficulty of the college entrance examination and the college entrance examination is completely different. Even if you don't have superpowers, can you still take part in the big exam with your own strength and physical skills? Ye Xuan looked at a poster at the venue, which was a poster for a martial arts gym. Printed on the bright red background is a middle-aged man wearing a fighting suit, with sharp eyes and a majestic aura blowing towards his face. Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. Master Wu will personally teach you physical skills, so that even an ordinary person can shine brightly in the exam like a slowly rising star. Single quote. Hey, brother, stop looking. This Master Wu is simply a liar. A person walked past Ye Xuan and said slowly. Ye Xuan was a little confused. The man seemed to see Ye Xuan's confusion and added, I'm already in my 30s. I've been taking the college entrance examination for more than 10 years, but I still can't get into the top 10. I still want to mislead others here. And, he suddenly approached and whispered in Ye Xuan's ear, that Master Wu has actually awakened his superpower. I can't stand a person like him who is both responsible and independent. Who are you? Ye Xuan asked doubtfully. Ye Xuan saw that there were more than 20 people in the crowd, and they didn't seem to be very big. The people who come to this big exam venue are not ordinary people. They are all people who took the big exam, and they are more or less famous and powerful. Me. The man pointed at himself, then raised his head and said, My name is Wu Qixing. Although I am Master Wu's son, I disdain to associate with him. It's just a matter of severing the relationship between father and son. When Ye Xuan heard this, he felt that his mind was a little hard to turn around. Is there anyone who would harm his father and ruin his job like this? Wu Qixing seemed to feel that it was wrong to say this, and immediately smiled innocently. Stop talking about me. What's your name? I think you're quite young. Why are you here to take the exam? Ye Xuan, I'm just a little interested in the big exam. Ye Xuan replied. When Wu Qixing heard this, he felt as if he had met a like-minded accomplice. His eyes lit up, he hugged Ye Xuan's shoulders and said, I'm also quite interested in the big exam. The year before last, I didn't take the college entrance examination and was almost beaten to death by that Master Wu. Only this year did I have the opportunity to register for the college entrance examination. Ye Xuan regretted talking to him. People who just give up on the college entrance examination are not mentally ill. There's just something wrong. Although, he just gave up on the college entrance examination this year. Wu Qixing took Ye Xuan to the registration office for the college entrance examination. Sitting there was a young-looking woman. She controlled the computer in front of her, with a professional smile, and asked in a sweet voice, Is there anything I can do for you too? Sign up for the Qingcheng examination. Okay. Please state your name, age and strength, and I will register you here. Wu Qixing, 21 years old, late 3rd level. She controlled the computer in front of her, entered a bunch of information, and then nodded to Wu Qixing with a sweet smile. Registered. She looked at Ye Xuan. Sir, do I need to register you? Ye Xuan nodded. Ye Xuan, 19 years old, early stage of the 3rd level. As Ye Xuan reported his age and strength, Wu Qixing and the registrar were stunned for a moment. Sir, if I read the information here correctly, are you sure you will not take the college entrance examination this year in your senior year of high school, but the Qingcheng University examination? The registrar asked with a somewhat uncertain voice. Wu Qixing was dumbfounded. He thought he had met a like-minded partner. Unexpectedly, I met my bosom friend directly. Companions are often found, but close friends are hard to find. I won't participate. Ye Xuan replied calmly. The registrar seemed impatient and asked again. After getting the same answer, he entered Ye Xuan's information. In everyone's mind, the college entrance examination for people with superpowers is much easier than the college entrance examination, so no one gives up the college entrance examination to take the college entrance examination. Yes, there are also some geniuses who want to prove their strength. Ye Xuan left here. Wu Qixing followed closely behind him, looking very excited. After a while, another person came here with a gloomy expression. Before the registrar asked, the man revealed his information. His voice was so cold that it made the registrar shiver. Chen Sheng, 25 years old, late 3rd level. Okay. Registration is complete. Chen Sheng turned around and left. His eyes swept across Ye Xuan, with a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. When he walked into a corner, a dark and turbid shadow emerged from his shadow. A black mist that made it impossible to look straight at. A hoarse sound like a tractor sounded from the black fog. Do you want to kill Ye Xuan? Want? Give me blood, and I can give you power. Good. Remember my name. I am Lucifer. I am the sin of pride. A trace of bloodlust flashed in Chen Sheng's eyes, and he turned to look at a drunkard who was eating wine. He walked into the dark corner with his head down and dizzy step by step. The black shadow was like a demon, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing the drunkard in one gulp. Chen Sheng wiped the bright red blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling the powerful power flowing in his body, and there was a trace of obsession on his face. If you kill my brother Chen Ming, I will kill you sooner or later. In this big test, you will die without a burial place. The other side. Wu Qixing kept chasing Ye Xuan, but Ye Xuan couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. He insisted on taking Ye Xuan to have a meal and said he would make a friend. In order not to make friends with problematic people, Ye Xuan uses physical skills to travel through the city at extremely fast speeds. Unexpectedly, Wu Qixing followed him immediately. In the end, Ye Xuan had no choice but to make an agreement with him. If in the college entrance examination, if he met a loser, he would treat the winner to a meal. Only then would Wu Qixing leave with satisfaction. After getting rid of Wu Qixing, Ye Xuan did not stop and went to training. In the past few days, Ye Xuan was training on ninjutsu and pupil skills. In the past 2 days, Ye Xuan was preparing to train his own physical skills and the weapon, Dark Knight. Let yourself gradually become more proficient, due to the increase brought by body marrow fluid. Time passed quickly, and Ye Xuan received the news about his first competition in the Qingcheng examination. Here we go. Chapter 18 The First Competition. Crush without any suspense. Qingcheng Martial Arts Arena. The venue was packed, and everyone was still extremely interested in facing the Qingcheng exam. Or other participants can know the abilities of the others in advance. Or just be a casual person, the battles between some superpowers are still very entertaining to watch. The host took the microphone and shouted on the field, next is the 217th Wang Kun. As he finished speaking, people on the field immediately started talking. This is an Earth-type superpower. His Kwangsand is not very lethal, but it is very concealable. He relied on this technique to reach the 27th place in the Qingcheng examination. Last year, Wang Kun reached 27 in the middle of the 3rd level. Now he is probably already in the late 3rd level. Isn't his strength even more terrifying? It seems that Wang Kun is heading towards the top 10 this year, and will also enter a good school or organization by then. On the other side is our number 362, Ye Xuan. At the same time, the information of the 2 people was announced on the big screen. Ye Xuan, 19 years old, early stage of 3rd level. Wang Kun, 27 years old, late 3rd level. 19 years old. Aren't you kidding me? Let me go. This person didn't take the college entrance examination, but came here to take the big exam. Isn't this a waste of time? 19 years old, in the early stage of the 3rd level, he is also a genius, but after meeting Wang Kun this time, I am afraid that I will have to go through a round. What a pity. As the information was released, countless people marveled at Ye Xuan's age and his strength as a 3rd level person. But facing Wang Kun in the late 3rd level, they didn't think Ye Xuan would win at all. Among the packed seats was Wu Qixing, who looked at Ye Xuan with interest. Brother Yi, I'm afraid you're a little hung up. I'm still thinking of asking you to treat me to a meal. Because there are so many people taking the exam, there is no point system or elimination system based on how many times you lose. If you lose, you will be disqualified from the big exam. Because every battle is extremely dangerous, and if you lose, you may be seriously injured. Some people are not convinced and continue to participate, resulting in unreasonable death. Ye Xuan and another young man gradually walked into the arena. As Wang Kun entered, they were greeted by countless cheers. 26 years old is enough to pass the Qingcheng exam and leave behind many battle scenes. Wang Kun looked at Ye Xuan with high spirits. Boy, you are lucky to meet me. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be easy or serious. But if you don't take the college entrance examination for your superpowers at the age of 19, you dare to register for the Qingcheng college entrance examination. Wang Kun's expression condensed, and his eyes revealed a terrifying aura. Wang Kun, admit your courage. But it's time for you to go home. Noisy. Ye Xuan spat out 2 words in response to him. Not loud, not quiet. Everyone present could hear it. They looked at Ye Xuan and were extremely shocked. 2 small levels apart, are they both so crazy? Some people were even ready to see Ye Xuan's jokes. You should be so crazy, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you be respectful when you see your seniors? Wait and see how Wang Kun teaches him how to behave. That's crazy. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost up, the host shouted into the microphone in his hand, the battle begins. Wang Kun laughed angrily after hearing Ye Xuan's words. He stared at Ye Xuan and shouted, boy, it's not good to be too arrogant. If you don't have capital, just treat me well and respectfully. Kangsha. Wang Kun shouted in a deep voice. Waves of sand immediately appeared around him, and the terrifying waves of sand covered the sky and the sun. When people on the field saw this move, they immediately exclaimed. The last time Wang Kun's sandstorm only had the effect of blocking people's sight, but now. This terrifying power is probably no weaker than the flames of fire superpowers. This Ye Xuan is terrible. I'm afraid he will be seriously injured this time. Looking at the rushing sand, it seemed that a sandstorm was about to sweep over Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan formed a seal with one hand, and at the same time stretched his other hand to his abdomen, and an Yi appeared in Ye Xuan's hand. Slowly forming a gourd-shaped fan, with clear black and white. Fire escape. Tornado of fire. The original fire escape was spit out by Ye Xuan, and he waved the fan in his hand violently, and the huge flames continued to rotate in the air. A tornado more terrifying than the wild sand formed instantly. Flames filled the inside of the tornado and continued to compress. Contains terrifying power. Everyone present looked at this scene in disbelief. There was an energy shield blocking it, but they could also clearly feel a suffocating heat wave coming towards their faces. Not to mention Wang Kun, who was on the field. He stared at the fire tornado that covered the sky and fell into despair. With his own superpower, Kwangsha instantly shattered in front of the fire tornado. He was confused in his heart. He was obviously an early-stage 3rd-level superpower, right? And he is only 19 years old. Why does he have such terrifying power? The fire tornado swept Wang Kun instantly and waited for the fire to dissipate. Ye Xuan hung dark night behind him and turned to leave without looking back. He snorted disdainfully. HMPH, you talk a lot. Wang Kun was defeated, the energy shield dissipated, and Ye Xuan left the field. A series of things happened in just a short moment, but no one present could react. When Wang Kun got up from the ground, all the clothes on his body were burned. There were waves of pain all over his body, but he kept recalling Ye Xuan's words when he left in his mind. It turns out that I was being sentimental from beginning to end. I said so much in front of him, but I couldn't defeat him. Wang Kun felt a little desperate in his heart. This was the crushing from absolute strength. As Wang Kun left the field lonely, everyone on the field burst into earth-shaking exclamations. Who is this person? His name seems to be Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan is 19 years old and about to take the college entrance examination from Qingcheng Middle School. They knew why Ye Xuan didn't take the college entrance examination for superpowers, because he had the ability to absolutely crush anyone. I remembered that a week ago, a ferocious beast appeared in Qingcheng Middle School. It is said that there was a fire superpower who blocked the ferocious beast. Could it be him? Is it Ye Xuan? Doubts arose in everyone's mind. A week ago, the ferocious beast raided Qingcheng Middle School, causing some casualties, but the information was not expanded. Some people know some information. The ferocious beast at that time was defeated by a fire-type superpower. No, Wei Rufeng, the deputy director of the Demon Slayer department who rushed to the scene at that time, is also a fire element user. It should be him. Yes, Ye Xuan is a genius, but how can he compare to Director Wei? Even so, the scenes of the battle just now were deeply engraved in their hearts. This is crushing from absolute strength. So much so that they lost interest in watching the ensuing fight. Wu Qixing, who was present, looked at the martial arts arena in front of him in bewilderment, until Ye Xuan left gracefully at the end, feeling extremely excited inside. His face turned red. Is this still possible? Brother Yi, I'm done with my studies. Next time I defeat you, I will do the same thing. Chapter 19 Feet in half a year, I will become a monster. Single quote. Xingcheng suburb. Chai Ji and Wei Rufeng looked at a deep pit in front of them. Broken stones were scattered among them, and a terrifying aura faintly emerged, making the two of them feel a little frightened. Is this really caused by a ferocious beast? Chai Ji asked with confusion on his face. Wei Rufeng looked at the information in his hand. There were black and white photos on it, with no trace of the beast at all. It's all about photos of Ye Xuan from Xingcheng to the suburbs. They were not sure at first, but in the end, countless evidence pointed to Ye Xuan. Wei Rufeng couldn't imagine it anymore. He shook his head and said nothing. But both of them had a bold guess that this place was not caused by ferocious beasts at all. It was caused by Ye Xuan. But this guess was too terrifying for them to believe. They were still concerned about Ye Xuan a few days ago, saying that a terrifying beast appeared. Unexpectedly, they themselves were the ones who were ignorant. Ye Xuan was cooperating with them at the beginning. What is the level of his superpower? SSS level, or... Chai Ji looked at Ye Xuan's battle in the Xingcheng examination, a completely crushing battle. At this time, he really wanted Ye Xuan to stay in Xingcheng, but he was powerless. Ye Xuan is looking for the pharmacist. Deputy Wei, go and see if she is back. Wei Rufeng heard the words and responded silently, okay. Only half a day has passed since Ye Xuan's last battle, and Ye Xuan has become popular in Xingcheng. Give up the college entrance examination and take the big test. With the strength of the early stage of the third stage, he defeated the veteran late stage of the third stage. After crossing 2 minor levels, Ye Xuan was directly selected as a seed player by everyone. Any piece of information is unbelievable and shocking. But it appeared on one person at the same time. Countless people clicked on Ye Xuan's crushing battle video with an attitude of disbelief. After reading it, they were speechless for a long time, but there was still a trace of disbelief in their hearts. Xingcheng No. 2 Middle School, Class 7, Senior 3. Originally in Ye Xuan's class, they were classmates with Ye Xuan. Since that day, they never saw Ye Xuan again. Now I saw Ye Xuan again, reading his news on the internet. Giving up the college entrance examination for people with special abilities and taking the Xingcheng Grand Examination shocked them beyond measure. But when they saw Ye Xuan's battle scenes, their complicated emotions were even more difficult to describe. They were classmates before, but now they are completely different. Leng Qingqing, who was sitting in the corner, had been disliked since the last incident. She looked at the pictures about Ye Xuan on her phone. Her inner emotions were mixed, and she didn't know what would have happened if she had agreed to Ye Xuan's decision, but now she only regrets it. He became a powerful person with extraordinary abilities, and now she is just an ordinary person. She lowered her head, looking particularly lonely, but she forgot how she had ridiculed Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's last battle was spread on the internet and became popular instantly. Ye Xuan became the seed player for this Xingcheng exam with his strength at the early stage of the third level. Brother Yi, you are so powerful, you must protect me in the future. Yi Lingyan looked at the video on her phone and shouted to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan smiled and nodded. Seeing that Ye Xuan agreed and Yi Lingyan was satisfied, she pouted and said slowly, it won't take long. Brother Yi, just protect me for half a year. In half a year, I will become a monster. Yi Lingyan lowered her head as she spoke. Her head was lightly knocked, and Ye Xuan looked at her with a frown. Don't talk nonsense. I will definitely find the sacred water and cure your alienation syndrome. Yi Lingyan hugged her head and squatted aside, feeling aggrieved. You bullied my little rich sister. I don't want to give you my inheritance anymore. You need to rub your head to get better. Ye Xuan stepped forward helplessly, caressing her head, and the soft hair flowed through Ye Xuan's fingertips. Suddenly, Ye Xuan saw something on the back of Ye Lingyan's neck, and his hand stopped. Ye Lingyan also noticed something, and quickly stepped back to distance herself from Ye Xuan. With a sweet smile on her face, she said to Ye Xuan, "Brother Ye, that body marrow fluid is so useful. I feel as light as a swallow now." As she spoke, her cheerful figure moved around the room, with two small dimples on her face. A smile appeared on Ye Xuan's face. The phone vibrated. He glanced at it and said softly, "The second competition has begun. I have to leave first." Watching Ye Xuan leave, Ye Lingyan looked at Jiyu Qingcheng beside her, "Sister Jiyu. Brother Ye, are you angry?" Jiyu Qingcheng shook his head. "He's not angry, he's a little sad." "Your alienation syndrome." Jiyu Qingcheng looked at Ye Lingyan, who shook her head and said nothing. Jiyu Qingcheng has been living here these days, and she and Ye Lingyan sleep together. But every night when she woke up, she would see Ye Lingyan sitting alone by the bed, looking at the bright moon in the sky sadly. Moreover, Ye Lingyan always wore tight clothes when sleeping, and Jiyu Qingcheng didn't notice anything strange at all. Qingcheng Martial Arts Arena. Ye Xuan rushed over, and the next scene was Ye Xuan's appearance. The two of them had just begun. With the appearance of Ye Xuan, everyone on the court caused an uproar. Now Ye Xuan is very popular. Some people even compared Ye Xuan with a third-level peak seed player on the field. Wei Zhe is also a seed player in this Qingcheng examination. His strength is at the peak of the third level. No, Ye Xuan can easily crush him in the late third level. This is not even possible. Are there any comparisons between the early stage of the third level and the peak of the third level? I think the first place in this exam is none other than Wei Zhe. I remember Wei Zhe's last match. He also directly crushed the opponent's late third-level opponent. Wei Zhe, who was on the field, was enjoying the cheers. But as Ye Xuan appeared, the cheers changed, and they began to compare him with Ye Xuan. He said coldly, "A young boy in the early stage of the third level still dares to compare with me." His opponent was also a peak level 3 existence, but he didn't care at all. He was going to use all his strength this time to show Ye Xuan what his true strength was. Well, next time I meet Ye Xuan, let him surrender directly. The person opposite Wei Zhe is a middle-aged man who is 29 this year and is at the peak of the third level. This year is his last year, and he will try his best, but he still trembles when facing Wei Zhe. Because Wei Zhe's strength is too terrifying. End it quickly. Wei Zhe shouted. The man opposite suppressed the fear in his heart, broke out with a terrifying offensive, and rushed towards Wei Zhe. But Wei Zhe suddenly smiled, pointed to the sky and said softly, "Look up." As he finished speaking, that man and countless spectators looked up. A meteorite nearly 20 to 30 meters suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena and hit the man straight. The smell of terror is heart-stopping. Chapter 20. The second competition. The sky is hindered by the earthquake, and it is crushed in an instant. Rumble. That man was defeated by Wei Zhe without even touching him. The energy shield in the martial arts arena shook slightly, and everyone looked at this scene in shock. The meteorite was torn into pieces, and the man who was pressed down spat out blood, and was immediately defeated. After the energy shield dissipated, the strong wind that hit the face caused the hair of everyone present to flutter suddenly. Is this really a power that humans can control? A meteorite of 20 to 30 meters. Is this Wei Zhe's S-level superpower, the towering crazy stone? It's too scary. The first place in this Qingcheng exam is probably none other than Wei Zhe. Heitzi screams. Ye Xuan will definitely lose against Wei Zhe. I don't know how a person at the early stage of the third level can have the strength to face Wei Zhe at the peak of the third level. Ye Xuan looked at the meteorite, feeling a little funny in his heart. Maybe now he can't summon the second Tianju Junxing, but he treats his meteorite as a Tianju Junxing. If he summons another meteorite that is more than 100 meters tall and crushes it, the terrifying damage caused will be enough. Wei Zhe looked at Ye Xuan, raised his head and walked out of the martial arts arena as if he was very proud. His opponent was carried out, and the arena was quickly repaired by some superpowers and restored to its original state. It wasn't until the host appeared again and his words rang in everyone's ears that they woke up. The audience on the field was completely immersed in the shock of the terrifying meteorite summoned by Wei Zhe just now with his superpower. The next person to appear is our 19-year-old rising star, Ye Xuan. On the other side is Qitian, who took 7th place in our big exam last year. As the host finished speaking, everyone was shocked again. Unexpectedly, the second person Ye Xuan met turned out to be Qitian. As the host said, he got an absolute 7th place in the Qingcheng examination last year. I'm afraid Qitian is aiming for the championship this time. The champion has the qualifications to enter the secret realm of Cruel Peak Hill. I'm afraid Ye Xuan is doomed. Qitian is also at the peak of the 3rd level. He probably won't even be able to touch Wei Zhe. Last year, I remember that many top universities invited Qitian, but Qitian was determined to attend the Imperial Capital University and wanted to enter the Dragon Kingdom's Chief Demon Slayer department, so he chose to join this year. Wei Zhe came to the audience and looked at the information about the 2 people who were about to take the stage. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. That Ye Xuan is probably scared now. No one can resist his move. Wei Zhe is bound to win the 1st place in the Qingcheng exam this time. Wei Zhe thought to himself that it was a pity that Ye Xuan might have to stop here. At the same time, the information about Ye Xuan and Qitian was announced on the big screen. Ye Xuan, 19 years old, early stage of 3rd level. Qitian, 24 years old, peak level 3. This time there is a difference of 3 small levels. Ye Xuan came to the court and looked at the young man, his aura restrained. His eyes were piercing and profound, and looking at him gave Ye Xuan a strange feeling. There was an unreal feeling. Ye Xuan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashed slightly, and the man opposite was slightly stunned. There was a faint look of disbelief on his face. Regarding this competition, everyone felt that there would be no great disparity. Qitian will definitely win. There is a gap of 3 small levels, and Qitian was ranked 7th in the last Qingcheng examination. The strength is enough to prove that it is very powerful. I feel like there's nothing interesting to see anymore. It's not interesting at all. How can I fight Ye Xuan? I remember that Qitian's skill seemed to be an illusion. Every time he used it, his opponent would stand still or attack randomly. It made me laugh to death. However, it might not be bad to see this arrogant man in trouble. Forgive me, I have a reason why I have to go to the Chief Demon Slayer department. Qitian kept a distance of 50 or 60 meters from Ye Xuan, and said slowly to Ye Xuan, bowing his hands. Ye Xuan didn't expect it, but this was not the reason for Qitian to win. Recalling Yi Lingyan, he said in a deep voice, I also have a reason why I have to win 1st place. Then I can only defeat you. Qitian put his hands in a fighting stance. The eyes sparkled with an extremely secret purple light. But he was still discovered by Ye Xuan. His eyes were shining with bright red magatama. The frequency was extremely fast, and it was impossible to detect it without looking carefully. Both sides moved, and the ground cracked. Ye Xuan did not use ninjutsu or pupil skills, and Qitian did not use his own powers. The 2 competed with their physical skills. Ye Xuan also wanted to know how he compares with the peak level 3 superpowers by relying solely on physical skills. The 2 figures shuttled through the martial arts arena very quickly. Punch and kick landed on the body on the ground, and Qitian heard a muffled groan from time to time. He couldn't believe that this was actually an early stage 3rd level physical skill. Could it be that he has powers related to body enhancement? Qitian didn't have time to think too much and quickly distanced himself from Ye Xuan because he could feel Ye Xuan's strength getting stronger. As Ye Xuan displayed Uchiha Madara's peak physical skills, more and more skills seemed to be innate. It was integrated in Ye Xuan's mind. Moreover, he has not yet used his full strength. Seeing the distance between the 2 people on the field, the audience was also a little confused. They didn't know who had defeated whom, but they saw that Ye Xuan was at the beginning of the 3rd level, but he was fighting back and forth with the peak 3rd level. They all looked helpless, somewhat unbelievable. At this time, Ye Xuan and Qitian were facing each other from a distance, and both sides wanted to end the battle quickly. Qitian's eyes erupted with dazzling purple light, and he shouted in a muffled voice, 1,000 illusion eyes, 1,000 illusion techniques. Feel the power of illusion. Illusion. Ye Xuan was a little surprised, and the feeling of unreality became stronger and stronger. But using Genjutsu, in front of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, isn't it just a trick? Illusion. Ridiculous. Ye Xuan laughed. He suddenly put his hands together and formed a seal with his hands. The Sharingan in his eyes burst into scarlet, and countless chakras emerged, covering Ye Xuan's body. The light blue Susanoo appeared instantly, and just by looking at it, the audience felt the frightening feeling of heart palpitations facing Susanoo. Double-faced Susanoo, all four hands instantly formed seals. Ye Xuan shouted, "Heaven hinders the earthquake star." At the same time, the world in Ye Xuan's eyes turned into a hell, with countless terrifying ghosts and strange gods rushing towards Ye Xuan. Such a scene would have frightened most people, but Ye Xuan was unmoved. People outside suddenly found that it was dark. I don't know who shouted, "Look at the sky." Everyone saw an incredible scene. A meteorite larger than the fighting arena appeared and rushed towards here. Countless people were horrified and looked at Ye Xuan in disbelief. Is this a power he released at the early stage of the third level? Kai Men, who originally made Ye Xuan fall into the illusion and was about to attack Ye Xuan, was stunned. He stared straight at the meteorite that was more than 100 meters in the sky, his legs softened, and he sat straight on the ground. This is impossible. Despair. This is the power of God. Ye Xuan's voice sounded, and his Sharingan eyes burst into dazzling scarlet, instantly breaking through Kai Men's little illusion. Kai Men looked at Ye Xuan desperately. Completely lost his will to fight. Chapter 21 The Terrifying Power of the Tianju Junxing. One person can defeat countless superpowers. Countless people watched as the sky suddenly turned dark. They looked up suddenly and saw a terrifying scene. The huge thing that covers the sky blocks the sun's rays. What is this? Is it a meteorite? Does a 100-meter large meteorite really exist? This is really a meteorite. So what did Wei Zhe release just now? A stone. This gap is almost several times bigger. They stared at the meteorite in shock. Wei Zhe, who was in the audience, stared at the meteorite in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Obviously, with his peak third-level strength, he could only summon meteorites 20 to 30 meters tall. But now, this meteorite that is more than 100 meters tall is really Ye Xuan. Can anyone summon it as an attack? He remembered that he had just summoned the 20 to 30 meter meteorite with his supernatural power, and felt proud for a while. Now it seems that Ye Xuan may not have cared at all at first, and he may be regarded as a clown. Rumble. The Tianju Junxing instantly collided with the energy shield of the martial arts arena. The officials organizing the Qingcheng examination were momentarily panicked. They didn't expect anyone to be able to summon the ability to do so much damage. In just a few seconds, the energy shrouded the meteorite, instantly shattering into energy fragments floating in the air. Kai Men watched the meteorite getting closer, feeling extremely desperate. There is no longer any will to fight in my heart. And he also felt that his own illusion was directly broken by Ye Xuan. Looking at the light blue Susanoo on Ye Xuan's body, he shouted desperately, "I give up." As Kai Men shouted these words, Ye Xuan's figure rushed over suddenly, and Susanoo put it on him. The meteorite, which was more than 100 meters long, collided with the earth, sending out a terrifying shock wave. In just a short while, the official staff gathered countless superpowers, and they worked together to activate the energy shield again. The terrifying aftermath did not hurt the audience. The huge meteorite shattered instantly within the energy shield, and countless broken stones were like meteors, breaking through the energy shield again and again. It wasn't until they were exhausted hundreds of times that they slowly stopped. Those superpowers collapsed to the ground tiredly, leaning against the wall, looking into the martial arts in disbelief. The huge smoke and dust inside blocked their sight. Their eyes seemed to penetrate a burst of smoke and dust, see Ye Xuan inside, and want to see whether he was a human being. How could it be so scary? Although they only had the strength of the early stage of the third level, dozens of them with superpowers were exhausted. When the smoke gradually dissipated, only the huge Susanoo stood in the fighting arena. Ye Xuan stood quietly among them, while Kai Men sat slumped next to Ye Xuan, already dumbfounded. He was now within Susanoo, and he felt the power around him, which was extremely terrifying. Anyone who was his enemy will be completely crushed. He was a little lucky that he gave up too early. Time to go. Ye Xuan slowly turned around and left. Kai Men didn't react until he left the martial arts arena. He turned his head and stared straight at a deep pit in the martial arts arena. If it weren't for the energy shield that withstood part of the impact of the meteorite, he would have seen it. I'm afraid this martial arts arena will never exist today. He left this martial arts arena in despair. He regretted a little. If he had known that he would not be arrogant last year, directly join a school and an organization, he wouldn't have met such a perverted person this year. He was told that he was in the early stage of the 3rd level. He didn't believe it at all. As for the reason he said at the beginning that he had to go to the Demon Slayer division, he has long forgotten it. As the two people left the stage, the host finally reacted and announced Ye Xuan's victory. But he looked at the fragmented martial arts arena and said hesitantly, postponing the next competition is something that has never happened before in the Qingchang examination. Only then did the people in the audience wake up. I feel like I'm dreaming, and in the dream someone is hitting me with the moon. That light blue giant thing, I remembered that a vicious beast attacked Qingchang No. 2 middle school a week ago. It is said that this giant thing also appeared at the beginning. Could it be that it really is Ye Xuan? Impossible, impossible. Among those with fire powers, only Wei Rufeng has that strength. But the martial arts arena was almost destroyed by Ye Xuan. Everyone fell into silence. They didn't know what happened there that day, and they couldn't imagine who defeated those ferocious beasts. But they had some unbelievable guesses in their hearts. But the doubts were still bigger. After all, they still wanted to believe that Deputy Director Wei Rufeng had dealt with those ferocious beasts. I don't want to believe that a senior high school student can defeat those ferocious beasts. Everyone gradually left, but Wei Zhe stood there blankly, constantly recalling the terrifying meteorite just now. My own abilities are completely childish in front of him. Qingcheng Demon Slayer Department. Chaiji watched the terrifying meteorite landing in the video, and the shock in his heart could not calm down for a long time. There was no direct evidence pointing to Ye Xuan in the terrifying deep pit in the suburbs of Qingcheng. But now they can no longer believe it. Chaiji suddenly saw an interesting comment and looked at Wei Rufeng aside with a smile. Deputy Secretary Wei, they would rather believe that you dealt with the vicious beast in Qingcheng No. 2 middle school than believe that it was Ye Xuan. Wei Rufeng looked horrified when he heard this. I didn't say it. I didn't admit it. They were talking nonsense, not me. He didn't dare to accept the attack at all. He finally knew that he would be like those people in front of Ye Xuan, with no ability to resist. Next time Ye Xuan competes, let's go too. Chaiji suddenly said. Wei Rufeng was a little surprised, but thinking about today, if those superpowers hadn't worked so hard, the meteorite would have directly destroyed the martial arts arena. And many people there will die in the aftermath of that meteorite. Wei Rufeng nodded. If I remember correctly, Ye Xuan's next competition will be 2 days later. His opponent seems to be Chen Sheng. Wei Rufeng nodded. Chen Ming's brother is in the late 3rd level, but I saw that his last match was a crushing battle. It seems to have reached the peak of the 3rd level, and it is stronger than the ordinary early or mid-level 4th level. Chaiji nodded after hearing this and looked at the battle scene in the video. In it, Chen Sheng defeated the man in a simple round and dealt a fatal blow. Not long after the man left, he fell into death. And he killed someone. Although the Qingcheng examination does not limit casualties, everyone knows in their hearts that this is not a life-and-death battle, and they will not fight to the extreme. But there are also people who are stubborn, but Chen Sheng in the video obviously did this on purpose. Has the pharmacist come back yet? Chaiji asked. Back. Wei Rufeng replied. Deputy Secretary Wei, you go to Ye Xuan today and tell him. The pharmacist will sell me a favor. Chaiji said slowly. Even if you can't keep Ye Xuan, you still have to make friends with him. This kind of peerless genius is unprecedented. Wei Rufeng nodded heavily, turned around and left. Chapter 22 Wu Kixing's Road to Death and the Arrival of Wei Rufeng. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Kixing knocked on the door of Ye Xuan's house with a somewhat shocked expression. Today he suddenly became interested and wanted to see how Ye Xuan's second battle went. Learn something by the way. Unexpectedly, he saw a meteorite landing, and he felt mixed emotions at this moment. The door was opened, and the person who opened the door was a girl with a tall and stunning figure. But Wu Qixing didn't take a second look, and took advantage of the open gap to get in directly. As soon as he rushed in, he saw Ye Xuan sitting on the sofa. He came directly in front of Ye Xuan, looking a little embarrassed. It seems that what I said next is a bit difficult to say. Can you cancel the original bet? When Ye Xuan heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but he frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is a bit difficult to handle. It was you who pestered me in the first place, so I can tell you that we met in a martial arts arena, and the loser invited the winner to dinner. But now, you regret it." Some black lines appeared on Wu Qixing's forehead. At the beginning, I only knew that Ye Xuan was a person in the early stage of the third level. Even if he was a little strong, he was still a little stronger. Does God know that he has the ability to summon a 100-meter meteorite? If he had known this, Wu Qixing would not have bothered Ye Xuan so much if he had killed him. Ha ha ha, you know how powerful my brother Yi is. A sweet-looking girl on the second floor jumped in front of Wu Qixing, with her hands on her hips and a proud look on her face. Wu Qixing did not give up and wanted to persuade Ye Xuan, but looking at Ye Xuan's expression, he probably would not give up no matter what. He felt very regretful in his heart. At this time, he was already imagining how he would face a 100-meter meteorite appearing on his head. Should we wait to die horizontally, vertically, or buy a coffin and lie down in it to wait for death? A sudden phone call interrupted Wu Qixing's wait for death. Ye Xuan frowned and looked at his mobile phone. He saw an unfamiliar number from the imperial capital. As soon as the call was connected, a well-spoken voice came from the other side. It was a middle-aged man. Ye Xuan is still a little familiar. Long time no see, Ye Xuan. Who are you? Ye Xuan asked doubtfully. Imperial University of Superpowers, Vice President Shu Da. Shu Da's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for Wu Qixing to hear. Wu Qixing looked at Ye Xuan in shock, unable to imagine that the vice principal of Imperial Capital University would actually call Ye Xuan himself. Is it possible that they know each other? But he didn't seem to recognize the words just now. Ye Xuan, I would like to invite you to the Imperial Capital Academy again. I can provide twice as many resources as last time. You can consider it. When Ye Xuan heard this, he refused without much thought. Principal Shu Da, I have promised her that I will not go back on anything. Shu Da fell into silence. After a while, he softly replied, okay. He didn't want to give up on Ye Xuan, a good young talent. He watched today's competition. He was also shocked in his heart. He couldn't believe that it was the power that an early-stage third-level person could use. As the phone hung up, Wu Qixing's mouth slowly opened wide. Twice as many resources as last time. In other words, the vice principal had already invited Ye Xuan once and rejected them all. What kind of resources can you reject just because you say no? Wu Qixing was extremely shocked. Moreover, he saw Ye Xuan's expressionless face, and he didn't seem to care about the resources at all. Before Wu Qixing could say anything, Ye Xuan's phone rang, and Ye Xuan looked at another unfamiliar number. Originally he wanted to hang up directly, but after thinking about it, Ye Xuan still connected. Hi, Ye Xuan, do you still remember me? There was a young voice coming over there, which seemed to be very familiar to Ye Xuan, and Ye Xuan also felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Seeing that Ye Xuan didn't speak and didn't pay attention, he added, Yu Yifei from the Dragon Kingdom's Chief Demon Slayer Department, Yu Yifei. Ye Xuan suddenly realized what he said, while Wu Qixing's eyes widened. Shu Da was the vice principal of the Imperial College just now, and he didn't know him. But how could he not recognize this Yu Yifei? At a young age, he became the deputy director of the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Department, and he was very powerful. It is the idol of many young people. He was actually very familiar with Ye Xuan. Wrong. It's not that he is familiar with Ye Xuan, but he is trying to get close to Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, have you had the idea of coming to the Chief Demon Slayer Department recently? I have prepared a position for you. The captain of the Feng group will give it to you. Sorry, I already promised someone else last time. My primary purpose has not changed now. Maybe we will have a chance to meet in the Demon Slayer Department in the future. Ye Xuan didn't say anything. As for the Imperial Capital Academy, now that he has promised Lu Fengxia to join the Magic Capital Academy, he can no longer join the Imperial Capital Academy. However, Ye Xuan, the chief demon slayer of the Dragon Kingdom, can still join. As for another Dragon Kingdom's supernatural power bureau, Ye Xuan has some good feelings for the demon slayer. Well, I understand. I will always leave the position of the Feng group to you. Yu Yifei said slowly. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Wu Qixing, on the other hand, stared at Ye Xuan with wide eyes in disbelief. Forget the invitation from the vice principal of the Imperial Academy, but also the invitation from Yu Yifei, the head of the Demon Slayer department. But when he thought about Ye Xuan's strength, he didn't feel so strange anymore. But that's the captain of the Wind Group. Wu Qixing looked in disbelief. The Demon Slayer division set up the team according to the order of the 8 trigrams. Chengken, Zunken, Ligendui, respectively correspond to heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, volcanoes and swamps. The wind was in positive 4th. Co-authored with Ye Xuan to participate in the Qingcheng examination, just for fun. Only he, Wu Qixing, took the exam to prove himself. Wu Qixing felt that his world view had collapsed. Yu Qingcheng on the side looked at Wu Qixing with an indifferent expression. He has been here for a long time and has become numb to this. Maybe she wouldn't find it strange that Ye Xuan would become the vice principal of Magic City tomorrow. Boom, boom. A sudden knock on the door woke up Wu Qixing. Yi Lingyan happily opened the door and saw Wei Rufeng outside. Wu Qixing naturally recognized Wei Rufeng, Deputy Secretary Wei. However, he was not that shocked because his identity was not comparable to that of Shu Da and Yu Yifei just now. At this time, Wu Qixing was a little curious, who were the other people Ye Xuan promised to be from. Wei Rufeng was startled for a moment when he saw Wu Qixing, but he didn't pay attention. He said to Ye Xuan, "The master of pharmacy is back." Ye Xuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Wei Rufeng with deep eyes. "Ye Xuan, I know you need to make the awakening liquid, so the moment she came back, I came to find you." Ye Xuan stared at Wei Rufeng and said in a deep voice, "I don't want someone to keep watching me." Wei Rufeng felt a little creepy being stared at by Ye Xuan. He is obviously a 4th level person, but Ye Xuan is only at the early stage of the 3rd level. Wei Rufeng broke into a cold sweat, nodded slowly and said, "I didn't intentionally monitor you, it was just hearsay." "It's best this way," Ye Xuan said softly. "Since you came to me, you must have told me more than just this thing, right?" Wei Rufeng nodded. "I was ordered by Director Chai to take you to find her. With the help of our Demon Slayer department, she should make an awakening liquid for you." Chapter 23. Meeting the Potion Master for the first time, why don't you enter? Ye Xuan nodded when he heard the words. Wei Rufeng wanted to go with him, and it would be easier if the demon exterminator came forward. There was no refusal. Wu Qixing on the side saw that the two seemed to be looking for someone, so he quickly followed them. "What kind of potion master are you going to see? What kind of awakening liquid? Just bring me one. Don't tell me. I also know a master pharmacist, but I have a bad relationship with her." Ye Xuan didn't answer because he knew that Wu Qixing would follow him shamelessly. As Ye Xuan walked out, the sound of the system sounded in his ears. "Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 17%. Acquire ninjutsu. Shadow clone jutsu." Ye Xuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his acting skills had improved a bit. He also felt that his own strength had improved a bit. There are still 2 bottles of body marrow fluid left. I am afraid that with one more bottle, the strength will reach the mid-level 3rd level. Yi Lingyan in the room stared at the door. She suddenly curled her lips and said in a somewhat aggrieved voice. "Brother Yi, you're out again. You don't have to spend much time with me, a rich little girl, and you still want my assets. Obviously there is still a little time." Yi Lingyan's voice became smaller and smaller, but Yu Qingcheng stepped forward and comforted softly, "It's okay. Ye Xuan is always here. He goes out because of you. Even if he is not here, I am here and I will always be with you." Yi Lingyan glanced at Yu Qingcheng and nodded silently. Magic City University of Superpowers, in the Magic City Academy. Lu Fengshe was drinking tea comfortably, and suddenly she remembered about Ye Xuan. Looking at the time, she saw that the Qingcheng examination had already begun. She said softly, "Now we should have a few competitions. I don't know how the battle will go, She was just about to go watch Ye Xuan's battle when a fat man broke in and interrupted her. Lu Fengxia frowned and looked at the person in front of her. The person coming was not good. What do you want to do? After listening to Lu Fengxia's words, the fat man smiled greasily, but his eyes were particularly cold. Who did Lin Shengwen's right arm? What does this have to do with you? Lu Fengxia asked. It has nothing to do with me, but he is from my superpower bureau, doesn't it matter? The fat man said solemnly. And as the vice principal of the Magic City Academy, you are not well supervised. Can a person like you be worthy of being a teacher? When Lu Fengxia heard this, she burst into laughter. Captain Qidao, did you make a mistake? Lu Fengxia asked. Qidao's expression changed slightly. What's the matter? I am the honorary principal of the Magic City Academy. They invited me here. Why should I make myself a teacher? Lu Fengxia's eyes were cold, and scary things slowly flashed around her, making Qidao feel a little palpitated. But he pretended to be calm and said, even so, Lin Shengwen's arms can't be like this. I need sacred water to heal him. Get out. Lu Fengxia whispered one word, and Qidao was kicked out of the door in the blink of an eye, with a terrifying aura surrounding him. He looked in disbelief. She is definitely not only at the 6th level of strength, she has hidden her strength. At this time, Qidao felt a chill running down his spine, as if he had been through the gates of hell. In Qingcheng, the three of them were going to find the pharmacy master. The further they walked on the road, the slower Wu Qixing walked. Ye Xuan was a little confused and asked, what's wrong with you? Wu Qixing hesitated and couldn't say a word for a long time. Under Ye Xuan's questioning, he finally made his request. Can I not go? You are the one who is going, and you are the one who is not going. Ye Xuan sneered and said directly, no. Wei Rufeng also frowned, and Wu Qixing explained, I found the pharmacy master you went to. Just like I know her, I have a little conflict with her. The two of them did not return to Wu Qixing, but Wei Rufeng introduced information about the pharmacy master to Ye Xuan. Her name is Min Donghua. She is the master pharmacist in Qingcheng and a famous pharmacist in the Dragon Kingdom. There are more than 30 people now, and it seems that I will be 40 this year. Still unmarried. As he spoke, Wei Rufeng glanced at Ye Xuan, but Ye Xuan did not answer the deeper meaning of Wei Rufeng's words. When Wu Qixing on the side saw this, he became anxious and said quickly, it's not like she doesn't want to get married. It's because she had a love debt when she was young that she couldn't forget, so she's still unmarried. Wei Rufeng nodded upon hearing this. That's what the rumors say. But that happened decades ago, too long ago to be verified. How can you be so sure? Wu Qixing lowered his head and did not answer. The three of them came to the door of the pharmacy master Min Donghua. Ye Xuan found that Wu Qixing was even more worried. Even his fingers started to tremble. For a moment, Ye Xuan didn't know whether it was good or bad to bring him here. Wei Rufeng came to the door and shouted in a pertinent voice, Demon Exterminator Wei Rufeng and 2 others are visiting Master Min. I hope Master will forgive me. As Wei Rufeng knocked on the door softly 3 times, the door was opened. A charming woman opened the door. She looked at the 3 people outside and said calmly, come in. Thank you, Master. Wei Rufeng said quickly, and Ye Xuan also nodded. Ye Xuan followed Wei Rufeng in. If he just looked at the woman, Ye Xuan would never have imagined that she was almost 40 years old. The skin is well maintained, and every move has a calm temperament. But her eyes couldn't hide the depth of time. Ye Xuan took a look at the decoration in the house, which was very neat. It's not like what most people know about pharmacists. The house is filled with bottles and cans. There wasn't even a potion in sight. Please sit down. Min Donghua stretched out her hand to motion to the pale white sofa beside her and said softly. Ye Xuan and Wei Rufeng took their seats gently. Min Donghua brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of them. A strong aroma of tea floated out, making Ye Xuan relaxed and happy, while Wei Rufeng praised, Master Min's tea art is indeed superb. Min Donghua smiled softly, it's just proficiency. Ye Xuan suddenly realized that Wu Qixing was still standing at the door and had not come in yet. Wei Rufeng also suddenly noticed it. He frowned, feeling that Wu Qixing was a little rude. Even if there is a little contradiction, it shouldn't be so unreasonable, right? Just as he was about to call Wu Qixing to come in, He saw Min Donghua looking at Wu Qixing outside with a cold face, and said in a cold voice, "Why don't you come in?" This momentum caused the air to freeze instantly, and even Wei Rufeng and Ye Xuan felt a bit cold. Wu Qixing was startled when he heard this. He glanced at Min Donghua, then took a deep breath and shouted, "Mother." Then he strode in, quickly walked to Ye Xuan's side, and sat with Ye Xuan as if he was running away. Ye Xuan could feel that Wu Qixing was trembling all over at this moment. But he was a little shocked in his heart. What did Wu Qixing shout just now? Wei Rufeng opened his mouth wide and looked at Wu Qixing in disbelief, and then looked at Min Donghua. Seeing that she did not refute, but showed an indifferent look, a sense of absurdity arose in their hearts. Chapter 24 Two Tests, The Art of Shadow Clone. Both Ye Xuan and Wei Rufeng were slightly shocked. Since Wu Qixing is Min Donghua's child, the love debt Wu Qixing mentioned is probably true. So who is his father? Ye Xuan suddenly remembered that Wei Rufeng had just said that Min Donghua was unmarried, and Wu Qixing suddenly became anxious. He was afraid that he would have thoughts about Min Donghua and become his father later. Min Donghua was a little shocked when she saw the two of them, and took a sip of tea. After a while, she asked softly, "I think you are here for something, right?" Ye Xuan organized his thoughts and did not pursue Wu Qixing's family affairs too much, but told him about his desire to make an awakening liquid. Min Donghua refused directly. She shook her head and said, "As long as you get the first place in the Qingcheng University examination. Why come to me? Why don't you owe me a favor when you beg me like this?" Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing looked at Ye Xuan, and Ye Xuan replied directly, "There is not enough time." His expression was very determined. And he didn't want to delay it anymore. That day he touched scales on the back of Ye Lingyan's neck. That was not human skin at all. Her alienation syndrome was already very serious, but as Ye Lingyan's brother, he had no idea. After that, he was terrified every day. Ye Xuan was afraid that every day when he opened his eyes, Ye Lingyan would become a monster. In agony in front of him, he finally blew himself up and died. Ye Xuan didn't want this to happen. He must race against time. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Lu Fengxia, Ye Xuan would have even wanted to steal the sacred water. Wei Rufeng on the side also began to persuade. Ye Xuan's strength is strong. I can see it for all to see, and I guarantee it in the name of the Qingcheng Demon Slayer Division. He can get the first place. Master Min, you can make the potion for him as a reward for getting the first place in the Qingcheng examination in advance. You are not qualified. Only Director Chai can represent the Qingcheng Demon Slayer Division in front of me. Min Donghua said slowly. Wei Rufeng looked a little embarrassed and did not refute. Wu Qixing plucked up the courage and wanted to persuade, but was stopped by Min Donghua's look. Min Donghua looked at Ye Xuan and saw that he was so serious. After thinking for a long time, she said softly, "I can help you. And there is no need for payment, and to make the awakening liquid, you need not only the awakening stone, but also the 1,000-year cold grass and the 1,000-year fire sesame. I can provide you with everything." Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing were a little surprised when they heard this. Unexpectedly, Min Donghua agreed directly and provided other materials. "Then what do you need me to do for you?" Ye Xuan asked. Min Donghua smiled softly. "It's easy to talk to smart people." She stretched out two slender green jade fingers and said softly, "First, I want to see your strength. Second, after I confirm your strength, go and help me play in the gym." "How to prove it?" Ye Xuan asked doubtfully. Now his battle video has been known to many people in Qingcheng, even if Min Donghua has not seen it. "But you should know something. Moreover, just now Wei Rufeng guaranteed that Ye Xuan was very powerful, so the strength that Min Donghua wanted to prove would never be that simple." Min Donghua looked at Ye Xuan, as if she knew what Ye Xuan was thinking. Her red lips raised slightly, and a sweet voice slowly came out of her mouth. "The strength I want to see is your inner strength. I have 5 books on herbal medicine here. If you read them within 3 hours, you will pass." As Min Donghua finished speaking, Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing were shocked. 5 books, 3 hours. Can't finish it at all. Even if it takes 5 hours, 1 book per hour is impossible. Min Donghua was completely trying to embarrass Ye Xuan. Wei Rufeng looked at Ye Xuan with some anxiety, bringing him here today. Originally, He wanted to use the reputation of the Demon Slayer division to sell Min Donghua a favor. Let Ye Xuan and Qingcheng get closer, but now, he regrets it. Which club are you playing in? Ye Xuan did not refuse, but continued to ask. Min Donghua shook her head. I will tell you after you complete the first condition. As she spoke, she turned and walked into her bedroom. After a while, she held 5 thick books in her arms and placed them on the table. She took a sip of tea and said happily, 3 hours start from the moment you open the book. Ye Xuan was not in a hurry to flip through the books. 5 books in 3 hours might have been impossible for him before. But now, with the ninjutsu called Shadow Clone Jutsu, the knowledge learned by the clone will return to the original body after the clone's memory is released. So, it's not that difficult. Ye Xuan picked up 5 books, and the 5 books were The Preparation and Storage of Common Potions, a Pharmacist's Self-Rescue Guide After Falling into a Secret Realm, The Secrets of Pharmacists and Martial Arts Masters, The Classification of Potions. There are 5 books, each one is about potions, except one which is related to martial arts. Wu Qixing looked at these 5 books and suddenly felt dizzy. He might not have finished reading half of them in 3 hours. Wei Rufeng picked up the preparation and storage of ordinary potions, opened it casually, and saw the making methods of each potion. There are also storage methods. Since there is a test, it is definitely not just an ordinary look at it, there will be some tests. Wei Rufeng picked up a book at random, and when he opened it, he felt a little dizzy. He glanced at Ye Xuan, not knowing what to do. Just as they were about to persuade Ye Xuan to give up, Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing were shocked when they heard Ye Xuan agreed to the matter. How to do this? Can I read 5 books in 3 hours? Min Donghua seemed a little surprised, and she looked a little startled. She added, it's not just a matter of reading it once. You need to memorize it, because I will test it. Ye Xuan nodded without saying anything. His hands instantly formed seals, and 4 clouds appeared beside him. As the clouds and mist dissipated, 4 Ye Xuan appeared next to Ye Xuan. They did not stop, each took a book and started reading wildly. Ye Xuan looked at the remaining book with some hesitation, then made another seal, and a shadow clone appeared holding the book and started reading. 5 shadow clones who were exactly like Ye Xuan were reading books there, while the real Ye Xuan looked at the 5 Ye Xuans and were reading books there. Wu Qixing and Wei Rufeng turned to look at Ye Xuan, and then at the 5 Ye Xuan. They were shocked in their hearts. It turns out that superpowers can still be like this, and they are really a little envious, but they are a little curious in their hearts. What exactly is Ye Xuan's superpower? How could he be like that? Min Donghua was also a little dumbfounded. She originally wanted to make things difficult for Ye Xuan, but she didn't expect to be easily resolved by him. And he himself didn't seem to need to do anything. Her expression gradually returned to normal. She didn't believe that Ye Xuan could use this method to memorize all the contents of the 5 books in a short period of time. Time passed minute by minute, and the 5 Ye Xuan were reading very seriously. Ye Xuan, who was only reading the book, Secrets of Pharmacists and Martial Arts Masters, looked at Min Donghua in surprise. Min Donghua slowly raised her eyes, took a sip of tea, and stopped talking. Ye Xuan himself sat there slowly. Sure enough, working for yourself and getting something for nothing is the most comfortable thing. 3 hours have not passed yet, and there is still more than an hour left. 5 Ye Xuan have already finished reading the book. The 3 of them were a little surprised. The 5 Ye Xuan figures turned into a cloud and disappeared into the air. At the same time, huge memories poured into Ye Xuan's mind, and he digested them in just a few seconds. He looked at Min Donghua in surprise and said softly, I've finished reading. Chapter 25 Strange Question, Kicking the Gym. Hellboy, are you sure? Min Donghua was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ye Xuan to read so quickly. Ye Xuan nodded. The effect of Millennium Cold Grass is to neutralize the fire in the potion, while the effect of Millennium Fire Seed is to neutralize the cold in the potion. When these two are mixed together, the solidified material can be melted and the efficacy of the medicine can be enhanced. Moreover, Fire Sesame and Cold Grass are both beneficial to the human body, and even have the effect of enhancing ice and fire powers. Ye Xuan slowly talked about the 2 ingredients for making the awakening liquid with a smile, which made Min Donghua slightly surprised. She nodded. She didn't expect that Ye Xuan really remembered it, but it was possible that he only remembered these two things. Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing on the side slowly opened their mouths and their eyes widened. It was only 1 o'clock after an hour, and Ye Xuan had memorized 5 books. They were also a little uneasy in their hearts. You probably didn't remember everything, right? Min Donghua thought for a while and asked slowly, if the pharmacist enters the secret realm, how should he protect himself? The ferocious beasts in the secret realm like to eat human flesh. The best way is to apply a layer of protective medicine on the body, and then cover it with poison to prevent it from being eaten. Ye Xuan said without thinking. Of course, keep a coffin with you so that you can have a good burial, because the pharmacist will not easily enter the secret realm. The two people on the side were a little surprised. Are these really what they read in the book? Why is it so strange that if you carry a coffin with you and enter the secret realm together, you won't be ready to come out, right? From the look on Min Donghua's face, it seemed that Ye Xuan was right. Min Donghua then asked, then how should a pharmacist fall in love with a martial arts master? Wei Rufeng's head was filled with questions. Can this question be found in the 5 books just now? Wu Qixing looked stunned and fell into silence. Ye Xuan thought, martial arts masters train their own physical skills, so they want their bodies to be continuously strengthened. The pharmacist can make a strengthening solution every day and give it to the martial arts master to make him get used to the pharmacist. Finally, make a powerful medicine, body marrow liquid. Let the martial arts master be obsessed with the body marrow fluid, and then make the martial arts master completely inseparable from the pharmacist. In this way, he completely controls the martial arts master. Min Donghua nodded slowly when he heard this, with a look of appreciation on his face. On the other hand, Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing were overwhelmed with shock. Is this really a love affair? Are you sure it's not a dependency? What's going on with those 5 books? Is this really a book about a pharmacist? Is there anything else you want to ask? Ye Xuan asked. Min Donghua shook her head. It seems you really remembered everything. That's good. I'm so happy that you are my first reader. As Min Donghua finished speaking, the originally calm hearts of Wei Rufeng and Wu Qixing on the side surged again. Are all the books we read together written by you? If you can't find a reader, why don't you let Ye Xuan come and try it out? Ye Xuan was slightly startled. He didn't expect that these 5 books were all written by her. Then for the second gymnasium, which gym is it for? Xingcheng Martial Arts Hall, Min Donghua said softly, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. When Wu Qixing on the side heard this, his pupils suddenly opened wide and he looked at his mother Min Donghua in disbelief. He wanted to say something but didn't say it. He slowly lowered his head. Ye Xuan was aware of Wu Qixing's scene. He remembered that when he met him, he said he looked down on Master Wu, a person who was both responsible and independent. Ye Xuan suddenly discovered that the relationship between the 3 seemed to be slightly subtle. And both of them have the surname, Wu. Okay. Ye Xuan agreed. Wei Rufeng was very puzzled. Master Min, are you having some friction with Master Wu? Why are you going to kick him in the gym? HMPH. Min Donghua snorted coldly. Go and ask your director Chai. Wei Rufeng was a little embarrassed, but he didn't ask too much. Ye Xuan didn't stay much after the matter was done, and went out with Wei Rufeng, while Wu Qixing was still inside. Before the two of them had gone far, they heard a yell coming from inside the house. Get as far away as you want, I'll be angry when I see your face. Wu Qixing was kicked out directly. He lay straight in front of the two of them, looking dead. Min Donghua stood at the door, looked at Wu Qixing coldly and said, go tell that old man and don't let me meet him in Xingcheng. Bang! The door was directly closed. This scene seemed a bit unbelievable to Ye Xuan. After the brief contact just now, he never expected that Min Donghua would be so violent. Wei Rufeng's mind was very confused as he listened to Min Donghua's words. Director Chai's surname is Chai. How could he be Wu Qixing's father? Could it be that Master Wu? It shouldn't be, then why is this related to Director Chai again? Wei Rufeng hurriedly said goodbye to Ye Xuan, brainstorming along the way. Wu Qixing smiled awkwardly at Ye Xuan, and was too embarrassed to stay by Ye Xuan's side, and left here dejectedly. Ye Xuan returned home. Now that it was getting late, he decided to use the body marrow fluid again tonight. Looking at the blood-red liquid in the vial, Since reading the 5 books today, Ye Xuan knew that making body marrow liquid was not easy. Every material made is inseparable from qi and blood. The better the marrow fluid, the brighter the color. The materials produced will have more qi and blood. Pour into the bath, the blood red liquid dyed the water red. Ye Xuan slowly entered it, the blood in his body began to surge slowly, and the pores in his body seemed to be opened. In a basement deep in a lonely alley in Qingcheng. It was extremely dark inside, but the bright red blood stained every corner here. Chen Sheng looked greedily at the scarlet flesh and blood in front of him. At the same time, the scene transitions to an alley in the corner of Qingcheng on the other side, and there is a basement further down. It was dripping with blood, and Chen Sheng was drinking blood here to grow hair. He growled. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Behind him were countless people in black robes, kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Sheng. Arrogant, now that your strength has reached the middle of the 4th level, Lord Lucifer has arrived, and you have even reached the peak of the 4th level. Isn't it easy to deal with that guy in the early 3rd level? Chen Sheng shook his head wildly, his eyes bright red. I want to torture him. I want to kill Ye Xuan completely. Don't worry, arrogant, the gangsters of hell will help you. The gates of hell will open wide, and the end of Qingcheng will gradually come. When Chen Sheng heard this, a crazy smile appeared on his face. Okay, 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 ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Very good, I'm going to kill everyone there. Lucifer, give me power. A huge black shadow appeared on Chen Sheng's body, like a devil laughing maniacally. The men in black robes behind him all lowered their heads and shouted respectfully, Lord Lucifer. Ye Xuan, your death will be in 2 days. The black shadow roared. Chapter 26 Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. Qingcheng Ye Xuan, kick the ball. The next day, noon. Ye Xuan felt that his strength had reached the middle stage of the 3rd level, although his performance had not improved. But his own strength has become a little stronger. He did not choose to waste time. He planned to go to the gym today to make the awakening liquid as soon as possible. Ji Yu Qingcheng slowly came up behind him. She also knew that Ye Xuan was going to play in the gym today, and she hesitated to speak. Ye Xuan, do you really want to go to Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall to compete? Ye Xuan nodded without hesitation. This is inevitable. The anxious look on Ji Yu Qingcheng's face gradually dissipated after hearing this, and she said softly, Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall was founded by Master Wu Yushang. Ye Xuan nodded. He still understood this. As far as I know, although this Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall was founded by Master Wu, it was more of an organization established spontaneously by the people of Qingcheng. Wu Yushang himself has participated in the Qingcheng examination for 10 years. In the last few years, his strength has been at the peak of the 3rd level, but he has never reached the top 10. It is impossible to reach the top 10 at the peak of the 3rd level for several years. So there is a rumor that he relied entirely on his own physical skills to compete, and when he was 30 years old, he directly broke through to the 4th level. Hearing this, Ye Xuan fell into deep thought. You can't take the Qingcheng exam, so you won't hide your strength, right? And because of this, many people are following Wu Yushang. Wu Yushang had no choice but to open a martial arts gym, which also attracted some ordinary people to go, but the largest number of them are those with supernatural powers. Everyone there will not use their own powers and will only learn physical skills. So, Ji Yu Qingcheng stopped talking. Ye Xuan followed her words. There, I want to go to the kicking gym, but I can't use my own powers and rely on my own physical skills to fight more than a dozen people. Ji Yu Qingcheng nodded and said, so since the establishment of Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall, no one has ever kicked it out. Ye Xuan, this is your first time. The corners of Ye Xuan's mouth raised slightly. Is this your first time? His lips moved and he muttered. Ninjutsu and Ijutsu can no longer be used, but Taijutsu is enough. Ji Yu Qingcheng showed signs of wanting to go with Ye Xuan, but Ye Xuan refused directly. He pushed open the door, strode out, waved his hand to Ji Yu Qingcheng behind him, and said loudly, tell Yi Lingyan. At sunset, awakening liquid. Ji Yu Qingcheng stopped trying to follow up, and just watched Ye Xuan gradually go away quietly. His back gradually disappeared from sight, but it made her feel confident in moving forward. Yi Lingyan came to Ji Yu Qingcheng quietly and hugged Ji Yu Qingcheng. She showed a pair of dimples and said with a smile, "Sister Gu, what is my brother doing? I also want to follow him." As she said that, Ye Lingyan lowered her lips slightly, looking lost, and said, "It's a pity that he never took me with him." Hearing this, Gu Qingcheng turned to look at Ye Lingyan, touched her head, and said softly, "Ye Xuan went to beat someone, it was very bloody. Lingyan, let's get ready to pick up your brother at sunset." "Okay." Ye Lingyan nodded sharply, Ye Xuan stood at the door of Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. There is no one outside the door. This is in the suburbs of Qingcheng, except for those who are interested in physical skills, or people with special abilities who take the Qingcheng Grand Examination. Not many people will come to this martial arts gym. Ye Xuan directly kicked open the door of Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. Since he was kicking the door, he shouldn't knock on it. As the door was kicked open, everyone inside suddenly turned their heads to look at Ye Xuan outside the door. Ye Xuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Qingcheng Ye Xuan, kick the gym." Oops! Countless people in martial arts uniforms stood up suddenly, as if they heard incredible sounds, and some were even extremely excited. It seems that the rumors are true, someone actually came to play in the gym. Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall, the holy place of martial arts in the hearts of countless Qingcheng people, actually has someone coming. This man looks quite thin. How could he be a practicing practitioner? Ye Xuan walked in slowly. Except for the people wearing white martial arts uniforms, the surrounding auditorium was full of people. Ye Xuan didn't expect that he also heard the news along the way that he was coming to play in the gym. The only people who knew about it at the beginning were Min Donghua, Wu Qixing, and Wei Rufeng. The person who spread the news must be Wu Qixing. I didn't expect that so many people would come. The people around who had been waiting hopelessly became excited when they saw Ye Xuan's arrival. Ye Xuan is really here. The news is indeed true. Can we see the huge meteorite summoned by Ye Xuan again? It's too scary. Don't be ridiculous. The martial arts gym doesn't allow the use of supernatural powers. Besides, there is no energy shield here. If a meteorite is summoned, won't we all die? That's awesome. That terrifying meteorite, I'm afraid that's what Ye Xuan's superpower is. The bustling noise suddenly sounded, making it difficult to hear what was being said. A person stood up slowly from the side of the martial arts hall, and the surrounding audience fell silent for an instant. Many people had come here a long time ago, and they naturally saw the strength of everyone, and this person was the third senior brother of the martial arts hall. "Who do you think you are? Dare you come to kick the gym?" The man said fiercely. "Do you know why no one from our Qingcheng martial arts gym comes to kick the gym? Because I'm afraid of standing up to get in and crawling out." His body was bulging with explosive muscles, and his entire body was twice as big as Ye Xuan. The terrifying momentum seemed to crush Ye Xuan instantly, but Ye Xuan looked at him coldly. "What's your martial arts gym's ranking?" Hearing what Ye Xuan said, the man almost laughed out of anger and said with a big smile, "My name is Ye Yongwei, and I am ranked third in the martial arts gym. I am known as the third senior brother." When Ye Xuan heard this, he shook his head and did not argue with him any longer. His figure swayed instantly. "Come to him." Ye Yong's pupils suddenly widened. He didn't expect Ye Xuan to be so fast. He saw that Ye Xuan was about to take action. He immediately put on a defensive posture and hid his secrets in his hands. As long as he touched Ye Xuan, he could guarantee that he could capture Ye Xuan instantly with his own physical skills. The audience on the side also saw something fishy. This is third senior brother's most skilled grappler. He uses retreat to advance. This Ye Xuan is terrible. He looks very fast and may have strong powers, but this is a martial arts gym and you can't use powers. Oops, it took a lot of effort for someone to kick the gym. Is it going to end so soon? Ye Xuan stretched out his hands directly, preparing to throw him over his shoulder. Ye Yongwei looked cruel, secretly happy that he could use the full power of his grappling hand face to face. In his eyes, Ye Xuan was already waiting to beg for mercy. But the moment the two hands touched, Ye Yong's expression changed, and his whole body tilted towards Ye Xuan uncontrollably. Then the whole person was thrown directly over Ye Xuan's shoulder. Bang! Ye Yongwei lay straight on the ground. Ye Xuan looked at him coldly. He seemed to be able to see the unfulfilled emotion in Ye Xuan's eyes. Even he didn't seem to let Ye Xuan use his full strength. Ye Xuan stared at Ke Yongwei lying on the ground and said softly, "Call your senior brother and Master Wu to come out. Don't waste time." Boom. Ye Xuan's body turned into a cloud and gradually dissipated, as if Ye Xuan had never been there. People around. Chapter 27. It's a small martial arts gym, why take it seriously? The people around looked at this scene with wide eyes. Ye Xuan disappeared in front of their eyes, as if he turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared in an instant. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. What exactly is going on? Did I get dazzled just now? Isn't that Ye Xuan? Where are the others? Everyone looked at third senior brother Ke Yongwei lying on the ground and shouted in shock. At the door of the martial arts hall, a figure slowly emerged. It was Ye Xuan. They stared at Ye Xuan with wide eyes, in disbelief. Didn't Ye Xuan just come into play? Why did he appear at the door of the martial arts hall again? How is this going? Is it a superpower? What exactly is Ye Xuan's superpower? Meteorites, clones, flames, and that scary blue thing. How many kinds of superpowers does Ye Xuan have? For a moment, some people speculated that Ye Xuan had used supernatural powers. Ke Yongwei, who was lying on the ground, became a little angry. He stood up suddenly and stared at Ye Xuan. You wanna die? But the next moment, Ke Yongwei regretted it. Ye Xuan looked at him calmly, his eyes vaguely showing red magatama, and the shuddering fear made him unable to stand. You. Ke Yongwei was a little dumbfounded, but recalling that Ye Xuan in front of him disappeared instantly, he shouted in a deep voice, Ye Xuan, you violated the rules. Use your powers to kick the gym. As Ke Yongwei finished speaking, the audience immediately woke up. You cannot use supernatural powers in Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. But now Ye Xuan has obviously used superpowers to come, so this is completely against the rules. They all looked at Ye Xuan with disbelief. Does this mean that Ye Xuan is also afraid of the physical skills of the martial arts gym? It shouldn't be. I thought Ye Xuan and Kai Men's physical skills were comparable. Fart. Kai Men mainly relies on his supernatural powers. His physical skills are not even half as good as Ke Yongwei's. But Ye Xuan actually defeated Ke Yongwei with his physical skills. Haha, how could it be possible? Ye Xuan's superpower can probably enhance his own strength, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Ke Yongwei. Listening to everyone's remarks, the corners of Ke Yongwei's mouth slowly rose. Now that the general trend is with him, he wants to see what Ye Xuan will say. Ye Xuan looked at the strong Ke Yongwei and suddenly laughed and said, "It's really ridiculous. Using supernatural powers. Did I use it in the Budokan? Does your rule state that you cannot use supernatural powers outside the martial arts gym?" Ye Xuan lightly formed a seal with his hands, and a figure exactly like Ye Xuan appeared next to him. That Ye Xuan walked into the martial arts hall. He shouted to Ke Yongwei, calling them out, "You are not qualified at all." That contemptuous look and language. Ke Yong became angry with embarrassment and clenched his fists with both hands. Just as Ye Xuan said, the rules did not state that powers could not be used outside the martial arts gym. But now all this shocked him inside and he didn't know how to do it well. When the surrounding audience heard this, their eyes widened. Kick the gym. But I don't kick the gym. Are you using superpowers to kick the gym? It really looks exactly like me. This power is so awesome. It's against the rules. Ke Yong suppressed his inner anger and scolded. Ye Xuan sighed. The shadow clone technique that relied on chakra to survive was fragile. The clone just took one move from Ke Yongwei and then dissipated. Although Ye Xuan's clone did not use all his strength, Ke Yongwei's strength was enough for Ye Xuan to recognize. Don't you understand? Ye Xuan looked at Ke Yongwei coldly, with that terrifying look, as if he would tear Ke Yongwei into pieces in the next second. Ke Yongwei was a little frightened, but as a third senior brother, he still wanted to save face. When he was about to step forward, he was stopped by someone. Third junior brother, let me do it. A young man wearing a white loose martial arts uniform flicked his sleeves, and a sonic boom exploded from his sleeves. Everyone's eyes looked a bit incredible when they heard this voice. It was obviously an ordinary sleeve roll, but it actually produced a sonic boom. Second senior brother. Ke Yong hesitated to speak. But seeing the second senior brother shaking his head, he said to Ye Xuan, since we are kicking the gym, why not let the main body come in? Ye Xuan showed a frivolous smile and said, it's just a small martial arts gym, why should I end up there? Ye Xuan's rhetorical question made everyone in the martial arts hall suddenly angry. This is a complete disregard for them. The surrounding audience and people present looked at Ye Xuan and saw only one word from him. Mad. But thinking about Ye Xuan's strength, he is fully qualified to be so crazy. The second senior brother's face turned ugly. In that case, let's get started. He stared at Ye Xuan's body and said in a deep voice, I, Zhuang Tianxing, please enlighten me. His figure swayed, and even if he didn't use his powers, his own strength was inadvertently revealed. Is this the 4th level? At the early stage of the 4th level, how should I fight Ye Xuan's clone? I'm afraid that once Ye Xuan comes face to face, this clone's superpower will be gone. Everyone immediately speculated and stared at this scene closely, for fear of missing a detail. Ye Xuan opened his eyes and looked at Zhuang Tianxing, who was at the 4th level of strength. Although he didn't use superpowers, his physical fitness was there, and he could feel that Zhuang Tianxing and Ke Yongwei's physical skills were not of the same level. But this is not enough at all. Facing Uchiha Madara's peak physical skills, it is just mediocre. One clone is enough to deal with it. After determining the outcome, Ye Xuan closed his eyes and rested his mind, but this scene was particularly dazzling in Zhuang Tianxing's eyes. As if he had never been in his eyes, he felt fierce in his heart and stared at Ye Xuan's clone in front of him. He wanted to defeat Ye Xuan completely. Correct the name of the martial arts hall. His hands kept surging, a strong wind roared in his sleeves, and he fiercely attacked Ye Xuan. Want to catch him off guard. But Ye Xuan had already noticed this scene, and he kicked his body violently, preparing to fight Zhuang Tianxing face to face. Everyone held their breath and stared at this scene. But just when the two were about to collide, Ye Xuan's body instantly lost speed, as if he had no inertia. He kicked his legs over Zhuang Tianxing's head and stood upside down in the air. He suddenly stretched out his hands, preparing to grab Zhuang Tianxing's shoulders and throw him to the ground. Zhuang Tianxing noticed this scene and it was too late to change his attack and wanted to retreat. Ye Xuan noticed this scene with a slight smile on his lips. At such a close distance, he whispered 2 words into Zhuang Tianxing's ear and said, it's too late. The next second, Zhuang Tianxing felt like he was being thrown out like a kite that was out of line. It hit the wall hard, and a crack appeared on the wall, which showed how powerful this move was. The people around looked at this scene in shock. Zhuang Tianxing, who was in the early stage of the 4th level, was defeated like this. And the one who defeated him was just a clone of Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's true body was still at the door with his eyes closed and resting. Everyone turned to look at Ye Xuan, and then at Zhuang Tianxing who was in the cracks in the wall, with expressions of disbelief. Cough. A cough sounded from the depths of the martial arts hall, and 2 figures slowly walked out. One of the middle-aged men had an elegant look on his face, but his eyes were sharp. He looked at Ye Xuan outside the door. Little friend Yi, are you going a little too far? When the martial arts practitioners in the martial arts hall saw this man, they all shouted to him in a deep voice, Master Wu. Chapter 28. More against less. Look again, how much? Ye Xuan looked at the middle-aged man. There was a sharp edge in the middle-aged man's eyes, listening to the names he was called by the people around him. Ye Xuan knew that he was Wu Yushang, and the person standing next to him was Wu Qixing. Wu Qixing looked at Ye Xuan with an embarrassed look. It was he who had hyped Ye Xuan's coming to play. Ye Xuan is now a figure in Qingcheng Fire and got the information that he will go to Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall to compete. Many people immediately flocked to the place. Wu Qixing thought that he could not beat Ye Xuan in the Qingcheng Grand Examination, so he thought of defeating Ye Xuan in the martial arts hall. Is it too much? Ye Xuan asked back. I'm here to play in the gym, and you still care whether I'm going too far or not. After Wu Yushang heard this, some veins popped out on his forehead, and he said in a deep voice, okay. In that case, accept it. He waved his hands, and 3 people immediately appeared around him. The 3 of them helped Zhuang Tianxing, and took Ke Yong to stand beside Wu Yushang. Wu Qixing, on the other hand, silently retreated to the back. In addition, Wu Yushang and the other 6 were staring straight at Ye Xuan. Wu Yushang said with a gloomy expression. Since we are kicking the gym, be prepared to fight with more and less. Everyone around looked at this scene in shock. Use more to fight less. Is this how the gymnasium is supposed to be played? Why did I say that no one has been kicking in the martial arts gym? It turns out that's the case. Ye Xuan is in trouble this time. I recognize the people inside. They are the 5 most capable disciples of Master Wu. Except for the absence of the senior brother, the 5 of them are considered the face of the martial arts hall. Damn it, did Master Wu also personally participate in the battle? He is a veteran 4th level strongman, and he is still at the peak in the later stage. It's hard to say. 4 level 3, 2 level 4, and 1 level 3. Although they don't use superpowers, their strength is completely different. Ye Xuan is a little hung up this time. Wu Qixing glanced at Wu Yushang with a strange expression, recalling what happened at Min Donghua's place yesterday. He was originally unsure in his heart whether those clones had any physical strength. But he had easily defeated the second senior brother just now, and he knew the situation in his heart. He looked at 6 people confronting one person, and he was a little confused in his heart. Is this really a case of using more to fight against less? Take a closer look. Do you use more to defeat less? Ye Xuan looked at Wu Yushang and formed a seal with his hands. 5 clones appeared next to him. Each clone was exactly the same as Ye Xuan, and they stepped into the martial arts hall together. 6 Ye Xuan and Wu Yushang faced each other. Everyone around wiped their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. It was clear that just now there were more people fighting less people, but now the numbers were even. But Ye Xuan's clone hadn't stopped yet, and 2 clones appeared next to him again, walking into the martial arts hall. Ye Xuan shouted to Wu Yushang. Now, how many versus how many? Wu Yushang looked a little embarrassed and did not expect this scene at all. HMPH, it's just the end of a strong crossbow. Wu Yushang didn't believe that Ye Xuan could control so many clones. He and the 5 disciples on the side looked at each other. They nodded to each other and suddenly approached Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan, who was standing outside the door of the martial arts gym, yawned a little sleepily when he saw this. The next second, the 8 Ye Xuan in the martial arts gym moved instantly. Summoning 8 clones is now a bit of a limit. No matter how many clones there are, more chakra is required, and Ye Xuan can't hold it anymore. Moreover, these 8 identities rely on chakra support. They are too scattered and can only use their own physical skills, and they are also fragile. The 2 sides collided together, a battle without supernatural powers, a battle of light and physical skills. The short exchange made people dazzled. Wu Yushang frowned and looked at Ye Xuan in front of him, his heart sinking. Unexpectedly, Ye Xuan's physical skills were actually very powerful, and he himself was still outside the door, and the one fighting him was just his clone. He wanted to quickly deal with Ye Xuan in front of him. As soon as he exerted force with his hands, the 2 clones that were originally free came forward to stop him. After several obstructions, Wu Yushang was overwhelmed but unable to do anything, and several other people on the side were defeated one after another. The remaining clones immediately became empty and did not step forward to fight against the more numerous ones. Wu Yushang's pupils shrank sharply. He could see that Ye Xuan wanted to use this method to fight one-on-one. Grabbing it with both hands, the clone in front wanted to retreat. The clone on the side stepped forward to capture Wu Yushang. Wu Yushang feinted with both hands. His figure turned suddenly and hit Ye Xuan directly with a whip leg. The powerful attack directly caused the clone to turn into floating clouds and dissipate. Ye Xuan's eyes outside the door couldn't help but become serious. The move just now seemed to have hit Ye Xuan for real, although there was no pain. But the memory remains fresh. Wu Yushang's offensive did not stop. Seeing this, the clone that was originally retreating bent down and swept his legs, and a sonic boom was thrown out of his trouser legs. Wu Yushang staggered and felt severe pain in his legs. He staggered and rushed forward quickly. On the way, he grabbed one of Ye Xuan's clones and pressed him down. He glared hard and pinched Ye Xuan's body tightly, and the next second his clone turned into a cloud and disappeared. Ye Xuan looked stunned and touched his neck. There was no pain, but the feeling of having memories was very strange. In a short period of time, Wu Yuxiang destroyed Ye Xuan's 2 clones, and the originally one-sided situation was instantly reversed. The clone using the whip leg did not stop. He quickly came behind Wu Yuxiang, looked at Wu Yuxiang who was about to lie on the ground, and stepped towards him with a cold expression. When everyone saw this scene, they exclaimed. Without Ye Xuan's 2 clones, the situation was 6 versus 6. But now that Wu Yuxiang was seriously injured, the situation had turned towards Ye Xuan. Boom! A violent collision sounded suddenly. Ke Yongwei used his huge muscles to block Ye Xuan's kick. He shouted to Wu Yuxiang below him. Master Wu, we still have a chance. Wu Yuxiang took advantage of the swaying figure and jumped up, but the pain in his legs almost made him unsteady. Ke Yongwei, on the other hand, was firmly stepped on by Ye Xuan, with 5 other clones standing beside him. The 2 sides faced off again. In the short exchange just now, Ye Xuan lost 2 clones. As for the martial arts hall, everyone has different injuries, and among them, Ke Yongwei was stepped on. Everyone around them held their breath, as if they knew they would know the outcome next. Wu Yuxiang looked at Ke Yongwei, who looked in pain, with a trace of anger in his expression. He did not speak, but rushed towards Ye Xuan's clone. The other 4 people on the side also rushed over after Wu Yuxiang, and different physical skills were performed again in an instant. But this was a one-sided situation, but in just a short moment, several people from the martial arts hall were defeated. And Ye Xuan's clones gradually dissipated, until finally Ye Xuan only had 1 clone left. Over at the martial arts hall, only Wu Yuxiang was standing. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Everything happened so fast that people couldn't see clearly. If it weren't for the fact that superpowers cannot be used in the martial arts gym. They all thought it was a supernatural battle just now. Ye Xuan's clone looked at Wu Yuxiang quietly and counted down silently. 3, 2. Wu Yuxiang rushed towards Ye Xuan, as if he was about to make a final counterattack, but Ye Xuan did not move. 1. Just when Wu Yuxiang was about to touch Ye Xuan, Wu Yuxiang fell to the ground, his whole body weak. He looked at Ye Xuan with a desperate expression. The power of this physical skill was simply incomparable. He couldn't imagine how powerful Ye Xuan's physical skills were, and the only person fighting him was Ye Xuan's identity. Boom! The next second, Ye Xuan's clone dissipated and turned into a floating cloud. Wu Qixing stood behind Ye Xuan and punched handsomely, then shook his sleeves and said softly. I didn't expect that I would stand at the end. Although it was different from what Wu Qixing expected, he finally defeated Ye Xuan's clone. Ye Xuan touched his chest, veins popped out on his forehead, and slowly walked into the martial arts gym. He stared at Wu Qixing and said in a deep voice, You want to dance too? Wu Qixing felt the cold breath behind him and trembled all over. Chapter 29 The Unexpected Master. The Secret Realm of the Dead Pond. Wu Qixing wanted to turn around and face Ye Xuan directly, but found that he couldn't do it. It was as if the person standing behind him was not a person, but a terrifying beast. But he remembered the way he pretended just now, and turned around to face Ye Xuan. What? Ye Xuan, do you want to fight me? As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the scenery in front of him gradually blur, and then a severe pain came from his chest, causing him to close his eyes tightly. And he just felt like his body was like a kite that had taken off its strings and hit the wall. Wu Yuxiang raised his head and looked at Wu Qixing, feeling helpless. With the help of others, he stood up slowly. Looking at Ye Xuan, his expression was a little complicated. He also knew the inside story about Ye Xuan's kick. Ben pretended to be successful, but he didn't expect Ye Xuan to be so crazy. He lost his temper in an instant, and then used all his strength. Unexpectedly, even if he faced his clone, he was defeated directly. I lost. When Wu Yuxiang said these words, everyone around him was in an uproar. This is the first time since the founding of the Budokan that I have competed in the gym and won. At the same time, the long-lost system sound sounded in Ye Xuan's ears. Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 20%. Acquired eye technique. Humanoid Susanoo, Yasaka's Magatama. Ye Xuan was a little shocked in his heart, and his performance level reached 20%. After acquiring 2 of Susanoo's abilities, Susanoo, who has a human form, can no longer just stay where he is. You can now drive a small Gundam. Thinking of this, Ye Xuan felt a little excited. After receiving Wu Yushang's words, Ye Xuan was about to leave. When he was about to walk out of the martial arts hall, he was stopped by Wu Yushang. Ye Xuan turned around and looked at Wu Yushang in confusion. Wu Yushang lowered his head and seemed hesitant to speak. But Ye Xuan did not rush. After a long time, Wu Yushang thanked you, and then said with a sincere expression, "I want to become your teacher." Wu Yushang's words were shocking, and Ye Xuan was startled. He did not expect that Wu Yushang would have such an idea. He originally thought that he would let him convey some words to Min Donghua. But he didn't expect to say such a sentence. Ye Xuan was deep in thought. Wu Yushang seemed to be afraid of Ye Xuan's rejection. His eyes were sincere. "Master Yi, as long as you agree. The Budokan is yours." Although the martial arts hall is not as good as the Qingcheng Demon Slayer department and the academy, it still has a certain amount of energy. Ye Xuan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Now he is just a human being. If he needs a channel to obtain information, the Demon Slayer department may be a good choice. But if you keep bothering others, the favor you owe will have deep consequences in the future. Ye Xuan nodded and said, "Know your shame and then be brave." "I agree. Just call me Ye Xuan." Wu Yushang bent down suddenly and said, "Thank you Ye Xuan for your support. The art of physical arts is never ending. I hope Master Yi can give me some pointers in the future." Ye Xuan nodded. The moment he walked out of the martial arts hall, Wu Yushang's voice came over. He shouted, "Ye Xuan, say hello to her for me, I'm sorry for her." Ye Xuan waved his hand and agreed to the matter. Everyone was puzzled about this matter, but no one pursued it. Everyone was still immersed in Wu Yushang's words of admitting defeat, but they did not expect that Wu Yushang would say something shocking later. After Ye Xuan left, they gradually woke up and burst into roaring exclamations. Is this true? Master Wu actually became a disciple. Damn it, is this really the Master Wu I know? Ye Xuan, is his physical skills really that strong? They all couldn't believe what they saw before them. Master Wu, who was considered the pinnacle of Qingcheng's physical skills in their hearts, lost today. Even if he lost, he still wanted to become a disciple in front of them. And Ye Xuan agreed. They just felt like they were dreaming, and everything that happened was so ridiculous. Compared with the crowd watching, all the disciples of Master Wu were dumbfounded. Someone finally came to play today. If they lose, they lose. And they got an extra master out of thin air. Among them, Wu Kixing couldn't understand it the most. He thought of himself being so publicized yesterday and wished he could be beaten to death on the spot. Today, so many people saw the joke, and his father and master have another master. How should he face Ye Xuan in the future? Should he always call him master? This incident instantly spread to the internet and became popular instantly. Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall has become well-known in several cities in recent years. In an instant, Ye Xuan's name spread not only in Qingcheng. The strong men in other cities all looked at Ye Xuan's deeds in disbelief at the Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall. They all have the idea of kicking the gym, but they can't use their abilities, which is a serious injury to them. That's why some people always have ideas, but no one actually takes action. At the same time, Yu Yifei, the head of the Demon Slayer department of the Imperial City, burst out laughing when he saw the news. Ye Xuan, you have given me so many surprises. At first I also thought about going to the 3rd level or 4th level to compete in the gym, but with their physical skills and group fights, I really didn't dare. Shuda was very upset when he saw the news. Even if there was no sacred water, he should have drawn cakes for Ye Xuan. He must be dragged to the Imperial Capital University for superpowers. In the Superpower Bureau of the Magic City, Zhao Jian stared at this news and lost his mind for a moment. After a while, he looked gloomy and said, "No. We can't let him come to the Magic City, otherwise there will be chaos. He must be allowed to stay in Qingcheng forever." At the University of Superpowers in the Magic City, Lu Fengxia finished her work and prepared to check Ye Xuan's news. For Ye Xuan, if she is not strong enough, she is very fond of his crazy personality. As a superpower, he has the power to reach the sky. If you are not crazy now, when will you be crazy? But just as she was about to check the information, her door was pushed open, and Chi Dao's fat figure wandered in. The aura of terror instantly filled the entire room, and Qidao was suddenly sweating profusely. He pretended to be calm and said to Lu Fengshe, "I'm here for something." "Get out." Lu Fengshe whispered one word, and a wisp of green smoke floated out from her mouth, like a phoenix rising into the sky. Qidao stared at this scene, shocked in his heart. That breath made him lose the desire to fight, and he was filled with fear. "It's not me, it's the team of big shots and gods above who are sending you a message for me." "Explain." The cold and terrifying aura spread throughout the room, and Qidao trembled and said, "They ask you to go to the secret realm, Pond of Death. This is a high-level secret realm, and there is at least one high-level god in it. There is a riot inside, and they want you to suppress it, and they also ask you to pick a treasure, chalcedony grass." "Ha ha." Lu Fengshe sneered and said, "No matter how you look at it, it's all your request." Qidao broke into a cold sweat and said, "I'm just a messenger. Although there is a little conflict between us, I will not tell lies, nor will I lie about the divine team of the Dragon Kingdom Superpower Bureau. You don't need to deal with me. Their god team knows it, so I can't escape punishment." When Qidao saw that he had finished speaking, he left here as if running away. Lu Fengshe, on the other hand, was lost in thought. The divine team of the Dragon Kingdom Superpower Bureau was the second-ranked team in the Superpower Bureau. Above that is the Holy Beast team, where Shenlong has never seen its tail. She sighed, patted herself, stood up and walked out of the door. She could not remain indifferent to such an unreasonable request. As for chalcedony grass, it specializes in restoring human limbs and broken arms. Considering the arrival of Qidao last time, it was not difficult for Lu Fengshe to guess. Above, there is a pair of hands controlling everything. The only variable is probably Ye Xuan in Xingqiang. Lu Fengshe didn't think much, and with a little strength in her legs, she rushed towards the sky and disappeared into the distance in the next second. Chapter 30 Awakening Liquid at Sunset. Hope for alienation. Boom, boom, boom. After successfully kicking the gym, Ye Xuan went directly to Min Donghua's residence. As she opened the door, Ye Xuan walked directly into it. Min Donghua seemed not surprised when she saw Ye Xuan's arrival. Ever since Ye Xuan successfully kicked off the gym, this piece of news instantly shot up to the top of Xingqiang's hot list. "Looking at the Min Dong flowers in front of me, the charm is still there, and every move makes me feel a little elegant," Ye Xuan said. "I need to complete the awakening liquid production before sunset." Min Donghua nodded. The two looked at each other, and Min Donghua seemed to know that Ye Xuan still had something to say. Ye Xuan thought for a moment, and then passed on to Min Donghua the last words Wu Yushang asked him to say. Min Donghua smiled contemptuously and did not answer. Before entering the bedroom, she only left a cold sentence. "He deserves it." Ye Xuan watched Min Donghua's figure gradually disappear into the living room. Just now she noticed Min Donghua's expression and smiled as if she was mocking Wu Yushang. But he didn't feel the slightest smile from Min Donghua. Ye Xuan also knew about the relationship between the two, or the relationship between the three of them plus Wu Kixing. As for why it happened like this, he had no intention to care about it, nor was he in the mood to understand. All he wanted at this moment was to hand the awakening liquid to Yi Lingyan's hand. As time passed, Min Donghua opened the door tiredly, and 3 bottles of potion were in her hands. She whispered to Ye Xuan, "This is the awakening liquid you want. It took me a lot of energy. It seems that I need to make up for it recently. The effects of Millennium Cold Grass and Millennium Fire Seed are a bit violent. If ordinary people use them, someone needs to watch them to avoid accidents." Ye Xuan nodded heavily. "If you use it and don't get superpowers, then there are 2 bottles left, so don't use them anymore. The human body will not be able to bear it. If you want to use it, you need to see how your own abilities are. If it is very strong, you can use the remaining 2 bottles to enhance your own strength." Ye Xuan nodded, took 3 bottles of awakening liquid and stood up to leave. When I opened the door, the sun was just about to set. Looking back at Min Donghua, seeing her tired eyes, Ye Xuan shouted, "Thank you very much." Min Donghua smiled, waved her hand, and replied, "No need to thank you, you helped me beat up that Master Wu, it's too late for me to be happy. Since you can get the first place in the Xingqiang University examination, I look forward to our second meeting." Ye Xuan nodded slightly, closed the door and left. At sunset, Ye Lingyan opened the door on time and watched the sun gradually set, and the world was about to fall into darkness. She looked into the distance expectantly, recalling what Ji Qingcheng told her to pick Ye Xuan back at sunset. At this moment, she felt like a wife who was looking forward to your return. Thinking of this, her face couldn't help but blush. The girl's blush was better than a sunset. Ji Qingcheng also noticed this scene. She was a little confused. Wasn't she just staring at Ye Xuan? Why are you still blushing? Brother Ye, Ye Lingyan shouted into the distance. Ji Qingcheng looked up and saw that the young man's figure stretched very long under the setting sun, like a giant standing tall and supporting the place. Ji Qingcheng was in a daze. Isn't Ye Xuan not Ye Lingyan's giant? I came here for her alienation syndrome. If it weren't for Ye Lingyan, maybe Ye Xuan would still be attending Qingcheng No. 2 middle school. The college entrance examination for people with supernatural powers that will soon greet him is not the Qingcheng University entrance examination. Ji Qingcheng shook his head and got rid of these distracting thoughts. If he were Ye Xuan, he would also follow this path. Ye Lingyan is a good person, and Ye Xuan is an even better person. Ji Qingcheng and Ye Lingyan surrounded him together. Ye Lingyan sprinted, and Ye Xuan opened his hands when he saw this. Ye Lingyan directly hugged Ye Xuan's waist, and Ye Xuan turned around and threw Ye Lingyan up. Ye Lingyan burst into laughter, and she said with a smile, "Brother Ye, thank you for your hard work." Ye Xuan shook his head and said, "For our little rich woman, my hard work is nothing." Ye Lingyan smelled the smell of Ye Xuan's body, turned her mouth and eyes, and said unhappily, "Brother Ye, you smell so bad." She changed the topic and said slyly, "Brother Ye, please go back and take a bath. I will be so compassionate as to give you a bath." Ye Xuan gently tapped Ye Lingyan's little head. "What are you thinking about?" Ye Xuan smiled and pulled Ye Lingyan, "Go home." Ye Lingyan followed behind, rubbing her head with an unhappy look on her face, while Ji Qingcheng followed the two of them with a smile on her face. After returning, Ye Xuan drank one of the bottles of awakening liquid without stopping. In the bathroom, he looked at his flushed neck, with veins popping up on it. The flush gradually spread until it covered Ye Xuan's entire face. He kept groaning and looked extremely uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, he was holding on to the sink and began to breathe heavily. After a few minutes, Ye Xuan calmed down and felt his own strength. Although it has not reached the late 3rd level, it has also improved significantly. The effect of the awakening liquid is indeed correct. Just as Min Donghua said, the effect is very powerful. Ye Lingyan couldn't be used alone and needed someone to watch over her. After much deliberation, Ji Qingcheng was the most suitable one. At night, Ye Xuan handed 2 bottles of awakening liquid to Ji Qingcheng and asked her to give Ye Lingyan the awakening liquid. Ji Qingcheng also nodded heavily and agreed to the matter. Moreover, Ye Xuan asked, "If Lingyan can bear it and has enough energy, the 2nd bottle will be given to her. If it doesn't work, forget it. You can use the 2nd bottle yourself." The next second, extreme coldness erupted in Ye Xuan's eyes, and a terrifying aura filled Ji Qingcheng's body, making Ji Qingcheng shudder. "If you don't give Ye Lingyan 2 bottles, no matter how far you go, I, Ye Xuan, will find you." Ji Qingcheng swallowed and nodded silently. Seeing this, Ye Xuan asked Ji Qingcheng to leave, although the awakening stone was given by Ji Qingcheng's father, Ji Shibiao. But improving one's own strength is extremely important in everyone's eyes, so Ye Xuan gave this advice. Ji Qingcheng came to Ye Lingyan's bedroom. She didn't take Ye Xuan's threat to heart. After a few days of getting to know each other, she also knew that Ye Xuan valued Ye Lingyan very seriously. The two of them are their only relatives and rely on each other. Ye Lingyan also knew what would happen tonight. She looked at Ji Qingcheng and pretended to be calm and shouted, "Sister Ji, please give it to me. I'm not afraid of pain at all." Ji Qingcheng looked at her trembling palms and couldn't bear it, because she knew that taking the awakening liquid would make her feel extremely uncomfortable and even lead to her dying. This happens to all people with superpowers, let alone ordinary people. But remembering Ye Lingyan's alienation syndrome, she had no other choice. She put a bottle of awakening liquid on Ye Lingyan's hand and Ye Lingyan took a sharp breath. Then he drank it all in one gulp, then spat and retched and said, "Sister Gu, it tastes terrible." However, she immediately jumped up and down as if to show Gu Qingcheng that the awakening liquid was nothing special and had no effect at all. Yi Lingyan was about to speak, but suddenly found that she could not speak and her whole body was extremely hot. Her pupils were widened, and the severe pain caused by her hot body made her at a loss. Gu Qingcheng panicked a little. He wanted to use his supernatural power to lower the temperature of Yi Lingyan's body, but was directly stopped by Yi Lingyan. When she saw Yi Lingyan's firm eyes, she stopped. Chapter 31 The Sudden Situation of the Awakening Fluid. The Third Qingcheng University Examination Competition. Susanoo Tool. How's it going? Yi Xuan asked nervously. Gu Qingcheng shook her head with a heavy expression and said, "Her body is very hot, but her consciousness is clear. The situation is not very bad." "It's not bad, it's been a whole day," Yi Xuan shouted with some fear. Gu Qingcheng looked at the frightened Yi Xuan in front of him, feeling very worried in his heart. A whole day has passed since Yi Lingyan took the awakening liquid, and Yi Xuan has never seen Yi Lingyan. Whenever Yi Xuan wants to go in, Yi Lingyan will notice it and stop Yi Xuan. Only Gu Qingcheng communicated between the two. This made Yi Xuan very anxious. On this day, Yi Xuan also asked the Demon Slayer Division, Min Donghua, and even Gu Qingcheng's father Gu Shibiao, and all got the same answer. "I have never seen anything like this before. For those with powerful abilities, the awakening liquid can take a few minutes at the fastest and several hours at the slowest. Although ordinary people are slow, it usually takes about half a day, and now a whole day has passed. There are ordinary people who exceed this time, but what happens is that their bodies are gradually burned due to heat, and then they fall into near death and gradually enter death." There was a vibration on the phone, and Yi Xuan glanced at it. Today was his third Qingcheng exam. He hesitated again and said to Gu Qingcheng, "Take care of Lingyan, I'll go to the competition. We'll be back soon." Yi Xuan didn't stop, opened the door and rushed out. He quickly came to the martial arts gym, where the last competition had just ended, and the next step was Yi Xuan's battle. As Yi Xuan arrived, all the spectators immediately became excited. In the past 2 days, Yi Xuan's deeds have been spread continuously. Everyone wants to see Yi Xuan's strength. The audience at the martial arts dojo today was full. The officials had to use many superpowers to deal with special situations. Today's energy shield is particularly strong. Chai Ji, the director of the Demon Slayer Department, as well as Wei Rufeng, the deputy director, Jiyu Weiyong from Qingcheng University, and Jiyu Shibiao from the Jiyu group were present. The group of big shots attracted the audience's attention. Everyone who was originally suspicious of Yi Xuan's strength instantly believed him. Because only if it is true can all these big guys be attracted to the scene. They came to the VIP room, and they looked at each other and nodded. Jiyu Shibiao laughed loudly and said, "I don't know which unlucky guy will be Yi Xuan's opponent today." "Chen Sheng," Chai Ji replied. "It is said that he is Chen Ming's younger brother. The two have become enemies. I hope Chen Sheng will stop asking for trouble." Everyone nodded silently after hearing this. They all knew what Yi Xuan did that day. Facing Chen Mingyi and others, he killed them all without any hesitation. "Yi Xuan is here." I don't know who shouted, and the whole place instantly became excited. Where, why didn't I see it? Damn it, it's so far away and so small. Can such a small person really summon a big meteorite? I still remember that terrifying meteorite, it was unbelievable. Horrible, there were several top seeds in the audience. They stared at Yi Xuan and frowned. For them, Yi Xuan will be the most terrifying opponent they need to face to win the Qingcheng examination. Wei Zhe, what do you think of Yi Xuan? What are your chances of winning? Wei Zhe suddenly heard such a voice next to him and was startled. He looked at the people approaching him. He was a seated player like him, but a little stronger than him. There is no chance of winning, Wei Zhe said with some despair. The man was a little confused and said in a deep voice to Wei Zhe, "How is it possible? He is only in the earlier middle stage of the 3rd level now. You and I are both at the peak of the 3rd level. Moreover, he has been at the peak of the 3rd level for a long time. Even if he is really that terrifying, there is no way he has no chance of winning." Wei Zhe recalled the scene of the terrifying meteorite opposite him, and couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, and said with a horrified expression, "You don't understand. That's not the power of God at all. If I had a chance of winning, Kai Men wouldn't have been completely defeated." The man listened to what Wei Zhe said and looked at Ye Xuan, who was slowly walking into the uneven martial arts dojo. Is there really no chance of winning? Ye Xuan came to the martial arts dojo. He just wanted to fight quickly this time. Yi Lingyan was still waiting for him at home. He wanted to face emergencies at any time. As the person opposite approached, Ye Xuan found that he looked familiar. "Start quickly, don't waste time," Ye Xuan said quickly to the host. The host was a little embarrassed. He looked at another contestant and was about to ask him about his situation, but a sound suddenly came from his headset. Let him ignore the other person and listen directly to Ye Xuan's words. He had no choice but to do so. On the stage is our 19-year-old rising star, who is expected to win the Qingcheng Grand Examination. He also played in the Qingcheng Martial Arts Hall a few days ago and succeeded in the midterm of the third level, Ye Xuan. The host revealed Ye Xuan's name one after another, causing the audience to burst into excitement. The person on the other side is Chen Sheng, who recently broke through from the late third level to the peak of the third level. The information of the two people was announced on the big screen. Ye Xuan, 19 years old, in the middle of the third level. Chen Sheng, 25 years old, is at the peak of the third level. It's another unequal competition in terms of strength, which makes people look forward to it. I'm so excited. Kai Men, who ranked 7th in the Qingcheng examination last year, lost outright. This time I stand with Ye Xuan. I will win, Chen Sheng looked at the uneven martial arts arena with some doubts. I haven't seen you for a few days, why did this martial arts arena look like this? He hadn't watched the game at all in the past few days and had no idea what was going on. The host's ignorance made him feel very unhappy, but he did not point it out because everyone here would die later. First of all, Ye Xuan. Chen Sheng stared at Ye Xuan and said, "Ye Xuan, you will die soon. I want you to apologize to my brother Chen Ming." Ye Xuan frowned and recalled who Chen Ming was. It took him a long time to remember that he was the one who mocked and attacked him at school that day. He sneered, "You want me to apologize to him? Are you sure you're not going down to accompany him? Arrogant. Damn it." Chen Sheng cursed. A dark and terrifying shadow erupted from his body, and he rushed towards Ye Xuan. Seeing Chen Sheng's sudden surprise attack, everyone secretly said something bad. Ye Xuan felt Chen Sheng's breath, which seemed familiar. Chen Sheng's appearance now seems very slow to Ye Xuan. He turned sideways and dodged directly, reaching out to grab Chen Sheng's collar and pin him to the ground. A smile appeared on Chen Sheng's lips, his right hand seemed to be covered with a layer of pitch-black armor, and his sharp claws grabbed Ye Xuan. The next second, there was a loud explosion, and Chen Sheng hit the ground in the distance like a kite with a broken string. And Ye Xuan's right hand lit up Susanoo, and he wanted to fight quickly this time. Susanoo suddenly appeared in half-body form, stabbing Chen Sheng with a terrifying sharp blade, trying to completely annihilate Chen Sheng. Everyone looked at this horrific scene and felt the suffocating aura of Susanoo, and they couldn't believe that this was human power. The light blue chakra Susanoo blade pierced Chen Sheng's chest and gradually penetrated the dark armor. Ye Xuan calmly looked at Chen Sheng, who was struggling to resist, and said, "Do you feel it? This is the power of God." Chapter 32 The Gangsters from Hell Are Coming. The appearance of the humanoid Susanoo. Boom. The light blue chakra blade instantly sank into the ground of the martial arts arena, causing an uproar. Waves of sand rolled in, blocking everyone's sight, making it difficult to see what was going on. When the smoke gradually dissipated, Chen Sheng knelt on one knee in the distance, with bright red blood on his chest. He supported the ground with one hand and touched the wound on his chest with the other. Chen Sheng looked at Ye Xuan in shock. His strength was already at the mid-4th level, but he had no ability to fight back against Ye Xuan. Everyone was a little shocked when they saw the situation on the field. They were not shocked by Ye Xuan's fighting power, but were a little surprised that Chen Sheng persisted in Ye Xuan's attack. At the same time, a terrifying black energy emerged from Chen Sheng's body, as if it was about to form a substantial terrifying monster, and the terrifying aura swept the entire place instantly. Chai-ji, who was in the audience, noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted, "There is something wrong with this guy. His strength is not at the peak of the 3rd level, but at the 4th level." When Chai-ji shouted, the other people also felt it, and they all looked a little shocked. Even facing the 4th level, Ye Xuan was able to completely crush him, but when they saw Chen Sheng's momentum rising, there was a vague aura of the 4th level peak, even stronger than the 2 people present. But the next second, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly emerged, the ground shook, and everyone's bodies began to shake violently. The official superpowers acted instantly and used a huge energy shield to cover the entire fighting arena, thus preventing the tragedy from happening. Chen Sheng seemed to have recovered from his injuries at this time. He stood up with a wild laugh. His voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly by the people in Brother Jen's martial arts arena. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha! You are very strong, Ye Xuan. What a pity, what a pity. You are going to die later, you are going to die." Chen Sheng roared, and a huge black shadow appeared on his body, like a demon, roaring at Ye Xuan. The terrifying voice instantly shattered the entire energy shield of the martial arts arena. At the same time, everyone discovered something strange in the sky. The sky seems to have cracked. Ye Xuan frowned and looked at the sky. He recalled what happened in Qingcheng 2 middle school, and he was going to make a quick decision today. He looked at Chen Sheng with a gloomy expression. He was probably responsible for all this. A scarlet eye suddenly emerged from the crack in the sky, and countless black shadows fell from it. "The gates of hell are open. Welcome to baptism." Countless people in black robes appeared on the arena, exuding an evil and terrifying aura. As the black shadows in the sky fell, the true colors of the murderers were revealed one by one. Among them are hellhounds, ugly demons, and even other SS-level ferocious beasts. Ordinary people would tremble all over just by looking at them. What is this? The secret realm of Hell's Gate, how come it suddenly appears here? This eye can't be the disaster that happened in Qingcheng 2 middle school. Who are they? Those ferocious beasts are almost all B-level or above. We are not going to die. There are ugly demons here, and even SS-level murderous terrors. The last time he appeared was in another city, and many people died before he was defeated. How could he appear here? They looked at those ferocious beasts and instantly fell into despair. Chai-ji and others immediately rushed out from the VIP seats, wanting to face those ferocious beasts. There were too many ordinary people here. There were simply not enough of them. Wei Rufeng contacted the outside world, only to find that the place was blocked. Their hearts suddenly sank. This was a martial arts arena. It would take some time for the outside world to pay attention to an accident. Quickly evacuate the crowd, there are too many ferocious beasts. Chai-ji shouted. Wei Rufeng and the other 3 nodded instantly and wanted to evacuate the crowd, but just as they were about to leave, those people in black robes stood in front of them like ghosts. Weird voices came out of their black robes. "Where are you going?" Before he finished speaking, the terrifying supernatural power attacked the man in black robe. Those attacks seemed to sink into the ocean, hitting the man in black robe without any effect. This made several people's hearts sink. Seeing this, Chen Sheng looked at Ye Xuan arrogantly and said, "The power of God. You said that was the power of God. Then what do these mean to me?" His voice gradually roared, and the whole person became neither human nor ghost. A pair of soaring horns broke through Chen Sheng's head, and the entire body became several times larger. The body continued to twist, and dark armor emerged. His pupils turned extremely scarlet, his face was extremely dark, his expression gradually calmed down, and he said to Ye Xuan, "Long time no see. I think about killing you all the time." 2 men in black robes appeared beside him, knelt down on one knee in front of him, and shouted in a deep voice, "Lord Lucifer." Ye Xuan couldn't help but smile contemptuously when he heard his name. This smile was a shame in Lucifer's eyes. He roared and shouted to everyone, "You just need to hand over Ye Xuan. I will not kill innocent people." A terrifying sense of oppression surged out of Lucifer's body, and the tall figure in dark armor shone in the sun. Listening to Lucifer's words, the hearts of Chai-ji and the others became very bad. They wanted to stop Lucifer, but they were pestered by the man in black robe. When the audience on the side heard Lucifer's words, they immediately hesitated. Because they don't want to die. In their eyes, those big guys were already entangled. The powerful superpowers who were now able to fight were paralyzed on the ground due to the consumption of the energy shield just now. Ye Xuan is the only person with powerful abilities who is still in the martial arts arena. But they saw countless B-level ferocious beasts Cerberus, 7 or 8 S-level ferocious beasts ugly demons, and even SS-level ferocious beasts terror, all appearing in the martial arts arena. It's despairing. Suddenly someone shouted, "Ye Xuan, just agree with what he said. There are so many of us, but you alone are making money no matter how you look at it." As this man shouted, the tight strings in some people's hearts seemed to be broken, and they also shouted, "Ye Xuan, if you replace all of us, I believe they will all thank you. Ye Xuan, you are righteous. We are all living beings. We cannot die here. Ye Xuan, what are you hesitating about? Go and die, go and die. I don't want to die here." Listening to their words, Chai Ji, Wei Rufeng and the other 4 people's hearts sank. The situation is developing in a bad direction. They took a look and saw countless terrifying beasts, and even an SS-level terror beast, which was at least a 4th-level beast. It is simply not a creature that ordinary superpowers can defeat. Even they felt a little desperate in their hearts, but they could not abandon Ye Xuan, and even had to protect Ye Xuan. Because Ye Xuan has proven his strength to them, he will definitely be one of the strong men in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. But the men in black robes in front of them were blocking them. Their attacks were mysterious and unpredictable, but their superpowers were like nothing in the sea. As time passed by, they became more and more anxious. There were more and more comments about Ye Xuan on the court, and most people even wanted Ye Xuan to die. Because one person exchanges the lives of countless people, in their eyes, it is all earned. Lucifer's dark face had a terrifying smile on his lips. He stared at Ye Xuan and said, "How? This is the power of God, to control people's hearts at will." "Ha!" Ye Xuan sneered, "Are these your last words?" He wanted to fight quickly today, regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend. A terrifying aura burst out from Ye Xuan's body, and a light blue behemoth appeared instantly. The humanoid Susanoo appears. Chapter 33 Blue Dragon Scales. This is Susanoo, this is the power of God. Cough, cough. A series of coughs came out of Ye Lingyan's mouth. Ji Yu Qingcheng sat aside and looked at Ye Lingyan very worriedly. She looked at the scales that appeared on Ye Lingyan's forehead. Those scales spread from her back in just one night. When she first saw it, she was shocked and wanted to call Ye Xuan to come and see it, but Ye Lingyan held her back and begged not to tell Ye Xuan. She didn't want him to worry about her situation. But now Ji Yu Qingcheng saw that Ye Lingyan's body was covered with scales, her hands and feet were all. On the white neck, those cyan scales gradually spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ye Lingyan's face showed a look of pain, and Ji Yu Qingcheng suddenly discovered a terrible thing. Ye Lingyan's forehead suddenly split open on both sides, and countless blood gushed out, as if something was about to grow. Ji Yu Qingcheng's eyes widened and she was very anxious. She had never understood the symptoms of alienation syndrome. But she knows the consequences of every patient with alienation syndrome. Become a monster and be killed. She dialed her father Ji Yu Shibiao's number, but found that she couldn't get through. She looked at Ye Lingyan and hesitated again, then wanted to call Ye Xuan. But he also found that he couldn't get through, and a bad feeling came to his mind. Bang! The roof seemed to have been lifted off, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. A man in black robes descended from the sky, and a pair of eyes appeared from the black robes, staring at Ji Yu Qingcheng with a pair of vertical pupils. A hoarse voice came out of the black robe. "The gangsters of hell, Ye Xuan, Ye Lingyan." The next second, his eyes were on Ye Lingyan, and a violent black energy surged towards Ye Lingyan. The black energy seemed to have an corrosive effect, causing decay wherever it passed. A cold breath spread instantly, and the black air was washed away under the cold breath. Ji Yu Qingcheng looked at him with a cold expression and said, "Who are you?" "A member of hell. If you want to hurt Ye Lingyan, you are just wishful thinking." She had never heard of the name of the Hell Outlaws organization, and she didn't know who the other party was, but she wanted to hurt Ye Lingyan. She would never allow it. She would never allow such a thing to happen. Although she was an outsider, the two of them did not treat her as an outsider after getting along for a long time. An extremely sharp ice thorn appeared in her hand and stabbed straight towards the black robe. It was like she was stabbed into a black mist, and her whole body was pierced through the solid ball. She turned around and flicked the ice spike in her hand, and the restored black mist was instantly cut off again. Ye Xuan's several attacks hit He Pao's body, and all of them were wiped out. This made Ye Xuan's heart sink. The black robe seemed a little impatient. The black robe gradually trembled, as if angry emotions were emerging. He turned around suddenly and flicked the black robe around him. Ye Xuan's entire figure was like a kite that had taken off its strings, heading towards he slammed into the wall. Boom, boom, boom. With continuous collision sounds, Ye Xuan sank into the ground, and severe pain spread all over her body. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out from her mouth, staining the clothes in front of her red. She raised her head and shouted towards the black robe in the room, "Never allow. Hurt her," she roared. Countless cold air instantly appeared in the air, and then formed into pieces of ice. They merged together to form an ice spike of 7 or 8 meters. He stabbed towards the black robe in the house. Submerged from the top of his head, the terrifying ice cube penetrated 3 to 4 meters into the ground. But this attack seemed to be harmless to the black robe. It just made the black robe on his body tremble a little, and then the terrifying black mist spurted out, and the 7 or 8 meter ice spike instantly shattered into powder. Like brilliant sparks, fleeting. But blood kept pouring out of Ye Xuan's mouth, and her orifices were bleeding. She fell to the ground in despair, looking helplessly at the sky. For the first time, she felt that her own strength was not enough. Obviously, she is an SS-level superpower. But, why can't even he cause harm, and can't even protect her? The black robe in the room gradually approached Ye Xuan. He was like a cold machine without emotion. A black mist emerged in his hand, forming a black sword. The mist solidified instantly, and the sharp black light swallowed up the surrounding light. "Hey hey hey, die." The black robe stared at Ye Xuan, and a hoarse voice came out of the black robe. The black sword in his hand stabbed straight into Ye Xuan. At the moment when it was about to pierce Ye Xuan's heart, Ye Xuan opened her eyes, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Those pupils were golden, and the dark vertical pupils were particularly charming. The original blood stains on both sides of his forehead disappeared, replaced by slender horns that reached the sky, erupting with bright green light. Cyan scales covered Ye Xuan's body. She stretched out her hands, which were no longer human hands, but hands with terrifying claws. She grabbed He Pao's black sword and threw it outside. He Pao seemed to have been hit by a truck and flew away. The whole figure was like a cannonball, rushing straight, breaking countless walls and trees. Then he lay straight on the ground and slowly stood up, panting. The impact just now hurt him very much, and he couldn't believe that this person could actually hurt himself. But before he could react, a figure appeared in front of him, with a green body and a pair of dragon horns and dragon scales. The sharp claws seem to be able to cut off everything. There is a slender dragon tail behind it, and the entire figure is the image of a dragon. The dragon's tail suddenly stretched out and hit the black robe, and the black robe was smashed to the ground. Once, twice, countless attacks caused the figure in black robe to fall into a black mist, and then regroup. Ye Xuan seemed to be tired of being beaten. A pair of dragon claws pinched the black robe's neck, and her mouth opened wide. Boom! A terrifying breath spurted out from his mouth, and the black-robed head instantly shattered under the breath. Vanished. The figure in black robe was thrown out. A trace of sadness flashed through Ye Xuan's golden eyes, and she stretched out her claws to touch the house where she had lived for 17 years. But still can't touch it. Ringtone. Ye Xuan roared and rushed over very quickly. After catching Ye Xuan, who was about to fall, Ye Xuan looked at Ye Xuan lying in her arms in panic. She didn't know what happened. Within a minute, the black-robed man who claimed to be a gangster from hell was killed by Ye Xuan. The powerful strength made Ye Xuan a little shocked. She looked at Ye Xuan in her arms, and the blue dragon scales gradually faded away. The pair of dragon horns, dragon claws, and dragon tail gradually disappeared, and she seemed to have returned to normal. But Ji Qingcheng knew in her heart that the alienation syndrome had begun, and she must find the water of life quickly. Over there at the martial arts arena. The terrifying aura spurted out from Ye Xuan's body, and all the beasts present, the audience, and Chai Ji and the other 4 people were present. They all stopped in place and looked straight at Ye Xuan. Light blue chakra gathered around Ye Xuan, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes flashed crimson crazily. There was a hint of maniacal laughter on his face. This is the power of God. Susanoo rose from the ground. Countless skeletons and light blue flesh covered Ye Xuan's body as his feet lifted off the ground. A light blue Gundam appeared, Behemoth. A full 50 or 60 meters. Although it is not a complete Susanoo, it is enough for now. Ye Xuan was like a god, looking down at all living beings from high in the sky. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 34 The Ants Struggle. Susanoo, Magatama of Yasaka. Susanoo stands like a Gundam in the fighting arena. The tall figure made Ye Xuan look down at everyone, and the light blue chakra burst out with terrifying power. It permeated everywhere, making people shudder. Everyone present looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe that this was actually Ye Xuan's superpower. But they still couldn't figure out what Ye Xuan's superpower was. The people who originally clamored for Ye Xuan to sacrifice one person to fulfill Lucifer and save everyone became excited. They seemed to see hope. Such a huge figure might be able to fight against those terrifying beasts. Ye Xuan, come on. My girlfriend is still waiting for me at home. Ye Xuan, you have strength, why didn't you use it earlier? These ferocious beasts scared my child, can you afford to pay for it? Damn it, I scared your dad so much, hurry up and kill those ferocious beasts, why are you standing there in a daze? Come on, I don't want to die. Even if you die, Lucifer will be fulfilled. Come on. They gathered together like locusts and attacked Ye Xuan passionately. The other spectators present were all silent. Only they wanted Ye Xuan to quickly deal with these ferocious beasts. Obviously, they were the ones who just clamored for Ye Xuan to sacrifice one person to achieve success for everyone. Chai Ji and others were also very frightened. They looked at Ye Xuan suddenly, and Ye Xuan made a move in the next second. He looked indifferently towards the auditorium and the locusts gathered together. Slender Karas appeared in Susanoo's 4 hands, and the terrifying chakra condensed into a sharp sword edge. The next second, boom boom boom, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded, and the audience seat was directly pierced by Ye Xuan's Karas. The people who had just been like locusts. He was instantly buried under Ye Xuan's chakra Malay sword. The terrifying edge is as dazzling as the sun, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Everyone present looked at this scene in disbelief, but Ye Xuan's expression remained extremely indifferent. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the fighting arena, saying, "Have you forgotten? I'll kill you, you swarm of ants." Ye Xuan's voice jumped out from the huge Susanoo, making Ye Xuan look like a god at this time. Chai Ji and others were dumbfounded. Originally there were no casualties, but under Ye Xuan's sword, there were countless casualties. They also knew that those people deserved to die, but they could not be killed by Ye Xuan. Wei Rufeng immediately came to Chai Ji and asked with a worried expression, "Director Chai, what should we do?" Chai Ji's expression changed and he said, "Shut up. Shut up everyone, Ye Xuan is going to the Magic City next. If the Supernatural Power Bureau knows about this, Ye Xuan will be wanted by the Supernatural Power Bureau, and even the Holy Beast team of the Supernatural Power Bureau will be dispatched." The other 2 people also came closer. They heard Chai Ji's speech and nodded in agreement. This is the only way. Ji Shibiao nodded with a heavy expression. If we really shut everyone up, the amount of work would be huge. And the dead and injured include family members, and there is no airtight wall in the world. Compared with ordinary people, they care more about Ye Xuan himself, although they know that this is wrong. But in this crisis-ridden world, it must be this way. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lucifer burst into ridiculous laughter, looking at the giant creature in front of him without the slightest fear. He recalled that Ye Xuan's attack just now did not hit the intruders like them. Instead, it is aimed at compatriots. What is this? It really makes people feel ugly. And isn't this what they are? Ye Xuan. Lucifer hissed. Join us demons. I can grant you a status no lower than the 7 deadly sins. You are really suitable to be a hell demon. Lucifer's sudden pull made everyone present panic. Ye Xuan's attack just now was as devastating as a mountain collapsing. If the instigation is really successful, everyone present will die. Chai Ji and the other 4 secretly said, "Oh no." Just as he was about to persuade Ye Xuan, he saw Ye Xuan's huge keris stabbing straight towards Lucifer. Your last words were a bit too much. Ye Xuan's voice was cold, and the terrifyingly long Malay sword pierced Lucifer's dark armor, making a terrifying roar. The next second, in Lucifer's unbelievable eyes, the armor shattered, and his entire body slammed into the ground like a kite that was out of line. Boom! The ground cracked and the earth shattered. Even the B-level ferocious beast Cerberus on the side was seriously injured under this terrifying offensive, and even the S-level ferocious beast Ugly Demon shrank slightly and retreated. You can see the horror of this blow. The SS-level beast Terror remained indifferent from the beginning to the end. Its huge body was covered with wriggling tentacles, which looked extremely disgusting. Ye Xuan, you deserve to die. Lucifer crawled out of the ground and roared, and he hissed at the Terror, "Kill him! Kill him quickly!" The wriggling tentacles on the Terror's body suddenly stretched out, trying to wrap around Susanoo's body. Ye Xuan looked at this scene and said coldly, "Noisy. Yusaka no Magatama." Susanoo put his 4 hands on his chest, and the terrifying chakra instantly gathered to form countless Magatama. Each of those Magatama exudes terrifying power. They stabbed at the Terror like sharp swords. The terrifying tentacles on the Terror's body turned into pieces and fell to the ground the moment they touched the Magatama. But those Magatama didn't stop at all, and instantly rushed in front of the horror, and several Magatama streaked across the body of the horror. The body filled with tentacles was torn apart. It fell to the ground, but those tentacles were still squirming, seemingly immortal. But this scene seemed unbelievable to everyone. The SS-level ferocious beast seemed to be killed by Ye Xuan's move. The Terror seemed not to be dead yet, but Ye Xuan's Magatama of Yusaka still did not stop, and countless Magatama gathered in front of Ye Xuan, heading towards the Terror's attack. Those tentacles were cut off instantly, and then they were completely shattered without stopping. Until the Terror completely disappeared. Everyone wiped their eyes and looked at it several times before they believed that an SS-level ferocious beast had been killed by Ye Xuan. Lucifer also looked at this scene in disbelief. This time the door to hell was opened, and only one SS-level beast was brought. It just disappeared. As he roared, countless hellhounds and ugly demons around him launched a terrifying attack on Ye Xuan. But their attacks landed on Susanoo's body without causing any damage. But they were crushed one by one under Ye Xuan's chakra Malay sword. With Lucifer completely alone, this happened in a matter of seconds. The black robes and Chai Ji in the distance were all dumbfounded. They thought that Ye Xuan was very strong, but they never thought that he could be so unreasonable. At the same time, the scarlet eyes in the sky suddenly opened, and an evil aura filled the air. Chapter 35. So how should you face the second sky-impairing earthquake star? Impossible. This is simply impossible. Lucifer's hoarse voice roared. The hell army he brought was all defeated by such a young boy. He suddenly remembered something. He might still have a trump card hidden. His pair of scarlet vertical pupils stared at Ye Xuan, as if announcing Ye Xuan's death. At the same time, a huge black shadow enveloped the scarlet vertical pupils in the sky. The black shadow grew from small to large, suddenly approaching from far to near, and finally fell on the ground, and the ground cracked layer by layer. Then a huge pit was formed, but no one had the intention to look at the pit. They stared at the creature. This creature is 30 to 40 meters tall and extremely huge. The aura emanating from his body frightened the 4 people present at Chai Ji. Is this the SSS-level ferocious beast Hell Demon? Is this really the Hell Demon? It actually appears here. SSS-level ferocious beasts, aren't we all going to die here? I remember when it first appeared at the gate of hell, with its 6th and 7th level strength, it beat countless strong men back, and even some strong men died in the gate of hell. It seems to only have the strength of the 4th level, but it is an SSS-level beast. Are we all going to die? They looked at the huge Hell Demon and fell into despair for a moment. Ye Xuan looked down at the Hell Demon in front of him. The beast was 30 or 40 meters tall. In his eyes, it was as big as a toy. Is this your trump card? Ye Xuan's face was calm, and he didn't seem to take the hell demon into his eyes at all. Lucifer's sky horn broke, and countless black mist jumped out of his body, but he laughed wildly. As a sin of arrogance, he roared, Ye Xuan, your death has come. SSS-level beasts are simply not comparable to SS-level beasts. Even if Ye Xuan instantly killed the SS-level terror demon, he still had no chance of winning against the SSS-level hell demon. Chai Ji and the 4 others also knew about this situation, and they frantically broke out towards the surroundings. But those men in black robes seemed invincible. Their attacks failed again and again, making their hearts sink. They want to contact the outside world and seek support. Otherwise, everything here will be shattered into pieces in the hands of the hell demon. Ha ha. Ye Xuan sneered and said, Death date. It's great to have courage, but that's all I can praise you for. Lucifer seemed to have heard a big joke, and his body was constantly collapsing. Summoning the hell demon appears, which makes even a god unable to bear it. Although the body belongs to Chen Sheng has already fallen into death and is now Lucifer. He laughed wildly, seeming to be laughing at Ye Xuan's overestimation of his abilities. Ye Xuan did not choose to fight with Susanoo this time. Instead, he formed a seal with both hands on Susanoo's head. Susanoo's 4 hands were in front of and behind him and began to form seals. Heaven hinders the earthquake star. The entire martial arts arena seemed to be shrouded in a huge black shadow. The suffocating breath fell from the sky, and the eye of hell that was originally above the sky shattered instantly. The aura of hell here instantly shocked the entire Qingchang. But they saw a meteorite with a diameter of 100 meters falling straight towards the martial arts arena. Just one look can give people a feeling of despair. The 34-meter-tall hell demon let out a roar. His pair of pitch-black horns, pitch-black pupils, and pitch-black muscles all over his body immediately swelled. A pair of hands grew out of the skin on its back with a pop. Roar. It kicked off its legs and attacked the sky-impairing Junxing with its 4 arms. The terrifying force caused a crack to appear in the meteorite instantly. Its fist sank into the meteorite, and the terrifying black energy filled the hell demon's body. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. The 100-meter meteorite made them extremely desperate. It actually seemed a little vulnerable in front of the SSS-level ferocious beast. The next second, the middle of the meteorite was pierced, and the stones inside turned into powder. Countless black energy spurted out from the body of the hell demon. Lucifer laughed wildly with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Ye Xuan, it's the end of the road. If you come to our hell, maybe I can make you the lowest level devil and let you live. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter burst out of Lucifer's mouth, and his hoarse voice made the ears ring. But everyone present had no intention of paying attention to this voice. There was only despair in their eyes. The SSS-level ferocious beast hell demon is completely powerless to resist. They are all going to die. And Ye Xuan looked down at everyone, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, the chakra all over his body surged crazily, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes shone with a terrifying red light. What about the second one? As Ye Xuan spoke, a larger black shadow appeared on the first meteorite. The Tianju Junxing, which was twice the size of the first meteorite, suddenly appeared. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Chai Ji's brain was spinning wildly and he shouted to Wei Rufeng, "Go and organize the superpowers to summon energy shields to protect ordinary people." Wei Rufeng was a little stupid. He stared at the meteorite. Is this really human power? Chai Ji's voice kept ringing in Wei Rufeng's ears. Seeing that something was wrong, he punched Wei Rufeng in the body, and only then did Wei Rufeng react. With the rest of the people breaking through, Wei Rufeng had the opportunity to rush out and organize other people with powers to protect him. Lucifer looked at this scene and was dumbfounded. As if unwilling to admit defeat, the Hell Golem passed through the gap pierced by the first meteorite and rushed towards the second meteorite. It wanted to completely shatter the meteorite with one blow. But the moment it touched the second meteorite, the terrifying shock wave caused the Hell Demon's body to be pushed back violently. Before its body fell to the ground, the 2 meteorites collided together, and a terrifying aura filled the air. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, and a scene of destruction appeared in everyone's eyes. Boom! A powerful shock wave rushed towards everyone around, and at the critical moment, the energy shield gathered by countless superpowers suddenly lit up. This prevented disaster from happening. But I don't know how much time passed before the two meteorites disappeared. There was no trace of the Hell Demon, and only the tall and terrifying Susanoo stood in the fighting arena. Only Ye Xuan stood on the martial arts arena. He slowly came to Lucifer, looking down at the sin of pride, looking down at the god who came from the gate of hell. It's great to have courage, but that's all I can praise you for. Ye Xuan said calmly. The charis formed by the light blue chakra in his hand stabbed straight into Lucifer's chest. Lucifer's figure turned into a black mist and gradually dissipated, and his hoarse voice still echoed in the martial arts arena. You wait. Ha, I'll wait. Ye Xuan shouted coldly, and the huge Susanoo slowly disappeared, and Ye Xuan stepped on the ruined martial arts arena. The sound of the system rang in my ears. Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 23%. Acquire ninjutsu. Would release. Chapter 36 Ji Qingcheng's Lies. Ye Xuan's Determination. Congratulations on the increase in host performance, reaching 23%. Acquire ninjutsu. Would release multiple would clone jutsu. Have you obtained would escape? Ye Xuan listened to the mechanical sound of the system ringing in his ears. As Lucifer's figure gradually disappeared, the black-robed men from hell all looked at him in disbelief. Panic spread among them, and their figures fled around, trying to leave this place. But in the next second, the terrifying flames that destroyed the world and destroyed the world struck instantly. Those flames gathered into long dragons, and the roar of dragons seemed to erupt from the flames. Fire release. Dragon flame singing technique. Under the fire escape, the figures of those black-robed men were instantly shattered. One of the more powerful black-robed men did not die and wanted to escape from here. But Ye Xuan was faster. He came directly in front of the black robe, and the terrifying flames spit out from Ye Xuan's mouth again. Fire escape. The great fire is extinguished. Under the terrifying flames, the black robe instantly turned into ashes. Chai Ji and the others looked at this scene in horror. The man in black robe who had been pestering them for a long time was actually killed by Ye Xuan so easily. There was disbelief in their eyes. They imagined what would happen if Ye Xuan's terrifying flames hit them just now. But they dare not imagine it, because they will die worse than those in black robes. Ye Xuan glanced at Chai Ji and the other four, then glanced at the countless spectators present. He finally said to the host, "Announce the winner." The host was already dumbfounded. He originally thought it was a crushing game by Ye Xuan. But now that I think about it carefully, it is indeed a crushing game from Ye Xuan. But the object changed from a contestant to a possessed god. The two are simply incomparable. Winner, Ye Xuan. The host's words seemed to wake up countless viewers. Some of the seed players looked at Ye Xuan in despair, because Ye Xuan was still a contestant in this Qingcheng exam. They have no chance of winning. At the same time, Wei Ji's cell phone in his trouser pocket vibrated. He took it out and looked at the message on it with a look of horror. In the next competition, he will face Ye Xuan. He looked at Ye Xuan with a look of despair on his face. The seed player who had just questioned Ye Xuan also noticed something was wrong with Wei Ji. After his inquiry, he learned that Wei Ji's next match was against Ye Xuan. The emotion of gloating appeared on his face, but he looked at Ye Xuan's figure and couldn't imagine why Ye Xuan, who was just a mid-level third-level man, could be so powerful. What exactly is his superpower? After the host announced the winner, Ye Xuan left the martial arts gym without stopping too much and ran quickly towards his home. Because the moment he killed Lucifer just now, he obtained a trace of his memory. They hell gangs came to Qingcheng to take the exam with a purpose this time. One of them was to kill him, Ye Xuan. The second is to sacrifice everyone with blood. Through the huge amount of blood, the terrifying beasts in the secret hell gate are summoned from the eye of hell above the sky. There were 7 hell disciples dispatched this time, and now there were only 6 hell disciples in the martial arts arena. He had a terrifying guess in his mind. There is also a hellraiser who may have gone to his house. If it were true, Chai Ji, who was at the 5th level, would not be able to do anything against the hellman, let alone Ji Qingcheng, who was only at the early stage of the 3rd level. Ring tone. Ye Xuan whispered, his speed speeding up a bit again. As soon as he arrived near his home, Ye Xuan found traces of fighting and felt a little panicked. He turned over the leaves in front of him and ran forward quickly, his emotions tense. As soon as they walked out of the woods, they saw Ye Qingcheng's figure. She was sitting on the ground. It was originally Ye Xuan's home, which could be considered a small villa, but now it was full of holes. And several walls even collapsed. Ye Xuan was completely panicked. He rushed over and saw Ye Lingyan lying quietly in Ye Qingcheng's arms. His eyes were closed tightly, his breathing was steady, and he seemed to be unhurt. Instead, Ye Qingcheng was bleeding from all her orifices and looked very miserable. Ye Xuan swallowed and asked anxiously, "How are you?" Ye Qingcheng was in a daze, and only then did he react when he heard Ye Xuan's voice. It's okay. I'm a little tired due to excessive use of my powers. Just rest for a few days and I'll be fine." She looked at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan's face was pale, there was a lot of dust on his body, and even his clothes were a little dirty. Looking a little embarrassed, since the Eye of Hell was destroyed, what happened at the Qingcheng University Martial Arts Dojo spread instantly. Ye Qingcheng also saw it inadvertently. She looked at Ye Xuan in front of her, and it was obvious that she had just experienced a big battle. "How's the bell?" Ye Xuan asked anxiously. Ye Qingcheng looked down at Ye Lingyan, then looked up at Ye Xuan again. His scarlet eyes had dark magatama. But the red bloodshot let Ye Qingcheng know that Ye Xuan was in a similar state to her at this time, and Ye Qingcheng did not tell the truth this time. Ye Lingyan is still unconscious, and she still hasn't digested the awakening liquid. There was a man who called himself a Hellman just now, and I tried my best to kill him. Ye Xuan was a little shocked when he heard this, but what followed was unreasonable anger. "Hellboy!" Ye Xuan screamed in his heart. He wanted to kill all the people from hell and make them pay the price. He nodded towards Ye Qingcheng, picked up Ye Lingyan from her arms, and then supported Ye Qingcheng. The two of them limped towards the somewhat dilapidated home. Ye Qingcheng felt Ye Xuan's big hand holding her shoulders, and a warmth swept through her heart. The despair that was about to collapse just now gradually eased. "Thanks," Ye Xuan said suddenly. Ye Qingcheng looked at Ye Xuan unexpectedly, and then nodded. "Ye Lingyan is also my sister." "Yeah," Ye Xuan replied. A few hours later, the martial arts arena of the Qingcheng University examination. The audience here was evacuated one by one. Since Ye Xuan left here, Chaiji called out everyone in the Demon Slayer department. He gave an ironclad order to everyone here, and no one was allowed to spread the news here. At the same time, everyone signed a contract. Chaiji and others spent a lot of energy to help Ye Xuan hide it. The four people gathered together without speaking. The strength Ye Xuan showed a few hours ago was completely beyond their imagination. However, in just 1 or 2 weeks, Ye Xuan's strength soared like a rocket. He was able to defeat S-level beasts when he first awakened, and now he can kill SSS-level terrifying beasts instantly. This made several of them feel a little shocked. Wei Rufeng's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, breaking the silence of the moment, and he felt the death gaze of his boss Chaiji. Wei Rufeng was a little panicked. He picked up the phone and was a little confused about who could call him at this time. But when he saw the name on the phone, he was surprised. Ye Xuan. Chapter 37 The Origin of the Hell Gang. Mingsheng Convenience Store. After hearing this, several people immediately came closer, holding their breath for fear of not being able to hear the conversation between the two. Wei Rufeng glanced at the people around him, amplified the phone's sound, and answered Ye Xuan's call, and then Ye Xuan's voice rang. Ye Xuan's words were very concise and cold. He needed information about the Hellraisers, and the sooner the better. After just a few words, he hung up the phone without giving Wei Rufeng a chance to speak. His cold words sounded like he desperately wanted to liquidate those Hellraisers. Several people looked at each other and knew that something might have happened. Wei Rufeng looked at Chaiji at a loss. He couldn't act recklessly in the presence of the main spokesperson in the Demon Slayer department. Chaiji fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Deputy Secretary Wei, please do as you are told. Give Ye Xuan all the information about the Hell Gangsters. We can't stop him. Instead of passively standing against him, it's better to stand on a united front with him. Moreover, people like the Hell Gang have crossed the line. Chai Ji's expression gradually darkened. Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, the martial arts venue for the Qingcheng Grand Examination. Both times, they all appeared in Qingcheng's future pillars. If there are really countless casualties, Qingcheng's superpowers will be disconnected in the next few years. Wei Rufeng nodded heavily when he heard this. When he left, Chai Ji gave another warning and said, "Try to hurry up." Ye Xuan's tone was very cold, as if he had touched his reverse scales. Chai Ji did not continue, but everyone knew very well who Ye Xuan's Ni Lin was. Yi Lingyan. Now, everything Ye Xuan is doing is to cure his sister's alienation syndrome, and now the Hell Gang has gone directly to his sister. If they were them, they would probably be even crazier than Ye Xuan. Okay. Wei Rufeng nodded, turned and left. The next day, Wei Rufeng had dark circles in his eyes. After searching all night long, he finally found all the information about the Hell Gang. When they came to Ye Xuan's home again, just as they thought, there had been a battle here, and it could no longer be called home. The entire house was completely destroyed. Wei Rufeng knocked on the door with anxiety. Although he could go in directly from the hole on the side, he was not sure how Ye Xuan was feeling, whether he would directly kill him because he broke in without permission. Ye Xuan opened the door expressionlessly. After seeing Wei Rufeng, his lips moved slightly and uttered one word. "Enter." Wei Rufeng nodded and walked in quietly. The two sat on the sofa. Ye Xuan and Wei Rufeng did not speak, but waited for a while. Ji Qingcheng walked out of the bedroom and sat beside the two of them. Wei Rufeng looked at Ji Qingcheng. She was very haggard at this time. It seems that the person who resisted the Hell Gang yesterday was Ji Qingcheng, Wei Rufeng thought secretly in his heart. "Tell me, where are the Hell Gangsters?" Ye Xuan got straight to the point. Wei Rufeng nodded. He took out a map of Qingcheng from his pocket, pointed to a convenience store in the city center, and said softly. "The latest news we got is that they appeared here before they invaded the martial arts arena. We were going to wait for you to finish the competition. Our Demon Slayer division went to encircle and suppress you, but we didn't expect that they suddenly made a surprise attack." Ye Xuan stared at the place where Wei Rufeng was pointing, which was called Mingshang Convenience Store. "Okay, I understand," Ye Xuan said expressionlessly. Wei Rufeng looked at Ye Xuan's expression without any expression, but he felt a chill down his back. He hesitated for a moment and began to explain softly, "I'd better tell you the origins of the Hellmen." Ye Xuan nodded, "I'm all ears." After Wei Rufeng's long explanation, Ye Xuan also knew the origin of the Hell Gang. Although the Hellmen have only appeared for a few years, they have spread quickly like a plague. It all started when the secret realm of Hell's Gate appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Ever since the secret realm of Hell's Gate appeared, countless powerful superpowers poured into it, and correspondingly, the ferocious beasts inside were also extremely powerful. But what followed were some weaker superpowers who sought wealth and wealth in danger. They wanted to find the secret treasure inside, but because of this, these superpowers fell into a disaster. The most powerful beast in the gate of hell is the SSS level Hell Demon. At the same time as it appeared, the terrifying Eye of Hell also appeared, and a red eye appeared in the sky. The gates of hell were also affected, and the secret realm was closed. This was a disaster for all superpowers. It wasn't until the national superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom opened the secret realm of Hell's Gate again that some powerful superpowers escaped. However, some weak superpowers were chased by ferocious beasts. They penetrated deeply and could not escape. They were bewitched, and their bodies turned into a black mist, making them unable to touch or fight. Only those who are several times stronger than them can kill them. At the same time, they also gained terrifying power. Their strength increased several times, and they became the accomplices of the demonic beasts of hell. Walking around the Dragon Kingdom, spreading quickly like a plague, they searched for ways to summon the gods in the gate of hell throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the god named Lucifer first appeared in Qingcheng No. 2 Middle School, so Wei Rufeng and the others did not know what level of god Lucifer was. But the most notorious of the gates of hell is the mid-level god Cerberus, the three-headed dog. When Ye Xuan heard this, he sneered and said, "It seems that those demons and gods are not very good either. Bewitching those with weak powers, but unable to do anything to those with powerful powers." Wei Rufeng heard this and felt that it made sense. If those gods were really so terrifying, the Dragon Kingdom would have fallen long ago. Wei Rufeng knew that the most terrifying secret realms on Blue Star were the Sacred Gate and the Hell Gate, but the gods within the Sacred Gate were considered to be in a neutral position. The scene in the secret realm of Hell's Gate is like the end of the world, and the gods inside are also extremely fierce. The country next door, the Lighthouse Country, lost most of its territory just because of a secret realm of heaven, and even the country was about to perish. If it weren't for the emergence of several powerful superpowers, Blue Star might not have a country called Lighthouse Country. Wei Rufeng shook his head. He looked at Ye Xuan in front of him and asked, "When are you going to go? Do you need anything from our Demon Slayer division?" Ye Xuan replied, "Tomorrow morning. Just don't block the way, Demon Slayer division." Ye Xuan's words were full of aggression and he seemed not to take the Demon Slayer in his eyes, but Wei Rufeng didn't care. Because the strength he possesses is enough for him to say so. He nodded and turned to leave. Although Ye Xuan didn't ask the Demon Exterminator to do anything, he still needed to report to Chai Ji when he returned, and then be prepared to handle the follow-up for Ye Xuan. Wei Rufeng suddenly had a feeling that their demon-killing department had become a scapegoat for Ye Xuan.